Chandra.
Good morning, Procedure.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
You can start, Procedure.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Am I
Speaking.
audible? I am Devashish Borua.
Okay. Yeah, you are audible. Right.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Good morning to all of you. Because our session starts at 9, but we do have some time because we have 10 papers to finish in 1 hour, and the next keynote starts sharp at 10. So we have to finish, our session on time, or maybe just before 10. Okay, so good morning. I, Prosenjit Das, the joint convener of the conference, welcome you all to this seventh technical session of the conference, and I'm thankful to KK Hendricks State Open University as well as SEMCA for giving me this opportunity to conduct this session. And the weather in Guwahati is very cool and it's a very nice weather, and a little bit of downpouring going on. And yesterday we had some interesting deliberations from Professor Asa Kanwar along with the other dignitaries, and all of them actually referred to so many important aspects of ODL, and especially online learning at the time of this present crisis. And I'm sure yesterday's deliberation is going to give us more confidence when we present our papers today. And with that note, I think we can start off with this session. And I have here three reporters. And let me introduce them. Vinod, can you help? Vinod, can you spotlight Dr. Choyanika Senapati? She is an assistant professor in the Department of Management. Choyanika, are you there? Choyanika? Janhavi, are you there? Vinod, can you hear me? Okay, Janhavi is there. And Sarmistha Rani Borua from the Department of Agriculture. Are you there, Sarmistha? Okay. Vinod?
Yes, I'm listening.
Yeah, actually, Sarmistha, Janhavi, all of them are having their mics muted. So can you just, because we need their voices too, we need to introduce them in front of others.
Okay, just let me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute.
And for the time being, can you just unmute the mics for at least 2-3 minutes so that I can I know
Yes.
the presenters are present.
Yes, it's okay now.
Okay. Sanika, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning, Prosenjit.
Good
And
morning.
good morning to all the presenters.
Right.
Yeah.
So we have to run this session for the next 1 hour. And Janhavi, are you there? Janhavi Devi?
Yes, Prosenjit, I'm here. Good morning to
Okay.
all of you.
Okay, very good. And Sarmistha Rani Borua, are you there? Sarmistha? Okay, see, I saw her face. She's there. Before we start, I just want to identify the people if they are present. Sahitya MG, are you present?
I'm present.
Okay. Chanika, please note. Dr. Debasis Borua, are you present?
Yes, sir, I am present.
Yes. Sudipta Karmakar?
Yes, sir, present.
Good, very good. Then Dr. Arati Bharali?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Then Vikas Kumar? Vikas Kumar, are you present? Vikas Kumar? Okay. Okay. Nirja Saddha? Nirja Saddha, are you present?
Yeah, I'm present.
Very good. Dr. Raja Chakraborty? Dr. Raja Chakraborty? Okay. Dr. Pallab Chankakoti?
Present.
Okay. Dr. Mohendralal Tamta?
Yes, sir. Present, sir.
Very good. Then the last presenter, that is Meena Yadav. Are you present, Meena Yadav? Okay,
Yes,
very
present.
good. Okay, so all the very best for today's sessions, and a few things we have to discuss. As I said, we have only 1 hour, and we have to finish 10 papers within 1 hour. So what we can do, instead of giving the maximum time 6 minutes, we are going to stick to 5 minutes. And I request all the esteemed presenters to concentrate only on the objectives and the findings of your paper, right? Is that clear? Okay,
sir.
please go to the objectives and the findings, nothing else, because we'll be having your full paper, and the readers will definitely know what you wanted to say. Just to stick to time, we have to finish our paper within 5 minutes. All right. So let us start with the first presenter, Sahitya MG. Sahitya, please carry on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So can you be able to see my screen? Trying to share the screen.
Binod.
Then yes, she can enable it. No problem. I have allowed the permission.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it is up to you.
So my topic is the stress. In order to understand the stress which students might go through during the pandemic, are halt in their planned future activities, uncertain about future, disassociation from natural light, sunlight, fresh air, etc. Social gap or prolonged screen time, which is straining for your eyes and gives headache. Not being able to adjust to online environment and boredom. So there are several strategies, which is there to cope stress. But I'm here using one of the strategy known as mind mapping. So what is mind mapping? Mind map is a diagram used to visually organize information or thoughts. This helps in brainstorming, visual thinking, and problem solving. Majorly used by engineers, educators, and psychologists in educational and professional setting, so that students get a grasp of things better. So the merits are it fosters personal growth, reduces anxiety, and helps in letting go and relaxing. So I am here presenting a visual structure mind map. Which helps the students to cope up with stress during pandemic. A creative way of study explains students can join online course, expertise videos, watching YouTube, and take online courses of India like Swayam and Swayam Prabha, etc. Student can also work in collaboration. They can have a book club, group learning, personal blogging, etc. Another important component which is required during this lockdown is self-care practice. Students have taken care of healthy eating and sleeping pattern. They can connect with friends and family, exercise to have a healthy health, and mindful activities like meditation, mandala, and self-care and positive talk. Student can also work on self-reflection, which may be journaling or writing a letter for themselves, which helps in venting out feelings and be stress-free. During this period, they can also revisit their hobbies like cooking, drawing, practicing, gardening, playing instrument, etc. This is one of the way to visualize a mind map, and by practicing this, one is able to cope up with stress in any given situation. So to conclude, stress is a common feature shown by every individual, and it could be kept in control by making few amendments in our lifestyle. Organizing thoughts would help us in having a clear vision to move forward towards our goal easily. To cope up with stress, the thoughts could be arranged logically using a mind map to perform more tasks. Mind mapping is not only useful for students, but it will be helpful for teachers and parents to provide effective support to the learners by designing a map full of clarity and organized thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sahitya. And Sahitya is a postgraduate from Tata Institute of Social Science, Chennai. So do we have any question for her? Maybe we could, for 1 or 2 minutes, we could take some questions. Yes. Vinod.
I'm listening. Yes.
Some new participants have joined and they have not unmuted their mic. So can you just check who is joining new, and so that we can mute the mics.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. So we have just finished Sahitya MG's paper. Do you have any questions?
Can I ask?
Yes. Who is this?
This is Dr. Nisha Singh from IGNOU.
Okay, Nisha
I
Singh.
wanted to make a comment that it was a very nice presentation.
এটা কি করছেন
Okay.
লাইক মিক্রো লাগে
As a student, how
Yeah.
what strategies will you suggest to younger students, especially younger children, to cope up with this?
Okay, Sahitya, can you reply to Nisha Singh's question?
Yeah, for younger students, definitely their parents can help them in mind mapping. So basically, they have during the stress, they have a lot of thoughts which gets clouded in their mind. So logically representing each thought so that they can use that mind map is the main objective of this paper. So definitely their parents and teachers can help them to make a mind map so that they can go about it according to their interest or activities which they are interested in.
Okay. Thank you.
Sahitya, can you? I have a question for you.
Yes.
You are from TIS Chennai. How TIS is handling this current lockdown situation? Especially the teaching learning transactions in relation to teaching learning transactions.
TIS has totally changed their education platform into online platform. They have given assignments to their students, and even the examination is held by assignments for now. And even the exams have been postponed, and it's all turned into assignments and Zoom learning classes.
Can I ask
Kolkata
a
College.
question? Hello.
Can we just continue our question and answer session at the end of the paper presenters after they present, because we have very less amount of time. So let's first finish the papers, and then only we can have some questions. Is that okay with you all? Dr. Debasis Borua, please carry on.
Hello. Can I start, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, very good morning to all of you.
Good morning.
The topic of my paper is support services for the learners suffering from stress and trauma during the lockdown due to COVID-19.
Yeah.
So my objective of my paper is to find out some of the ways, some of the suggestions that we can offer to our students, to the learners, to overcome this stress and trauma. And there has been no doubt that it has been engulfing the world at an alarming rate, and people can very easily tend to press the panic button. And the student community, as they belong to a very delicate and sensitive age group, they are even more vulnerable. So, we can, here arises the importance of support services. Here I want to present before you one simple, measure that my institution, that is Farketing College, Golaghat, Assam, has been adopted. What we have done, we have divided our departmental students into some smaller groups, with that principle that one group will be under one teacher. And due to this grouping, the number of students becomes relatively very small. And that's the reason why the teacher can very easily attend to so many problems. Their personal problems, not only academic matters, but also matters related to their health and hygiene, self-care, etc. And this proves to be quite a fruitful measure during this lockdown. Then again, what I suggest that being in touch with the students is of utmost importance during this lockdown and through these social media and all these things. And we can also use the latest technologies. It's quite exciting to notice that many of the mobile apps have been developed a number of self-help programs to cope up only with this situation, this COVID-19. For example, Smiling Mind, then Headspace. Smiling Mind, for example, has developed one self-help program called the, what was that, Inspired or something like that. It was a very wonderful program. Then Thrive Inside, yes, to meditate, to be stress-free. Then there are again a number of other mobile apps like Happify, Colorfy, Breath to Relax. So we should always suggest to our students to use these apps. And this again is an opportunity for the teachers to be even more responsible as teachers, to be even, more tech savvy. So it's also a learning process for our teachers. So it's an opportunity actually. Lockdown can be seen as an opportunity. Then again, what I want to suggest that this lockdown has taught us many lessons. That as we thought that we are the masters of the universe, And that
Right.
is no longer there in our thought process. We should understand that we are just a part. Each and every creature of the universe has the equal right to live in this earth, on this earth. So these values can be imbibed in our students during this lockdown. This can be used, this period can be used.
Your voice is not clear.
In normal time, we may not have any time to address these issues, these value-based issues, because of the time constraints that we have to finish our syllabi within a very stipulated time period. So we can use this lockdown period very easily, so that, some values, that anthropocentric ideas can give way to ecocentric principles, because our students are our futures. And if we, the teachers, the parents, the guardians, or the stakeholders, don't expose our students to these newer avenues, then who else will? So this is again an opportunity for ourselves. So my final point is, I have spoke about that what we do in our institution. Secondly, we can use communication technology, the modern developments in communication technology. Third, we can imbibe some values, that relationship between nature and the world of human beings. So these are the main points of my topic. And of course, this is a challenge. There is no doubt about it. This is a challenge before us, with the teachers, to feel the students, to make them feel that this is not a time to be depressed, to be frustrated, but it's an opportunity to be rejuvenated, to find the inner self, to understand the bigger realities of life. And that will bring a kind of a calmness, quietness in their mind, and it will help them, for stress and trauma management. And this is, again, I am repeating that this is a big challenge before us. But there is not an iota of doubt that as grown-ups, more specifically as teachers, we always love challenges, don't we?
Exactly.
That's the main thing of my paper.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would like to thank Dr. Debashish Barua for enlightening us, and I'm sure all those participants who are listening to you, sir, I think they will be benefited a lot, because you have said something very important: how to manage our own students, and how to make them free from all types of trauma and stress during this pandemic situation, and because this situation might continue for a few more days. Thank you so much. If we can wait for the questions till the end of the presentations by other paper presenters. Now let me call Sudipta Kormakar, Assistant Professor, Department of BBA, KC Das Commerce College. Sudipta, you can continue.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, good morning. So
Good morning.
my topic is, good morning. So my topic is national and international ODL models of course delivery at the time of pandemic, with special reference to COVID-19 outbreak. So right now, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the educational institutions are suffering temporary close down, and to overcome this setback, the ODL system has come up as a boon to the educational sector. My paper mainly discusses the role and forms of ODL models of course delivery that has been adopted both nationally and internationally. In India, according to UNESCO, more than 32 crore students have been affected by the lockdown. So it became the need of the hour to resort to the ODL system. There are several ICT initiatives by the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India, which include Swayam online courses, MOOCs, e-Pathshala, National Digital Library of India, and so on, which could be accessed for free. The schools under the Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan are also conducting online classes via Facebook, YouTube, and All India Council for Technical Education has also their e-learning portal. Here in Assam too, like other states of India, the students of school, college and universities are continuing their lessons through Zoom app, Google Classroom, YouTube and other such virtual platforms. The education department of our state has also asked the schools to form WhatsApp groups for the purpose. And our college, that is KC Das Commerce College, has its own in-house developed college app where the students are provided with regular notes and assignments. Subject-wise videos are also uploaded in the college website, and online interactive classes are conducted regularly, and the students' feedback are also taken from time to time. Now, talking about the international context, according to UNESCO, about 95% of the world's student population has been affected by the pandemic, which includes more than 157 crore students across 191 countries. In my paper, I have given detailed scenario of a few countries like China, Italy, USA, Brazil, Colombia, and few others. As per UNESCO's report, on February 9th, nearly 200 million primary and secondary school students in China started their new semester via online. In the North Shore School District in Washington State of USA, the officials got 4,000 devices to students with limited internet access. In Colombia, too, a platform of the Ministry of Education has more than 80,000 digital learning resources organized by the people. Thus, we see that the ODL system has been extensively used worldwide to prevent the educational setback. Now, coming to the conclusion or recommendations, I think every endeavor has some obstacles in the beginning, which can be overcome with time. And regarding the limited data constraint, the government can definitely take some step. And right now, I think the most important thing here is awareness and willingness. Many teachers are aware of the facilities, but maybe not willing, as they are not ready to come out of their comfort zone, that is the traditional style of teaching. And some teachers are willing, but need to be made aware of the technologies. And those willing teachers, as well as students, can resort to easier means like radio or TV, as and also the social media like Facebook Live or YouTube, as almost all the youths of the present time are well acquainted with social media, and yes, WhatsApp. And in the rural areas, when the students come from the underprivileged family, they can be benefited from TV and radio. In Assam, many local news channels and other are conducting programs with subject experts to provide educational help to the students, and such radio programs are also being conducted. So where there is a will, there is definitely a way. And the system should be, I think, more student-centric rather than technology-centric. One of my senior colleague, who is not much acquainted with technology, out of his willingness, now has YouTube videos on a practical subject, which he has created within this lockdown period by seeking help from his teenager son. So that's how it is. And one more thing, sometimes back some videos were viral in the social media as to how the lockdown has created the air cleaner or the water purer. I'm citing this example to bring forth the idea that e-learning is comparatively can be considered as a greener option too. So with this, I conclude my paper here. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you, Sudipta. I must congratulate you, because sitting in Guwahati in this lockdown period and working in a college, you are quite thorough about the developments that are going on regarding e-learning.
Yes.
And you are from a kind
Yes,
of
sir.
you are from a college which is face-to-face mode, and you are very
Yes,
much
sir.
aware of the developments in the ODL mode. So thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Let me go to the next paper. That is Dr. Arati Bharali. She is an assistant professor in the Department of Economics, Tezpur College. Dr. Bharali, you can start.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. The topic of my paper is psychosocial well-being during COVID-19 outbreak, issues and concerns. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected all aspects of life, including mental health. Caring the mental need of everyone at this time is very important. To curb the myth and stigma attached to this new disease, as well as to stop the spread of the rumor, is equally challenging. People are instructed to stay at home by their concerned government. Hence, the business, offices, educational institutions are at the lockdown situation. This unpredictable condition of the globe is affecting the mental health and well-being of the people at large. Under these circumstances, the psychological education can play a vital role. My paper has two objectives. That is to discuss the psychosocial status related with coronavirus and provide some psychological education to cope up with the health and well-being of the society. As no proper medical treatment is discovered for COVID-19, the medical science is depending only on the supportive treatment. Under such circumstances, the World Health Organization has instructed the people to maintain the social or physical distancing to avoid the influences of the disease. As a result, most of the countries have announced lockdown with a very short previous notice. This had mandated the people of the different areas to be stick in the place where they were living for their livelihood. This is creating separation from the families and loved ones for this period, which is creating a mental trauma for various people. Most importantly, the person who have COVID-19 or recovered from COVID-19 or are suspected to be affected from COVID-19 have to maintain isolation or quarantine during the period. This creates mental anxiety. Various restrictions are imposed by the government on the movement of the people during the period of lockdown. This loss of freedom leads to anxiety for various individuals. Again, there is uncertainty over the disease related to non-availability of medication, vaccine, or outcome of the disease, though the mortality rate is very low. It leads to increase in tension, anxiety, and other negative emotions among most of the individuals. Again, the stress is not only for all the individuals that are affected by the disease, but also for the government who have to handle the disease, the health infrastructure, and to feed the economically poor individual, that is to create the economic infrastructure. The government is also facing the stress of economic slowdown during the period of pandemic. The healthcare unit is taking additional stress of overburden of work as well as the fear of being infected by the disease, and they are also separated from their near and dear ones, which are creating another stress for them. Duration of quarantine period is itself a stress. To sort out these various psychosocial problems, creation of a routine may be suggested. The routine should be indulge one's own old patient, include physical exercise. Routine should not be alike for all the days, as it will create boredom once again. People should be educated to avoid watching, reading, or listening to news that cause them to feel anxious or distress. This time is very crucial for the mankind. So it is always better to engage oneself in positivities. No one knows the ultimate result of the pandemic, so it is always better to avoid negative thoughts of the people. Children may feel anxious or angry as they are now away from the regular routine as well as their friends. In that case, family members should be supportive enough to listen to their problems and give them extra love and attention. A routine should be made for them, including engagement in indoor games. Children should be provided the facts about what is going on nowadays and how they can take care of themselves. The older individuals of the societies are vulnerable to be affected by any disease, so they should be take some extra care to make a healthy life as well as to avoid the risk of being affected by COVID-19. They should try to avoid gathering of frequent statistics of the disease and should maintain a proper mental health by spending quality time with family, recreation activities, exercise, or getting involved in daily activities. Despite the fact that the mental health and well-being of the individual is one of the most important indicator of public health, unfortunately, it is taking a backseat at the time of the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, and almost all attention are towards the date. So the psychosocial development of the individual should be focused and more support should be there for increasing the mental health of the individual. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bhorali. It's a very nice presentation because for the first time, maybe I may be wrong, you have referred to a kind of routine, and that is very important. That never struck us. Like we never thought about that. Having an alternative routine during this pandemic will definitely help our learners. Thank you so much for that.
Yes, that routine should not be alike for all the days.
Yes, yes, that should not be alike. Yes, thank you so much. Now, let me go to the next speaker. That is, he is Vikas Kumar from SRFTI, Kolkata. Vikas, can you hear me? Vikas, are you there? Okay, Vikas will join later. If he is there, we can bring him in later on. Vikas, are you there? Okay, go on, Vikas. Yes. Your voice is not coming. Vikas, your voice is not coming. So Vikas, we shall come back. We shall now move on to the next speaker. We shall come back. The next speaker is Nirja Saddha and Amriteswar Ratra. Nirja Saddha is, are you there, Nirja Saddha?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. She is a professor of child development, School of Continuing Education, IGNOU. And Amriteswar Ratra, she is associate professor in distance education, Stride, IGNOU. So madam, you can continue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about the counseling and family therapy program of IGNOU, the salience of this program in the present times and in the times to come. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic is indeed taking a heavy toll on all fronts. The present scenario in the world, if you look all across, it's marked by lockdowns, quarantines, positive infections, death, and loss across multiple fronts. The curves reflecting numbers of people affected and succumbing continue to relentlessly move upwards. In this context, mental health and well-being is one domain where the impact has been substantive, even amongst those who have not been affected by the virus. The adverse effects on mental wellness are manifesting in terms of increased levels of anxiety, depression, stress, fear, trauma. As a result of the anxiety, there are sleep disturbances, increased substance use, aggressiveness. We all are hearing about increased domestic violence, and so on, that are being reported from all affected populations, including our own country. We hear about these on the radio, television, in newspaper reports, social media. Even at the individual level, we can see these adverse mental health consequences of the pandemic. Nonetheless, there are many research studies also that have lent scientific credence to this observation. These are stated in the paper. Now, the emergent macro level mental health issues, which are now expected to increase as days go by, is a major area of concern which we have to address on priority basis. Given that these effects have been found to be long durational, persistent, enduring, this makes the scenario really grave and something which requires urgent intervention. You've seen body bags being taken for cremation with the close family members not being able to meet the person who's passed away. So such incomplete closures are adding to the trauma, the anxiety, the depression. Now, these negative consequences now are threatening to gnaw at our very existence. And hence, preventive and promotive support and interventional measures by professional cadres in the field of mental health are the need of the hour. We need to focus on the strengths. We need to enhance resilience. Constructive coping mechanisms need to be fostered. The fortitude to keep the feet on the ground, do what the situation requires, and yet emerge ready to take on the challenges is what needs to be nurtured. Let's take a look at some efforts at the field level which are helpful in this direction. Now, prevention, as an old age adage goes, is better than cure. So you do see a large measure of awareness campaigns that are being carried out at the governmental as well as non-governmental levels, through the mass media, through the grassroots levels, to educate the masses about about the ways of controlling the pandemic and staying safe. Now, why is it important? Studies find that indirectly it helps because if you don't fall ill, you won't need to be quarantined. The earlier the disease gets controlled, the faster would be the lesser would be the negative impact. Now, further, if one is supposed to bear the lockdown or the quarantine, knowing and understanding the reasons for it helps in coping with it and mitigates the negative psychological consequences. Similarly, reassurance. You find our chief ministers, the prime minister coming and saying, don't worry, the supplies will be there. And when the masses see the supplies are there, that helps to check the panic, the fear that also often results in hoarding. the essential items. So that is supposed to help. In China and many other countries, studies have been done.
Madam, let me interrupt you. Don't mind. You can you please finish within 30 seconds?
Within 30 seconds, all right.
Yeah.
Now, in this context, basically coming to the counseling and family therapy program of IGNOU. Now, even before the pandemic, the mental health scenario was bad enough. With all these problems, it's likely to worsen. PTSD would occur, depression would occur, suicides, and so on. Many other problems would occur. Now, in this particular program of study, and it is the only program in Southeast Asia which provides you a master's degree in the field of family therapy, which is a niche contemporary approach worldwide, because it approaches the issues in a systemic manner. Improve the communication patterns and the interaction patterns in the family. You'll have a happier family, happier individuals within the family, and more adaptability and resilience in the family.
Right. Thank you so much, madam. It's such a thought-provoking presentation, and I think all the presenters and all the participants have been benefited. Let me go to the next paper. Dr. Raja Chakraborty, who is a principal and professor, NEF College of Pharmacy. Dr. Raja Chakraborty.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes. Please go on.
Sir, actually, instead of Raja Chakraborty, sir, I'm going to present.
Who is this?
I'm co-author.
Okay.
Chainika Bordoloi.
Okay, fine. Go on, Chainika.
Okay. So my presentation is on effectiveness of online teaching learning process during lockdown period, a survey among the students of NEF College of Pharmacy. So my slides contain introduction, aim, method, result and discussion, conclusion and references. So in introduction, as we all know, novel coronavirus.
Can I interrupt? You
Yes.
will only talk about the objectives and the findings, nothing else, right? Because we are running short of time. Go to the objectives and the findings.
Okay.
Thank you.
So my aim of the study is to effectiveness and acceptability of the online teaching learning process among the students of NEF College of Pharmacy, Guwahati.
Right.
So in methods, we have discussed all the faculty members that because of this lockdown, so we have to conduct online classes, and because we are conducting for the first time, and we should take the feedbacks from the students. So we set some questions for the students for taking the feedback in Google form, and we have collected all the responses from the students, and then we analyzed the responses, and we plotted it into the chart. Then in this survey, we have included D Pharma and E Pharma students, and we got 95% of responses from them. And we totally asked 17 questions. And it is included like they are satisfied with the study materials or not, we are guiding online, and they are accessible to the internet facility or not, they are communicating with the teachers or not. So all these questions we have asked for knowing that how their classes are going on. So they have responded in different way. So basically that satisfactory level, they have said the pharma students 82% yes and 17% no. So mostly they are getting the materials. So in case of B Pharma also, they have responded 80% yes and 80% no. But in case of this internet accessibility, they are facing some problems due to they are staying in village or some interior part. So due to this problem, they are facing so 67% they have said yes and 32% said no for pharma. And in B Pharma, they have said 66% said yes and 33% said no. So like this, we have taken all the responses from the students, and we just want to find out that if online classes are effective for them or not, because they are also experiencing for the first time, and we are also experiencing for the first time because we previously performed all online classes. So this we can find out that this online classes is good for theoretical purpose, but for technological institute we have to the this experimental work also. So it is very difficult by doing this online apps and applications. So we are just finding that NEF College of Pharmacy, Guwahati, we start a journey with online classes with Google Classroom. From the feedback responses, we can conclude that useful thought that poor internet connection is creating some problem to the student who are classes, and so the traditional teaching way is also existing, means it is also necessary, because through online we are not getting up to the result. So we are just in future aspect, we are just want to ask the development this software and apps, so that we can do some practical experiments also with the software and all. So that's what we want to conclude.
Thank you, Chanika. That's a very enlightening paper, because I think the kind of micro studies that you have already done, I think it can be a lesson for all of us, like for every educational institution, to conduct certain micro studies during this pandemic period. Thank you so much. Let me go to the next paper. Paper presenter, Dr. Pallab Chankakoti. He is an assistant professor, Department of Statistics, Kohima Science College, Nagaland. Dr. Chankakoti, are you there? Dr. Kakoti, are you there?
Prasenjit, we can move to the next one.
The next paper is Dr. Mohendralal Tamta. Dr. Mohendralal Tamta, are you there? He is from the Department of Chemistry, Government Polytechnic, Uttarakhand. I think he's not there. So next paper presenter, Meena Yadav, Department of Zoology. Yeah, Meena, are you there? Yes.
Yeah.
Please
Can I start?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm not able to share my screen.
Hello.
I want to share my screen.
Yeah. Meena Yadav, go on.
Yeah, please. Can I share my screen?
Yes, you can share the screen now.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. And quickly, I would like to take you through my slides. I'm going to talk about online learning during COVID-19 challenges and opportunities. So first, let us understand what is COVID-19. It is a disease that was declared as public health emergency of international concern by WHO on January 30 and as pandemic on March 11. And till today, around 185 countries all over the world, they are affected by this. It is a zoonotic disease, that is, it gets transferred from animals to humans. The official name of the disease is COVID-19, that stands for coronavirus disease 19, and the causative virus is SARS-CoV-2. Actually, coronaviruses, they have 4 genera, alpha, beta, gamma, and delta, and only alpha and beta, they are human coronaviruses. This is the structure of the coronavirus. Before the 2019 COVID outburst, there have been 2 more outbursts. One is in 2002, which originated in China, and the second in 2012, which originated in Saudi Arabia. But none of them, they had went to the level of community spread. The first case of COVID-19 was reported, as all of us know, from Wuhan in China on December 31, 2019, and later it spread to different Asian countries, European countries, American countries. In India, the first case was reported on January 30, 2020 in Kerala. Now, this COVID-19, it spreads very fast through nasal droplets, also through oral fecal route. It is highly contagious and there is no treatment as such. So the only possible preventive measure is social distancing. So in view of this, the government of India imposed Janta curfew on March 22. Later, we went into first lockdown of 21 days, and later it was extended up to May 3. So during this time, because most of the schools and colleges, they were having, their sessions going on. So it was decided that the teaching should be, shifted to online mode. So in my methodology, I personally talked to the students, my students, and also with informal communication with the colleagues, and whatever I could interpret from this conversation, I have put it in my paper. So in schools, most of the common methods of contact with the students were some apps which schools have. then emails, WhatsApp, SMSs, and some online classes. In remote areas, mostly WhatsApp and SMSs they are used, but in urban areas, we see some online video conferencing classes also going on. So online teaching is novel for both the teachers as well as the students, because it is the first time that they have been exposed to such kind of lockdown and pandemic period. So but the teachers, they need training to how to conduct the classes and how to prepare the content. So the government of India actually encouraged the maximum use of Doordarshan and other channels for online teaching learning for people in the remote areas or students in the remote areas. As all of us know that in the higher education institutes, mostly the public funded universities, they cater to students from all socio-economic strata. So this 21-day period lockdown, it was going to really cost in terms of academic sessions. So all of us switched to online learning. So online learning is a new and emerging area, and because it breaks all the boundaries and we can reach to students from all the socio-economic strata. The students can have access to the e-content from any resource like desktop, laptop, mobile, tablet, etc. Or they can access the e-content at any time and from anywhere. Moreover, the e-content can be more creative than the regular mode of teaching, because you can add multimedia resources in it, which increases the quality of the content. It is very helpful to students because they get all the important notes and everything available to them, and also to students who do not have access to books or other study material during this pandemic. However, there are certain challenges of online learning, like there could be technical issues. Some students, most of the students, they lack sufficient resources to connect. And their computer literacy is one of the factor. They have problems in the connectivity. We have problems in conducting the practical work, because theoretical it is okay, but for practical we are we cannot do the practical work. Also, through online mode, we lack the spontaneity of the teaching learning that is there in the regular mode. And the students, they lack the interest and the focus in online classes, which we see in the regular mode of teaching. And also, there is a limitation from teachers' point of view, because normally in classes, we use the real life experiences to, teach them something, to explain something, which we cannot do it in online modes. The students, they have certain concerns, like they are already anxious due to the pandemic, as like everybody, and they're also uncertain about the life becoming normal again, right? So it was they had certain apprehensions, because we have on low, like around 34% of the population only have the internet access.
Meena, you have only 30 seconds left. So can you finish in 30 seconds?
Okay, so I would say that COVID-19 has opened new gates for teaching learning, but it is still in the state of infancy, and teachers need to be trained in creating e-content, and we also need the help of professionals. We have a future for online learning in India, like there's a new education policy, then MHRD has already started the SWAYAM program, and along with the SWAYAM, UGC has also asked the students to look for other platforms like e-content, e-PG Pathshala, e-Pathshala, Swayam Prabha, and so on, to look for during this pandemic.
Thank you, Meena. Thank you so much. That's a nice presentation. And if I could connect with Dr. Mohendralal Tamta, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here,
please,
sir.
Yeah. Please carry on.
It's a very nice, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
I am Dr. Amir Tamta, Uttarakhand, from Uttarakhand, sir.
Yeah. Please.
Yeah. Okay, sir. As you were saying that the finding and objectives are main important things to this conference. So my objective is that Edgar Dale's education's context experience of education says that the online education is 30 to 40% effective. Now in this scenario, that is pandemic times, it's our duty, a teacher's duty, to increase this 30 to 40% experience which we get from online, how we can increase it to up to 90 to 100%. So there are some important views or some important notes that we can increase our ability on online education. First of all, what we see is that as online, as there is um, there is a immense knowledge available on the internet on every subject, and so students are like jumping in the sea. What we can say, what is the teachers, what teachers can do, teachers can help them in a proper way that teachers can them good link, can provide good videos, and in this way he can provide a good knowledge to the student. This is a good time, and in this way that we can see the scenario with a different way. Or for the student, I'm a teacher of polytechnic, and for the technical student or science subject student, it is difficult to learn the things like this. But how we can, because there is these are the practical subjects, and uh, we should tell that we can student can understand only with the help of with the practical. They can understand only practically. For this way, what we can say, what we can do, we should make a good videos. We should make a good videos, and we can search online available videos for the students. In this way we can do the help of the students. Today as our prime minister says that 40,000 colleges are in the country, the prime minister has used these educational institute for as society, for the society. Education is described as the being key component of country's ability to improve, even to maintain their economic welfare. In this way what we can say that Edgar, what we have to see the future aspect of online teaching. Teacher and students should share their experience. They have to prepare themselves and the educational system of the future disaster. In this way we can say that the we can think another way online, that how you can teach the student well. So it is my some views on my objective is 30 to 50% objective. How we can increase it to 100%. It is our duty, teacher's duty, and
Okay.
this is also.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Okay,
you, Dr. Tamta, and that was Dr. Tamta sharing his experiences from Chamoli, Uttarakhand.
Thank you,
So
sir.
one or more paper presenter is there who could not connect. Vikas Kumar, are you there? Okay, Vikas Kumar is not available. So since we have a keynote starting at 10, let us quickly have a discussion for 5 minutes. If any of the participants has any question.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
This is Dr. Mijan from Bangladesh Open University.
Hello, Mijan sir. How are you?
Fine, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, I have a question to Sudipta Karmakar.
Sudipta, are you there? Sudipta Karmakar, are you there? Mijan sir, I think she is not available.
Okay, but I think this question is, I think, common to everybody regarding the assessment. Everybody is doing online courses during this pandemic situation. But what about the assessment? What type of assessment you actually taking? Because in Bangladesh, the private universities, they started the online assessment, and UGC finally stopped it. And what about the Indian scenario?
So will any of the paper presenters would like to address Mizanur Rahman's question?
Hello. Yes, this is
Yes.
Pallab.
Yeah,
Actually, my connection was lost. Can I present now?
Your connection was lost. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I give you 4 minutes for presentation, Pallab.
Okay. Yeah. This is Dr. Pallab Sangakati from Kohima Science College. Very good morning to everyone. My topic is the SWAYAM, an alternative way of learning during COVID-19 pandemic. As you know, all our countries under lockdown situation, and our educational institutions are also in a closed down situation. All are closed. No classes are going on, regular classes. So an alternate way of learning in this situation is the MOOC, the massive open online courses. And one of the massive open online courses is the government initiative, which is the Cup of India initiative, which is the SWAYAM. So to be a good MOOC, there are some criteria, which are the learning dialogue, the learning by doing, the learning extension trajectory, and learning extension trajectories. Then we talk about the evolution of SWAYAM. The Government of India in 2008, they have seen that the gross enrollment ratio is 11.6. So to raise it up to 30% by 2021, government has taken some decision. In our regular educational institution, it is not very what to say, achieve the goal. It is very difficult to achieve the goal. So government initiated a goal which is called the National Mission on Educational through ICT, Information and Communication Technology, so that the online courses can be introduced to the students and those can be learned by the learners, so that our higher education enrollment is go high. So for that, government initiation is taken, and one NPTEL, what is called National Program for Technology Enhanced Learning, is introduced by NMECIT. Then after that, CSE Consortium for Educational Communication, they introduced 68 subjects as a MOOC course. Then UGC have introduced 77 courses. Then IIT Madras also in 2004, they started the MOOC courses, then etc. etc. The objective of SWAYAM is the faculty shortage. Why our faculty, by the MOOC online courses, the small number of faculty can reach more number of students. There's geographical barrier. So MOOC can reach any part of the country or any part of the globe without any direct contact to the students. Then it lowers the cost also. Then it increases the learning flexibility.
Pallab, can you wind up within 30 minutes?
Okay, sure. So now the under CSE, there some courses are given, 32 courses are given by CSE. Then UGC is giving 58 courses, NPTEL 392, IIM Bangalore 36, IGNOU 16, and etc. So the issues and challenges for SWAYAM is the recognition of the online examination by the government. Courses are not available to all the regional languages. Access to internet is still limited in rural areas. Just now I faced the situation. And the lockdown it works for those who have technical problems in their devices. So as a conclusion, I can say that MOOCs are a facilitated learning platform for the learners of all the ages in several attributes. And India's MOOC education is present as overall raising trend. The number of enrollment is going high. Now in this COVID-19 pandemic situation, MOOCs will be a good alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, Pallab. Thank you. So if Bikas Kumar is not there, we could perhaps wind up. But before winding up, Professor Mizanur Rahman from Bangladesh Open University asked a question regarding assessment. If any of the participants would like to answer in 1 minute.
Dr. Prasenjit, can I answer Dr. Mizanur's
Yes, just one minute only.
Yes, in case of our university, in case of our country, that online testing facility is not online examination is not done individually. In case of our country, universities cannot do it individually. We have a national testing agency called NTA. So with collaboration with NTA, we can do the online examination also. Up to some extent, already it is done by our universities, like on case of research refresher courses or our SWAYAM courses, etc. NTA has done this online evaluation part. So it is not that much sufficient, but still the initiation is going on.
Thank you, Gautam.
Hello.
Yeah, who is this?
Hello.
Yes.
Good morning.
Yes.
So I am from Bijni College. Myself, Sulabh Chandra Das.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question directly to Madam Mina Yadav.
Okay.
Mina Yadav, are you there?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Ma'am? Mina Yadav?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello?
What's your question?
Okay.
What's your question? Yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah. So ma'am has rightly pointed out challenges of online learning. So ma'am has pointed out that there is a teacher problem of teacher, internet problem. So I think besides that, for the students of school level, so ma'am, do you think that the involvement of guardian is also important factor, basically for the students of school level?
Involvement of?
Okay.
And involvement of guardian for the students
guardians.
of,
okay.
Yeah.
Guardian.
Yeah.
Yes, of course it is.
Mina,
because,
Mina, very quickly. Mina, answer
yeah.
very quickly.
Because school students, we cannot expect the school students to be tech savvy, although they are may be active on the social media, but as far as teaching is concerned, there a certain kind of discipline has to be maintained. So the guardians, they have to sit with the students, so they get, they sit at one place and, try to understand, because sometimes there may be technical hitches which the school students cannot solve on their own. So they need the help of the guardians. So yes, we do need.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We have to wind up our session here, because the next session starts at 10, for a keynote. And so please stay connected. I'm thankful to the paper presenters, thankful to the rapporteurs, and thankful to the organizer for giving us such a very nice session. And thank you so much. And also special thanks to the participants. Thank you so much. Vinod?
Hello.
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 Hello. Dr. Parhat, this is Balaji. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Balaji. Cannot see your video, so I was.
Yeah.
Good morning, Dr. Balaji.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. Fine, thank you. Ma'am Tian, are you here?
Dr.
Can you
Balaji,
check?
how are you?
Can you check?
Yes, sir. We are checking, sir. We are checking. ma'am.
Tian Belavuti.
Yes, sir.
I'll just.
Dr. Balaji, how are you? How are things there in Vancouver now?
Things are getting better. We are still in a state of public health emergency, but looks like a gradual easing may happen from 1st May.
Okay. Okay.
So, but, I know in India they have announced lockdown up to May 3rd, right?
Yes, because that is second, third is a Saturday, Sunday. So
right, yeah.
That's what is, so hopefully from Monday itself, things will be little better. They have tried to ease out little 5% things, but not much. Right.
But this part of Canada was never under lockdown. It was more voluntary. So in other words, CAL was declared an essential services organization. So our offices need not be closed and our building was not locked. So we were able, and public transport is running. So
yeah, that is an advantage because if public transport is there, people can go to work or offices.
That's right. Yeah.
That is there.
Good evening, sir. This is Manas. How are you, sir?
Hello, Manas. Good evening. Good morning. I see Vice Chancellor is also ready. Good morning, Dr. Das.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Okay. Yes, Madam Tian Belavuti, she's just joining. She's there.
Okay, very good.
Yeah. I just got a message for her.
Right.
Can you check? Professor Tian Belavuti has just joined.
Yes, sir.
Sir, we are checking. Still not see.
She has just joined, she said.
Okay.
Can you just spotlight her? She has just joined.
I'm in.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Actually, the device
I'll mute my mic.
Okay, device has been identified, no?
So, sir, I will rename it.
Okay. But you identified, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you just spotlight Professor Tian Belavuti?
Yes.
Okay, nice. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. So we start?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah. So a very good evening for the participants from United States and Canada. And good morning for the participants of India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Indonesia. And very good afternoon to the participants from Vietnam, Malaysia, Hong Kong, Japan, and China. And a very good day for all other participants. On behalf of Krishnaganda Hendrick State Open University, let me welcome you all to the first plenary session of this day. For this session, we have with us two luminaries of the ODL world, that is Professor Tian Belavuti from Universitas Terbuka, Open University Indonesia, and Dr. Venkatraman Balaji of Commonwealth of Learning. In this thing, our first speaker will be Professor Tian Belavuti, and the next one will be, or we can have the other way around. What do you say? Professor Dr. Venkatraman, do you want to will continue to join or you will leave in between? Your time permits?
Yeah. Well, I will leave in between. So I could, yeah.
I think Mr. Das, if we can have Dr. Balaji's first.
Yeah, that would be, I think that would be, that is because of time, I think. Okay.
Please, yeah.
So,
thank you.
We have Dr. Venkatraman Balaji, who is the Vice President of the Commonwealth of Learning. He is a specialist in the area of information and communication technology applied to rural development, and is presently the Vice President of the Commonwealth of Learning, as I already said. He had served as a Director of Technology and the Knowledge Management at Commonwealth of Learning since September 2010. He and his works at the Commonwealth of Learning in applied technology focus on testing new models and practices in technology-mediated outreach that can be deployed in support of the learning at all levels. His role also included the work related to the MOOCs and Aptus. I remember meeting Dr. Balaji in 2013 when I was pursuing a course on MOOCs offered by IIT Kanpur and the Commonwealth of Learning. And Dr. Balaji, I think you remember that. Okay, that was a very interesting and the first introduction to MOOC for me. So without wasting any time, let me just request Dr. Balaji to start his speech. Dr. Balaji, please.
Okay, just a second. Before Dr. Balaji starts, on behalf of SEMCA, my personal behalf, and all my colleagues, we welcome Dr. Balaji and Dr. I'll just come back to, I'll introduce her later on. Professor Das has introduced Dr. Balaji, his qualifications and the positions. I would like to introduce him as that he's a very meticulous person. So that is the biggest asset for all of us. With this word, I welcome him and Dr. Belavati to this keynote presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Das. Dr. Belavati, it's a pleasure to meet you in this conference. I want to thank Dr. Das for the invitation and Dr. Madhu Parhar for encouraging me to join. Now, I do have a brief PPT. I know that you have disabled screen sharing. So would what shall I simply speak from my own notes?
Sir, you can share. You can share.
Okay, if you enable that, that would be fantastic. Or one of you can share it.
Oh, sir, we have enabled. You can share it.
You have enabled. Very kind of you. Much appreciated. Thank you. Sorry to trouble you with that. Okay, good. Thank you. You know, this is a very, very special occasion. And I want to thank once again the KKSOU, KKHSOU for coming up with this idea. Because, you know, before I begin, let me tell you one old story. Have you all heard of someone called Peter Drucker? Peter Drucker was considered to be the guru in management for a very long period of time, for 2 generations. He passed away in 2009. And he has created a number of concepts which underlie management today. Although he's not taught in courses, he has been very influential among practicing managers. He was a professor at in one of the universities in New York, and he did a study in 1951 when television became very prominent. And he found that Bronx, where a lot of working class families lived, had a very large population of televisions, and people were glued to those TV sets. And there was a criticism from intellectuals that people were wasting time watching television. Peter Drucker did an analysis and was able to find that the television gave people who worked very hard during the day a sense of connection to the whole world. A newspaper was giving that connection much less. So he said, this is, people do want to feel connected to the world as much as they can, and they feel empowered while doing so. Television, therefore, is providing that, and he predicted that television one day would be a very, very powerful medium, and a huge industry will build around that. The rest is history. The same way, you know, the advent of COVID-19 has created partial or total lockdown conditions in many countries. We analyze every day, we analyze lockdown conditions in Commonwealth countries. What we find is that except for 6 which are in partial state of lockdown, practically all other countries are in lockdown or in total lockdown conditions. In this situation, you know, helping people connect is a very great service that intellectuals can provide. And the intellectual organizations such as the KKHSOU is able to do that is a matter of pleasure for me, and I'm glad my own colleagues in SIMCA have been able to join. So with those few words, I wanted to pay a tribute to late Dr. Krishnakant Handik, who in my, I used to be a student of Sanskrit very long back. We used to know of a poet called Sri Harsha, who was who still considered to be one of the most gifted poets ever to have contributed to Sanskrit literature. His works were not easily accessible to people like us, even today. And Dr. Handik made a translation in 1930s, which almost 3 generations later is still considered to be a highly valuable one. Not only that, he was not only a scholar of Sanskrit, he was also a scholar of Prakrit, an Indologist, philanthropist, came of a well-to-do family and was a philanthropist. Of course, he was vice chancellor too. So it's a special privilege for me to speak at an institution that is named after him. Now, we in this situation where we are, we can take certain things for granted. COVID response time, which we are in, is the real good opportunity for us to move the ODL paradigm to its next higher level of relevance. It was always relevant, but now we have an opportunity to move to even higher levels of relevance. And here, I would like to recall very briefly the 3 S's. This was actually in when a group, the group BRICS, what is called the BRICS, when they held their first meeting in our second meeting in 2014 June. The then Prime Minister of India, who's also the Prime Minister now, made a speech at which time, he spoke of 4 S's. He spoke of the need to develop skills at speed and on scale and with standards. Now, we will leave the skill word out. Speed, scale, and standards are very, very important in this occasion. And ODL combined with speed of delivery and scaling up to new heights, following quality standards, is the real solution that educational disruption today, the whole world is facing educational disruption, and ODL with speed, scale, and standards can provide a grand solution. Now, it's common to speak of the tree of wisdom in several cultures. And here is a tree, the banyan tree, whose roots, one could say, are also growing outside. And those roots are above ground. And as I said, it's common to represent knowledge and wisdom as this kind of a tree. And in today's context, where are those roots? Those roots are, in our understanding, in open educational resources, and in new capacities that are to be built among faculty, especially in ODL institutions. In CALL, we have been advocating open educational resources for a very long time, for more than 20 years, even before the phrase OER or the abbreviation became popular. And today we know that OER, like open source software, can fuel a large number of developments. The other is the importance of building rapidly capacities among ODL faculty to make use of online learning. Is technology a point of failure in all this? When we say ODL can rise to the occasion, is technology going to be a point of failure? For example, we often hear of digital divide affecting learners in many developing countries. And we know that this is particularly acute in some regions of every developing country. And ICT infrastructure in ODL institutions, in my understanding, there has been a bit of an underinvestment for a while. And IT is often a support service in a typical ODL institution, and the capacity among staff, in support staff, to move IT very fast is relatively limited. Therefore, people think that technology could be a point of failure in this COVID-19 response. In my view, this is not the case, and there is a way forward. The power of cloud computing services is known. Many of you are streaming videos, many of you are streaming audio, and you know how powerful these systems are. You can leave off in one device, pick up in another device, you can start exactly where you left off. All that is due to personalization with the power of cloud computing. And today we can, it's very common to speak of platform as a service. A platform means a whole lot of ICT services can be bundled and made available. That's called a platform. And we can create services for teachers as well as for students. Literally in a few clicks. There is no need to establish very complex infrastructure. You can, as long as you have reasonable internet connectivity and electricity, you can do this very, very easily. So we have been working with the COL chair. COL has created a chair in Indian Institute of Technology in Kanpur, town in northern India. And with the help of the COL chair, we have conceptualized architecting services for ODL institutions, for that matter, any institution in COVID-19 era. That it comprises, you can, through a few clicks, you can set up a content management system, learning management system, a MOOC management system, and you can also link all of them to mobile phone services. Content management system is going to be very useful when you want to create catalogs of OER. You can create your own OER, you describe it, make it a catalog entry. You can also identify relevant OER for your own department or for your own course. And you can group all of them very easily using a simple content management system. You can, of course, learning management systems you are very familiar with, but we are looking at two, Moodle or Canvas, which are both open source applications. And Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur and COL have collaborated in building MOOCit, an entry-level platform for very large-scale courses, because every open university especially, I expect, should be offering courses that are accessed by tens of thousands of students. And Dr. Das kindly referred to MOOCit in his own introduction. I want to acknowledge that, and I'm grateful for that. MOOCit has a well-tested app that's used by over 100,000 students, can work in any smartphone. And we can also link MOOCit to mobile services. This is useful for those living in low bandwidth situations. This is how we can help overcome the digital divide. Now, what about costs of doing all this? As we said, the cost is not very high. There's no licensing fee or ownership fee because the software is in open source. Cloud services are many, and they charge based on usage, like the way you use electricity. And popular ones include Amazon or Google, and countries that are particular about privacy considerations can make use of services like DigitalOcean, which are slightly expensive but protect privacy much better. So those are the costs. And we have built and are making available MOOC for development as a portal of COL. And anyone who's joining our partnership called Open Door will be eligible to make use of this portal. Already National Open University of Nigeria is using it. Athabasca University in Canada is making use of it. These are just two. University of Mauritius has made use of it. And Malta will also be making use of it shortly. These are just a few examples. And this is made available on a free of cost basis. So you bring the content, you deliver the course. This platform is provided in a few clicks. Currently, as I speak, we are currently offering services to 52,000 learners through 4 different MOOCs. And one of them is a very popular MOOC in physics, physics during COVID. I mean, that's the title of the MOOC. And that has attracted almost 40,000 learners. And we are also helping currently 2,500 farmers to avail learning materials in relation to their production requirements. They're waiting to start production. We call it MobiMOOC. This is taking place in India, will be expanded to Uganda, Antigua, Barbuda in the span of next 3 to 4 weeks. And please take this as an appeal from our side to all of you to join the international partnership of distance and online learning in the context of COVID-19. This is called Open Door. It's hosted by COL. It provides opportunity to locate relevant OER. It also provides access to MOOC for development. I do think that Dr. Asha Kanwar, COL president, spoke about it yesterday. So I once again want to thank Dr. Das for the opportunity, and I want to thank all of you for listening to me patiently. And I take this opportunity also for all of you who are living in different conditions of lockdown to stay safe, stay put and stay well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Balaji, for your thought-provoking speech, technology and ODL during lockdown. It would indeed greatly help all of us to revisit the ODL paradigm in this new context. When the whole world is suffering from this unprecedented situation caused by COVID-19, I think your speech and your input will definitely help us to find out some solution for how to proceed in this situation. You have also enlightened us with the initiatives taken by CORE during this period, and we are thankful to you because the participants in this conference actually looking for the alternative how to proceed in this unprecedented situation. So thank you once again. I think can we just take up some question because time is short, but still we have some time. So
certainly,
yeah. So can you can we take some question? Yeah, maybe for 5-6 minutes.
Certainly, sir. Certainly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Please, if anybody have a question.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Today, I was watching a news that Facebook has taken 10% in Geo. Okay. Hello?
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So this is a very good news for our educational sector also, because I believe there could be some indigenous platform that can be developed instead of depending on China. So lots of security issues are also there. So I think this conference has come at the right time, and it heralds a very good future for Indian educational system. What would you like to say, sir, in this context?
I will wait for the chairman to tell me, can I speak?
Yeah,
yes, sir, yes.
Thank you. I would not go into particular names of countries because, all countries are important. All are members of the international community. But it's always good to encourage indigenous development at national level, at regional level, even at institutional level, as long as we agree to certain common standards, interoperability, etc. Because at the end of the day, all of us are serving the same set of people. And today, large scale scalability is of great importance. We should be able to go quickly from serving 2 students to 2 million students. And this has been, this particular scalability is a well-established factor in consumer technologies such as YouTube. And in educational technologies, MOOCs have brought it into our attention. And I'm glad companies such as Geo, which are very big companies globally and are rooted in India, are also in a position to think of such such initiatives. In fact, a couple of years back, we made an estimate that in India alone, the online market was worth about $2.5 billion per year. And so it's no surprise that large companies want to get in and capture the market as quickly as possible. That there are many such developments likely to happen given the fillip that COVID-19 is giving to online education. Thank you.
Yeah, please.
This is Professor K.V. Reddy from Mizoram University, Northeast India. Sir, your talk has been very impressive and useful. But I think those of us who are working in the regular mode of education, universities, unlike distance mode. So do you think your views will help us in adopting the technological tools that you have just highlighted today? Yes, your take on this, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vidyasagar. I think Dr. Balaji, can you react? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. This is, sir, may I just offer one thesis? My thesis is that we have been speaking of dual mode provision, that how a brick and mortar university can offer services in the distance mode as well. Now, today, with the with the onset of COVID-19 and the onset of the post-COVID world, every institution is going to be a dual mode institution. In fact, I would even say multi-mode institution. The reason being that you have no choice but to go in the direction of online, because expanding the reach is mandated. And in fact, I would quote here a conversation that I had with a senior official in India's Ministry of Human Resource Development. At that time, this is almost a year back. At that time, the senior official mentioned that the vision of his government was to ensure that anyone, anywhere, any meritorious student anywhere should be in a position to connect to the best possible instructors. And when I mentioned digital divide, etc., he says, no, the government, I mean, he mentioned the Prime Minister's office, was very keen that scholarships should be provided to access additional bandwidth. In other words, you can even call it bandwidth ships instead of scholarships, because bandwidth is important. So that was the extent to which political leaders were willing to go to provide a high quality education to anyone who deserved it. Everyone deserves it, and therefore they were willing to give it to everyone. In that context, Dr. Reddy, we may not have much of a choice. All of us have to be in a position, we have to gear ourselves up to adopt the online mode as quickly as possible. And it's, as my idea was to show that it's not going to be very difficult, whether you're a conventional university or an open university, it won't be difficult. Thank you.
Dr.
Yeah. Any other question?
One more question?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Dr. Balaji. I'm SR Jha from IGNOU, New Delhi. Thank you very much for such a lucid presentation and initiatives of COL. I have 2-3 quick comments on which if you can please react. First is that you said that COL has taken many initiatives. Is there any plan to create a cloud services so that developing countries can avail those facilities free of cost? Because as you yourself said, cloud services is for a charge, whether it is Amazon or Google. So any thinking at the level of COL on that count so that developing country students may get benefited? That is one. Second is, sir, that there is a lot of confusion as on date between ODL and online. There is a perception that ODL is online is the next generation ODL. But if that perception is given, support, then a lot of people in developing countries, they may not have access to online. So I think this distinction must be emphasized repeatedly by COL, that online ODL in a traditional mode, dependent upon the print material and counseling at a study center, that must stay. Otherwise, large number of students will get, discriminated against, particularly in developing countries.
Thank you, Dr. Jha. I think Dr. Balaji may react now. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. When it comes to setting up cloud services is like part of infrastructure, very similar to electricity generation. As you know, managing an infrastructure, creating it and managing it is a job that is extremely difficult for a small organization like COL alone to do. We actually depend on governments. In fact, what we all could do is to keep impressing on ministers of education about the need for creating certain kind of common standards-based cloud services. They are not very difficult to create when a cooperative mechanism can be built up. For example, Commonwealth ministers are meeting, hopefully, in March in Nairobi, all ministers of education. That's a time on behalf of all of you, we can make an appeal, we can offer a proposal. That's one possibility. Now, I agree that ODL is a distinct paradigm, online is another paradigm, and that one has certain advantages. Online can create new disadvantages. This is quite understood. At the same time, the forces are such that the convergence is being forced on many people. So instead of saying that ODL should remain just ODL and should not embrace online, I would say we should find the right way to blend them, because that is what eventually political leaders are going to expect from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Balaji. I think we'll go to the next speaker now. Next speaker is, thank you.
Thank you. I'll be online. I will close my mute and I'll be online.
If there's any question, probably you can also react after the.
I also want to hear Dr. Belawati. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So, next speaker, we have Dr. Professor Tian Belawati. I think for many of us, Tian does not need an introduction, but there are many, participants in this conference who are from this part of the continent who may not know Tian. We know because I remember always with her big smile. Tian is always with a smile, always. Professor Tian is a professor in the University Terbuka, that is Open University in Indonesia. That's one of the mega universities in Asia. She had also served as a rector of that university, which is the vice chancellor for many of our universities here, for 8 long years. She had also served as the president of the Asian Association of Open Universities and for International Council for Distance Education for a long period. Tian Belawati is a Master of Education in Management of Distance Education from Simon Fraser University and a PhD in Adult Education from the University of British Columbia, both in Canada. She joined University Terbuka in 1996, served in various capacities, served also as vice rector and finally as rector for 8 years. Tian Belawati is a well-known figure in the international higher education field, particularly for her work in ODL, for her initiatives taken for University Terbuka, and bringing a global credibility in the field of ODL in Asia and the whole world. For her contributions, she had received many awards, including the Meritorious Service Award from the AAOU, Distinguished Individual Promoter of ODL Award from the African Council for Distance Education, and also she is a Fulbright Scholar. So welcome, Professor Tian Belawati.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Just want to add that many of us, we have grown up reading your books and the literature which you have written on open and distance learning.
Yeah.
Thank you, madam. Well, thank you so much for having me and for that kind and long introduction. So again, my name is Tian. I'm from Indonesia, and I'm presenting to you here now from the comfy of my bedroom, which is a luxurious kind of thing. Usually you would do this in an office. So good morning, everyone. And I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to share what we are experiencing here in Indonesia with regard to online learning in this very difficult time of COVID-19. So again, always a pleasure to meet my colleagues from India. I see most of the participants are from India and also from other countries. Now I'm supposed to share, right? Sorry for my, okay, let me. How come the host disabled participant screen sharing? Can you?
Ma'am, you can share. We have enabled it.
You have?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, where is my? This minute, okay. I have prepared it, but now it's gone from my screen. How do I do this? Ooh. How do I get out first?
So first you minimize the Zoom.
Minimize the Zoom. How do I do that?
Open it.
How do I minimize the Zoom?
Exit full screen on the right hand side.
Okay.
Upper right hand side.
Let me just stop. Let upper right hand side.
Binod, can you please run her slides? Do you have her slides?
No, I haven't sent it yet. Okay. Let me.
Ma'am, you can just double click on the Zoom screen, it will get minimized.
Oh, okay. I got it. Okay, let me find it. I found it now. And I go back to Zoom And I'm going to, okay. Now I cannot go back to Zoom in the big, oh, okay. Sorry for this, everyone. There you go. Can you see it?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I'll make it full screen.
So
slideshow. You can put in a
slideshow. Okay. Well, again, thank you. So I see that, you know, the previous speakers, especially Dr. Balaji and also Asha yesterday, have talked about this situation in the macro level, especially in the Commonwealth countries. So I would like to focus my presentation now directly on what we are experiencing here in Indonesia. But I would like to start with a phrase that I heard last year when I attended the ICDE International Conference in Lillehammer. One of the speakers said that now online is the new normal. And I was, I was thinking when I heard that, said, is it really? Because at that time in Indonesia, it didn't feel so. But now based on this past experience, I see that, she might be right that probably online has become the new normal. But let me first introduce Indonesia to you. Well, some of you might have known, but Indonesia is one of the most populous country in the world. And we have about 270 million population now. The Indonesian internet penetration is not yet great, although it's not too bad, at 62.6%. And although we have more than 4,000 higher education institutions in Indonesia, the participation rate in Indonesia is still around 33.5%, with a total number of students around 6.5 million. And in 1984, and I joined the university, by the way, in 1985, just like when the university was 4 months old. Established the Open University in 1984, and right now we have about 302,000 students. However, this is very important that not all of our students are utilizing or taking advantage of the online mode that we have providing to them. So only about 85,000 students are doing it online. Our university offer around 1,200 online courses, and we are organizing it within around 150,000 virtual classes every semester. So in total, we organize this about for almost 500,000 student courses every semester. So in terms of online learning in Indonesia, it doesn't come overnight. I would like to take you to our journey just to give the context to what I'm going to, the point that I would like to make later on. So we started in 1995 when internet became available to Indonesia. And just like every other universities in the world, we started by setting up a university website. Then we started to develop our electronic tutorials at that time using mailing list based because there is no LMS yet. And also to reach our students who didn't have email at that time, we placed what we call is a fax internet gateway machines in a telecommunication kiosk, which are quite available to the communities at that time. So we would send the tutorial materials to the student as email attached as email, and students would receive it as fax images in the telecommunication kiosk. And then they could send their responses to us, in handwriting even, through fax machine in the telecommunication kiosk, and we would receive it as email attachment. So then in the period of 2000 to 2004, we moved these mailing list tutorials into web-based tutorials using an LMS. We also started to develop our digital library and offered computer-based exams. And then during 2005-2009, we started to offer intranet-based exams, and then we launched our mobile learning apps. We moved during 2010-2015 14, we extended our online tutorial services and integrated it with the online registration, online payment, and then we also opened up our digital library to our students in a virtual reading room that all students can have access to all of the digital learning materials. In this period, we also first launched our fully online programs in the master level. And then starting 2015 until now, we comprehensively integrate all of our online learning system and starting to offer fully online to the digital programs. At this period, we also provide our students with Office 365, where they can have access to free Microsoft Office. Oh, can you hear us? And also, we provide our students with free internet access through the national Wi-Fi system. It is during this time also that we upgraded our exams, online exam, into the internet-based online exam. Although at this point, it is only available for our students who are residing abroad, not yet for the students inside the country. So what happened here? Okay. So the journey of Indonesia and UT to go into online learning is quite long. We started as a conventional DE university with printed materials and face-to-face tutorials. And then we moved into online tutorials and computer-based exam. And then we moved to the intranet-based exam and mobile apps. And then we moved to the online registration and payment. And now we are using the comprehensive ICT university. And some people even reverse us as Cyber University of Indonesia. So what the point that I would like to make by sharing with you this journey is, I would like to say that it takes no less than 25 years for us at university, Open University in Indonesia, and for Indonesia for that matter, to settle and go into online learning. And last year, we had a present from our president when he appointed a new Minister of Education, a young man, you know, with no education background, never went to Indonesian education system. He went to international school and spent his university years in the US, in very high university. So he came as a new blood, and he came freely with a lot of initiative. Very young, and his background is IT, and he owns and he found the biggest and the first IT-based transportation company in Indonesia. And one of his new policy, which is quite phenomenal, is to give more freedom to university students in pursuing knowledge. And to do that, he launched a decree that requires universities to free students to take up to 20 credits from other departments within the same university, and up to 40 credits from other university and non-university, and including from MOOCs. So this policy has just been launched in February, very, very new, and still being discussed and debated by university professors as well as by university leaders. So there are many pros and cons here to this policy. But of course, you know, the corona virus, you know, hit the ground, and then suddenly all the debates and all the discussion had to put to stop. So the first C-19 or COVID-19 case in Indonesia was announced by our president on 2nd March, and then by March 16, the university were asked by our minister to move into online platform. By 17 March, schools throughout Indonesia were officially closed. And by March 20, there are at least 832 universities announced that they have moved their classes into the online platform. So that fast, Corona has moved all the face-to-face classes into online classes in just less than 25 days. Compared it to the 25 years of journey that we have to go through in Indonesia before this Corona era. So just like that, without any more further discussion, without any preparation, although of course with a lot of hesitation. But the question is, of course, what kind of online learning? So my colleague and I, Dario Nogor Kisembiring and me, we did a little survey late March, early April, and then within 10 days, we managed to gather over 3,000 data, but only about 1,200 respondents, responded completely, and the data could be analyzed. And these respondents come from different kind of higher education, including our own institution, and then other state universities, private universities, and also non-higher education institutions. So these are students and lecturers. And the first question that we asked, because we were so curious, we want to know whether or not they have done some online learning before this COVID-19 time. The response showed that most lecturers have done online learning before, but more than 50% of students are new in online learning. So what's interesting is that even the respondents from the Open University, apparently only 60% claim to have had an experience in online learning before. And also interesting to see that quite a high percentage of respondents from other universities claim to have had some experience in online learning. When we ask whose initiative it is to go into online learning, as expected, of course, the majority said that it is the initiative or policy of the university. And because campuses are closed, both lecturers and students take the courses they teach and learn fully. So as seen, 61% of students said that they are taking more than 5 online courses right now. And 49% of them are first time in online learning. The next question, we want to know whether they are using any LMS in online learning, and the majority said yes. Google, that consists of Google Classroom, Google Hangout, Google Meet, is the most mentioned platform being used, followed with Moodle and MS Teams, and of course some in-house apps. And regarding the main course materials, PowerPoint is the most mentioned format, followed with Microsoft Word, PDF, and video. And we also see that 61% of lecturers and 29% of students said that their online learning also take advantage of materials from the internet. But as we can see, mostly are from YouTube, some from Indonesian resources, and then some from foreign institutions. Apparently also that video conference are used by 50% of online learning during this time. And as you can see, Zoom is the most popular one, followed by the MS Teams and then some other platform. When we ask them where they access the online learning, mostly say that they're doing it from home. And some lecturers said from the campus, of course. Laptop or tablet computer and smartphone seems to be the most popular one to be used compared to the desktop computer. And we asked also, whether they would like to continue doing online learning after this period of time. And then 75% of lecturers said yes, but only 42% of students said yes. But mostly they would like to do blended, not fully online, and also not for all the courses, only for some of the courses. And then we asked them to list the top 3 barriers. So, and we try to analyze and cluster these responses. And as we can see, most technical barriers are the one that mostly mentioned by our students. And those technical mostly also related to internet connection. I heard that Dr. Balaji also mentioned about this. But in Indonesia, because maybe people are also using the smartphone, so significant numbers also said that, the online learning take a lot of quota of the data. So it's quite expensive for them. And we asked them about the benefit that they feel, during or by learning online. And they said, it's efficient, it's effective, it's flexible, and then it's kind of innovative. And so they like it. And then we ask them whether they have a policy, and most responses can be grouped into recommendation related to policy, to system, to infrastructure, to teaching and learning, and some others. So if I may summarize, this little survey show us that universities, like in any other countries, I guess, have no way else to go but to go online, and lecturers and students are forced to teach and learn online, ready or not ready for all the courses. And most respondents access it from home using laptop or a smartphone, mostly using LMS, and then interactive also done with the video conference with Zoom as the most popular platform. 75% lecturers say that they would like to continue using online, although not for the courses, and also they would like to do it blended rather than fully online. So if I may conclude, you know, we have been talking about the disruption in education because of the technology, because of the revolution industrial revolution 4.0. But I think we can all now like feel it, that COVID-19 has become the real disruption. It's not the technology, it's not the industrial revolution 4.0, it's the COVID-19. And, oh, my presentation gone. Is it gone?
Yeah.
Oh, what happened?
Yes, madam.
Disabled participant. Okay, well, somebody there make it disabled. I have like 2 more slides. Could you make it me? Can you? Okay. Where was I? I think I was in here. Can you see it?
No.
No?
No.
Well, anyway, so what I was going to say, I don't know what happened, why I cannot share anymore. Can you see it now?
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for letting me share it again. So this is just my last slide. So COVID-19 to me has become the real disruption for us here. And just back to my first slide, I think I am agreeing with the speaker that I heard last year in a conference in Lillehammer that online is now the new normal. However, I think for the next thing that is, you know, the big homework for us is that then we have to start working on the quality, because the online learning, especially in Indonesia that we have now, is the emergency online learning. There's no like structured and systematic pedagogy being used. So we have a big homework, but the momentum is there to make, you know, to mainstream the online learning for our education system. So thank you very much, everyone, for listening. And I would have wish you to stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Tian. It was really, really an interesting and most thought-provoking speech. In fact, we're all enlightened with the development of Indonesia, how we have been doing during the great pandemic. In fact, we know about your university. You have done a lot of progress in terms of online learning. I personally had the privilege of seeing your facilities. You know, I have seen how you progress, what progress you have done. It is really heartening to know that you have decided to provide free internet service to all your learning. This is really something new for us. I think you can also think about in India, demanding from the government. So this should also be the same, at least for the online learner. So we are also very interested to know that the new government policies regarding the online learning and about your new dynamic education minister, you know, who is not locally educated, but took a lot of initiative and helping the online learning. And it is also very interesting to know that what we had to achieve for 25 years of journey to go from distant correspondence to online learning. In your country, it was done within 25 years. I mean, it's almost same for all countries, including India, I suppose. And it is most interesting is that that you study what you have done actually regarding the development of the online learning in Indonesia during the last 25 days. And results of the study is really, really very interesting. And I think in India also, I suppose that our colleagues will do same kind of study and try to find out how it is happening in India. And that's also one more interesting finding, that when you ask that how many students and lecturers really want to continue in online learning, the majority lecturers said yes, they would like to continue, but the students, they somehow they are not yet ready to accept the full online. They want to still go back, So that was, in fact, apprehension was heard by Sanjay Mishra in his Facebook post recently when he said the present approach to online learning is like a band-aid approach. When the situation will be better, people will just remove it. So hopefully that would not happen. And I think that's a very interesting finding. I think it's almost same in all countries. So thank you, Kian. I think we'll take 1 or 2 questions. We have still 2-3 minutes. Then
Yes.
we'll make a break. Yeah.
Yes.
Sir, I'm Pranab Saikia. Hello.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Madam, thank you for your such a nice presentation. I'm eager to know regarding from your presentation. I have got that 62% mobile users are there in your country. Still 38% is not able to use this IT or internet kind of things. So for those people, what kind of initiative except online are taking in your country?
Kandarpa, can you, because it's on and off?
Yeah. No, he is talking about the results of your finding, the study, that 60% is having online facilities, but many are not being able to use the services.
You mean before this COVID-19, right?
Yeah, before this
Yes,
COVID-19.
our students, yeah. So because our students are spread throughout the country, and many of them, especially the teacher training program, for the basic education program and early childhood education program, many of them are school teachers, in-service school teachers who teach in schools in very, very rural areas. So we have many students who do not have good internet access yet. And therefore, in our university, along with the online system that we manage and we offer students are also still being able to follow their studies through the self-instructional learning materials that we deliver to them, like in the first generation of DE, and then we provide them with face-to-face tutorials in the regions. I hope that answered the questions.
Yes. Thank you, madam.
Yes.
Thank you. You're
So
welcome.
one more question, probably.
Good morning, sir. I have a question.
Yeah, please.
I'm MP Misra, Faculty School of Computer and Information Sciences, IGNOU.
Okay, please.
I thank you all for providing this opportunity to have interaction with the expert, with the faculty member across the world to share their experiences.
Yeah, please. Time is short, so don't, without any introduction, go to the question.
Sir, my question is that in the courses like laboratory support and other requirement, there is a scope of having virtual laboratory, and many of the people have not addressed that particular, and still that area is wide open, and the courses need laboratory support or not much supported by the IT so far. So what is the expert view on that? How we can cope up the situation with handling the lab courses?
Okay, Kian, please.
Okay, so this is regarding the practical work, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, in our university, first of all, we develop what we call a dry lab. That is like through simulation, but the simulations are not meant to replace the real practical work. So that is for students to practice to the practical works. And then if they are still required to do the hands-on practical work, they have to go to our partner institutions, which, spread throughout the country. They can really go to the real lab and do the practical works. So we have partners throughout the country. But if we talk about practical work for courses that are usually done by our colleague universities here, but they have to go online during this time. In the WhatsApp group, we have conversation, and they said what they do now, they provide them with videos. So students now are just required to watch the video, and then the lecturers would present the video about what to do, what they're supposed to do if they are doing the practical works in the normal time. So but I think that is like, again, emergency way of doing the practical work during this COVID-19 period. In the normal time, usually we do partner with the institutions throughout the country to provide them with the real laboratorium, and our students are asked to go there and do the practical work after doing practice in our dry laboratorium in simulation.
Okay, so thank you. I think thank you. We cannot take any more questions because time is very short. Thank you, Dr. Balaji. Thank you, Dr. Tian, and we close this session here. So thank you for paying the attention here. So I am very overwhelmed that we had 185 participants till now for the session. So thank you once again. We'll break for 2-3 minutes, then we'll start the next session. Next session will be moderated by the Dr. Madhu Parhar. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madhu. Bye.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
I'm leaving the conference.
Yeah, you will join for the next session. Next is the panel.
Yes, I will. I'll do my lunch first, and then I'll join back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Friends, are we back? It's 11 o'clock. Can we see Dr. Sanjay Mishra, Professor Manan, Professor Arindra Rai, Professor Yamada?
And can you hear me? This is Sunil Yamada speaking.
Dr. Andy? Yes, Dr. Sanjay is there. Welcome, Dr. Sanjay.
Your voice is not coming, Sanjay.
Hello.
Yeah, now it's audible. Yeah, now it's okay.
Is Professor Manan there? Yeah, Professor Manan.
Yeah.
Dr.
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning,
Dr.
Dr.
Mishra,
Andy.
welcome. Are
Good
you
morning.
Canada, Professor Mishra?
Yeah.
Dr. Andy is there. Professor.
Wrong, sir.
Professor
Very nice to
Yamada
see all of you.
is there.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? This is Sunil Yamada speaking. Hello, good morning.
Yeah, Dr. Lee. is
Yeah,
also
Casey
there.
Lee.
Welcome, Dr. Lee. Welcome, Dr. Lee, to the panel discussion.
Casey, voice.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Can you
Sunil,
hear me?
good morning. Hello.
Okay, Professor Yamada is also there.
Yeah, I can see him.
So,
Yeah.
so just waiting for Dr.
Can you just check your voice, Yamada?
I'm there.
Okay.
Okay, you are also there. Fine. Okay.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay.
So, can we start now?
Yeah, I think we should start.
Okay. Welcome to this two-day online conference during this COVID-19. Professor Das, Kandappa Das, has a very distinguished selection of the past speakers in this panel discussion. Just few points, and I am the moderator for this session. Just few points to begin with, that this session is from 11 a.m. to 12:40 p.m. That is the Indian Standard Time. So the session is for 100 minutes. This panel discussion is for 100 minutes. We have 6 panelists who will be presenting. So if we have 10 minutes each for the presentation, because we have in between 10 minutes break also. So in the first half, if all of you agree to me, we will have Dr. Sanjay Mishra, Dr. Arindra Rai, and Professor Yamada. After the short break for 5 to 10 minutes, we will have Professor Manan, Dr. Andy, and Dr. Lee. This is because all of us are from the various time zones, and Dr. Sanjay Mishra is the furthest from all of us because it's, I think, almost 10 past at night. So we can have Dr. Mishra first and Dr. Arindra Rai and Professor Yamada if all of you agree to that. So once again, I welcome. I'm the moderator for this session. We will have 10 minutes and then we can have question answers. Professor Das, you want to add something on this at the moment, or we can begin?
No, I think we can begin.
Okay. First of all, just a quick introduction. Dr. Sanjay Mishra. Dr. Sanjay Mishra, all of us we know. I know him long back since IGNOU days, but at the moment he is with Commonwealth of Learning, a specialist in e-learning. The biggest point I want to just introduce him as, he's from the library background, but he has entered into technology and he's immersed into technology. So many things he is doing there. So that's my introduction for Dr. Sanjay Mishra. I would like to introduce the other 2 panelists at the moment so that we can have a continuation. Dr. Arindra Rai, he's the Vice Chancellor of Open University Sri Lanka. Welcome, Professor Arindra Rai. What I have seen, what I have observed, the technology innovations or the technology integration into the Open University, that is his creation, that is what he has done for it. So a lot of new initiatives he has taken related to the use of digital tools in Open Universities. Professor Yamada, who is the 3rd speaker in the first half. Professor Manan will be coming after the break. Professor Yamada, he is from Open University of Japan, Professor of Informatics, expert in cyber society. I heard about cybersecurity, but it says that he's an expert in cyber society. He has been involved in the Japanese Open Courseware Consortium, an expert in the open education resources and many other themes, concepts, points he is experted in. So this is a very brief introduction to all the three panelists. Before the break, I'll go ahead with Dr. Sanjay Mishra first. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Parhar. Thank you very much for the preferential treatment for the person in the very left to the world. It's a pleasure to join the distinguished panel to share some of my views. Thanks to Professor Kandarpa Das for this opportunity, and greetings to all my co-panelists today. And I hope everyone is doing well and safe. And this is an excellent opportunity to meet all of you virtually. I took an opportunity to talk about something that normally is not talked about. So I have chosen a topic which I would like to share with all of you today, is on assessment. Please allow me to share my slides first. And I'll So I'll go with the topic that I have chosen. I know all of you will be speaking different topics that is close to your heart, or that you think currently is very important. I thought that talking about assessment and evaluation is very critical at this moment, particularly because of the kind of situation that we are all facing. I think it's time for us to rethink student assessment and evaluation, the way it is done, and not only in open universities, but also in conventional face-to-face education scenario. So why did I choose this topic? It's basically because there is a growing reinvention of open distance learning, and people, those who are already working in the field of open distance learning, are being currently taught what is open distance learning, and they are being told how important is online learning as ODL, and that's something very amusing to me. Most of the time people are talking about online learning as a panacea, as if that all the problems that we face in face-to-face education will be solved if we go online. That's the second thing. And the third important thing is that the face-to-face teaching and learning situation, they are not able to, neither they are able to teach, nor they are able to conduct examination in the current situation because of the lockdown that has happened. So everybody is scrambling, trying to find out a solution and trying to find out situations. During all this process, I came across something that I wrote in 1997 in a obscure, the magazine is stopped now, it's no more published, by IGNOU's in-house magazine. I wrote something called Evaluation by Choice. And I actually dug it out from my archive and say, oh, these are the things I was talking about in those days. And we have still not done those things. Even open and distance learning institutions are supposed to be the innovators. And we take pride in open to ideas, open to practices, open to approaches, methods. But we haven't really done much in this field of activity of education. So I think it's important to look at what is that has happened, what is that we could probably do, and what are the needs today in the current scenario. My approach is to challenge everyone to rethink assessment and evaluation the way it is done in our own institute. Having said that, I would also like to humbly submit that there are number of great examples in Asia and around the world where innovative assessment and evaluations have happened, and they're continuously happening. So it's not a generic statement, not generic ways of telling things that things are not happening or things have not happened. But by and large, if you look at open universities as such, they have not innovated, and the face-to-face institutions have never innovated in this field because they believed in 3 hours pen and paper test in any way. So what is that I was talking about in 1997? When I was talking about this assessment as a choice for the learner, I was talking about why can't we give choice to the learners as I don't want to take any assessment. I just want to learn a course. I am enrolled. I don't want a certificate from your university. Why do you mark those students who are not interested to take your examination as a failed student or have not completed student? Why can't we have only formative assessment and certify people? Why can't we have only summative assessment and certify people? So these are the different options we are looking at. Can we replace subjective essay type year-end examination or semester-end examination with online objective type test? Korea National Open University does something like that. Can we use 70% weightage for term end using objective online test and use 30% continuous assessment, which could be subjective type assessments? Or we just do business as usual? So this is the kind of questions I was asking. Probably these are too much that has been asked in those days, but at least there were some ideas. Some of these are already being done in some places. It's not that it is not being done, but by and large, we have not innovated in the field of evaluation, assessment and evaluation, because we think that we want to test the learners what they have learned. We want to test their knowledge for a job. Okay, they want to certify their knowledge and give them a paper degree. We don't look at the philosophical or epistemological approach of assessment as something to improve, not just to prove. And that's a big thing to look at. I know change in mindset is that the assessment is to help learner improve and explore his or her own potential rather than a teacher or an institution to certify a degree. Of course, a degree and certification are required, but the whole philosophical approach a teacher or an institution takes about assessment decides what the institution want to do it. There are different types of assessment. We know about these things, and we are probably doing all those things. We are most dependent on these long answer type assessment, short answer type assessment, different objective type assessment, and most of the things that we use in continuous assessment and term and examination kind of stuffs. But there are other ways of doing things than these traditional methods. Now, we're also asking students to do home assignments, which is something called open book type of things. People work on their own. We use time tests so that we can do measurement of their speed, how they can quickly they can answer, maybe in mathematics, maybe in English and other place. We also use group tests. We also use online tests, proctoral based. There are lots of online tests these days happening, like Microsoft certification or Pearson certification. Different things happens on proctoral mode basis. There are provisions on within the learning management system. Many university institutions use learning management system to do continuous assessment, and some also do term and examination using the learning management system itself. And it's happening. There are open source softwares available for those purposes. And of course, We also do skill-based assessment on a laboratory. Today, we can do those skill-based assessment using virtual labs and online tools. And in the previous session, there was a question about this thing. So these are possible things, but current technologies sometimes makes it difficult to implement, and therefore people don't do. Difficult in the sense, and it's mostly costlier to implement. It's not really easy to implement. But when you are looking for scalability, I think it's important to use available remote online lab facilities or virtual lab facilities. What is that? We can really talk about innovations in assessment as such. If you look at online assessment, we have actually tried several of these things. You know, in 2001, 2002, I was assisting to run a program at Indira Gandhi National Open University. And we used participation in discussion forum as assessment. We used peer assessment as something done. We used participation in online seminars as a presentation as assessment in a course called Postgraduate Diploma in Online Learning. There are different ways we have already done it, and there are different new ways available. Now, today you can do online assessment using different technologies. You use technologies where students' screen will be fixed and they cannot change the browser at all. And there are open source softwares, and there are subscription-based softwares. There are open source software like e-exam within Moodle, which you can integrate that and do both proctorial and online based. There are a number of platforms which also provides online projects to be done, especially if you are teaching coding and technology related issues. You can actually test the coding skills using online projects. But at the same time, it's not necessarily that innovation has to be always online. We can really use different ways of looking at offline assessment system. Like, for example, project as a tournament examination. Why do you need a 3-hour test? Why can't we give projects for people to do and treat that as a tournament examination? Or ask them to write a term paper or an article which can be treated as tournament examination. We have tried this before. We can ask a portfolio. When we call about portfolio, most people think about portfolio as an e-portfolio, but we can do a portfolio, a physical portfolio, which can be tested. And this is mostly done in recognition of prior learning. So we expect the learner who wants to be recognized or the prior learning to bring a portfolio of evidence-based approach to learning. And use of rubrics is a process-oriented approach to offline things. And there are many other innovations that I'm not able to focus here. But there are few key things I just want to highlight quickly. The assessment needs to be very authentic. If we are looking at innovation at scale, we need to provide authentic assessment. How can you provide authentic assessment for large number of learners at scale? How can we provide timely results? We can provide immediate feedback to the learner. How quickly we can provide feedback in terms of continuous assessment? What would be the teacher workload if we are trying to, and we have large number of students? What will be the workload of these alternative authentic assessment methods that we will talk about? At the same time, what would be the workload for these students? How does it fit within the framework of a credit-based course so that students are not overloaded when they are taking multiple courses at the same time? And last but not the least on the whole issues is that, is the system reliable enough without technological failure if we are using technology, or is the system reliable to test and differentiate between persons who have achieved a standard learning outcomes and those who have not achieved? And is the system provides a valid means of certifying learners? So those are the key questions I think it's important to look at. But once you look at all those things, it is easier to find out the technologies. So technologies are available, and it's easy to decide on technology. It's more important to think about assessment as something that what is that we want to assess and how do we want to measure the learning outcomes that we want to teach to the students. So this is what is need to be done. It's very important if you want to make changes, it's very important to focus on developing as appropriate policies for flexible assessment. This is something we need to look at. We need to decide on use of appropriate technologies tools. We definitely need to build capacities of the teachers. And if we don't sensitize employers, government agencies, and qualification, and quality assurance bodies, all the innovations that we'll probably do will not be able to achieve. So I think some of the things I will leave for you to think about or comment about or talk about. But before I stop, I will ask a very specific question. Are you ready to change, considering the current situation we all face? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. The last slide was very interesting, that what are the important issues and need to, all of us, we need to think about that, what we have to done under the assessment part of it. Good presentation. Now I'll request Professor Samuel. We will have all the 3 presentations and then we can go for question answers. I'll request Professor Samuel to give his presentation. Vice Chancellor, Open University of Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning and welcome. I'll share my slideshow first. Is it visible? My slide?
It is visible.
Oh, okay.
Professor Samuel,
Right.
it is.
Okay, now I have been asked by Professor Kandar Padas to speak on the teaching and learning at the time of pandemic from the Sri Lankan point of view. So I'll go through my presentation. Now, when you look at Sri Lanka, the COVID situation, the first case of COVID was reported on the 27th of January. It was a tourist who came from China. The first Sri Lankan case was reported on the 11th of March, and as of yesterday, we have about 310 confirmed cases out of 7 deaths. So when you look at it from the point of view million population, it's about 14 per the Sri Lankan population. It's similar to India. India has currently a number of 15 per million, and then the death percentage is again about 0.3 per million. Then as far as the government is concerned, government reaction to the COVID has been that the very day when the COVID was local patient was detected. From 12th March, the schools were closed. Then on the 16th, they declared a public holiday for a few days, and then on 20th March, we have been on for a total lockdown. The airports were closed on the 22nd of March, but then after almost a month, from 22nd April, partial lifting has been is already done because out of the 25 districts in Sri Lanka, there are 10 districts where not a single case has been reported. So the government has decided to do a partial lifting. However, we are living in Colombo. I'm living in Colombo. Colombo is one of the worst hit areas. We are still under lockdown, and we don't know when we will be released. And apart from that, government also appointed 3 presidential task forces. 3 presidential task forces were appointed. One to tackle this prevention of COVID-19 virus. One to look after the supply of essential services, and then more importantly, one for dedicated for educational services. Now, when it came to educational services, the mandate was given, five mandates were given. I am not going to go into the details of that. Out of those 5 mandates, 2 of them dealt with distance education and online education. So emphasis on the government is on distance and online education. And I'm also part of that presidential task force. I'm a member of that presidential task force. So the last 2 weeks after the presidential task force was appointed, we have taken certain actions at the national level to cater to the education needs of about 6.25 million students from the primary school level to the tertiary level. That's about 30% of our population. So 3 focal groups have been appointed. Those groups are now working, and they will be giving us the recommendations for what we should do with primary and secondary separate, vocational separate, and higher education separate. 2 of the national channels, TV channels, have now been dedicated for education programs. They are broadcasting education programs for students, mainly for school level students, but then it's all it's there in place now. And in schools, they have introduced what is called the MS Team platforms. In about 1,030 schools, island-wide, that's about 10% of our schools are now having that MS Team platform. One of the biggest breakthrough was to get free access to servers if they are through LEARN. The LEARN is the National Research and Education Network of Sri Lanka, which connects all the education institutes, mainly the universities. And now anybody getting into a website or anything, a server through the LEARN, it's free. Even the Zoom, now I have connected to Zoom, I have connected to the LEARN platform. So this is free access. So that is one thing which has happened in the last 2 weeks. And also UGC has now issued a circular that any regular program in conventional universities, 25% can be integrated from online learning. And the university is new entrance is going to be started or has to be taken. So the UGC has decided the first semester would be done for even for conventional universities. It will be through the online education. Because of these actions, now if you look at because the Learn Zoom thing was opened up over the last 3 weeks' time, the usage has tremendously increased. When it comes to synchronous activities, that is mainly to with Learn, Zoom, and also asynchronous activities where the online portals are there, the numbers have gone up. So when it comes to the Open University of Sri Lanka, which I represent as the Vice Chancellor, our university was established in 1980, and we have currently about 40,000 students doing 75 different study programs. We first experimented with online teaching in 2003, facilitated with SEMCA. I remember, I think Dr. Sanjay Mishra was there with Professor Usha Reddy, and they came and they did a workshop for us. I was also one of the participants. That was in 2003. The screen is gone. Can my screen be disabled, please? My screen has been disabled.
No,
Vinod,
sir.
do that.
All right, okay.
Coming. Okay.
Okay, so after that, we have now introduced online learning in the university. We have currently about 50% of our courses available online under 3 different categories: supplementary, blended, and online class. Supplementary, we just help the students, additional help is there, but in blended, some amount of assessment is also done. Online class is a fully online course. Then some of the things which we have done in the past are formative assessments in blended courses, and assignments, quizzes, discussion forums are there. Limited summative assessment also have been conducted in the supervised environment, that the students will have to come to our computer laboratories and then they will do the test online. But after this COVID-19, we have sat together over the Zoom meetings, and we have now decided all our courses, that's about 1,200 courses, we have 200 courses, they will go online in one of those 3 categories. And we will be increasing the online assessment, which means we will move on from supplementary courses to blended courses. Now, three challenges we face when it comes to online education at the Open University of Sri Lanka. They can be categorized into 3 areas. One is the technical issues, the other one is the learning resources, the other one is the learning support. Now, when it comes to technical issues, under technical issues, there are 3 things to be done. One is we should have a good learning management system. And fortunately, we have the Moodle system, and we are very happy with that. And the Open University Sri Lanka, as a policy, has decided to go on with the Moodle. Then about the adequate backend infrastructure, including high bandwidth internet connection, we have a very good data center, the Open University. Now, even before the COVID problem came, we have decided to move our LMS from the university server to the cloud. Cloud is, we have found that it will be much cheaper, much cost effective. And also, interruption is free. So we don't need to maintain our data center. So it can be continuously there. So those are two things we have. I think we are adequately happy with those two. But when it comes to the third part, which is the access for students to device to connect, that's a major challenge, as it has been described in many of the speeches yesterday and today also, because many students do not have a device and they don't have adequate internet bandwidth. And then but for how we do, currently we tackle that by allowing our students to visit our laboratories, computer laboratories, which are in our regional centers, students study centers. We have 28 such centers in every district of Sri Lanka. So students can access those things. Those who do not have the internet can use those laboratories. However, with the social distancing and all that issues, that is also now restricted. Some time ago, we thought we will provide tablet PCs to all the students. However, due to financial issues, we have abandoned that idea. But now we have decided we will look at that again. Still, finances are an issue, but then we will look at how this could be done. And our hope is that the internet service providers will continue to provide free access, so that will not be a problem. Then when it comes to learning resources, we have a formal setting where academic staff can use the OER as course material. It's a university policy that OER should be used in our development of course materials. And we also encourage sharing of learning resources with among other institutes. We have done that in many of our programs already with international universities, not much with local, but internationally. We have shared our learning resources, and we have also borrowed their learning resources. And currently we are negotiating with organizations internationally whether our students can do a course there online, and then we will give credit to those courses. As of our system, we can give up to 50% credit to students doing courses from elsewhere. After the COVID-19, our response has been one that we have joined this open door thing, and we put our courses, some of our courses which are available. We have put that, we have joined that consortium, and we have joined that initiative. And we are also going to publish as much as possible our course materials or OER, so anybody will be able to use it. At the national level, we have recommended as Open University, and we have, as one of the members of the PTF, I have submitted a paper to them, concept note, saying that to adopt a national OER policy, we are asking the government to adopt a national OER policy, and also to set up a common platform similar to SWAYAM in India, so that the local, anybody locally will be able to use the courses which will be made available in that platform. This is my last slide, that addressing the challenges as far as the learner support is concerned. That's a very important area. So what we do currently, we have two web-based video channels where students can log in and watch those videos. And also we have contemplating of starting a radio channel. We also use a web conference system, which is called Big Blue Button. That is the software which we use, which is free software. So we use that, and using that software, we are able to contact with students in remote. This is a very popular one, which we started about 6, 7, 8 months ago. It has become very popular among students and staff, and we are now in the process of expanding that. Because of the possibility we are able to record that, students can both synchronously and asynchronously have access to the support. Then this COVID-19 response, as a COVID-19 response, we would like to expand this web conferencing system. But then what we have to realize is that one solution will not be enough for all the students. So we have to provide effective learner support through multi-device, multi-mode to meet the varying needs of the heterogeneous student population. So these are some of the things we are done and we are doing and we plan to do. And with that, I say thank you for giving me this opportunity to share the experiences of the Open University of Sri Lanka. One small announcement that you know that we were to host the 34th annual conference of the AOU conference here in Sri Lanka in October. Unfortunately, because of this COVID, now we decided to postpone it. AOU confirmed it yesterday, and hopefully somewhere in May, June, we'll have to discuss that, and we will inform you all about the exact dates once we discuss with other partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Samuel, for that interesting presentation. Just, I think you covered the brief situation in the Sri Lanka. What is the mandate given to all the organizations by the government, especially for the online learning? It was very heartening to see that in Sri Lanka, the government is doing that. The third important point, what we got it from the presentation, was the Sri Lanka's Learn network, very important point, and the impact of that Learn. Next point was what Open University of Sri Lanka is doing at this pandemic situation. So, and especially you did an exercise that what has happened in the last 3 weeks and what challenges you are facing. And then the most important point I recognized from that slide was, or I thought was just highlight, that you are saying that you will be giving computer lab access to all the students. Excellent idea. And then students can go and take courses from the other universities. You have an institutional OER policy, and then that will be great as a learning resources. You are having that. So these are the brief points just brief points what you covered in your presentation. I think Government of Sri Lanka and the Open University of Sri Lanka is doing excellent. Now we go to our speaker, Professor Yamada from Open University of Japan, before we break for the tea time or before we have a question answer session from all the 3 sessions. Professor Yamada, welcome.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, and Professor Kandarpa and Professor Pahar. So thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share our experience with you. So, okay, just a moment. Okay, so I'd like to share our experience to have in these 3 months in Japan. So my report is based on my own limited observation around me. So I cannot say so our report is cover all of the situation in our countries. So this is the statistics of COVID-19 in Japan. So after the first case in January, so our first case is also a Chinese tourist. But after that, the number of the PCR test positive are still increasing. So left figure shows the cumulative numbers of PCR test positive people. So as of the yesterday, so we have 10,000. So such kind of the positive PCR test positive peoples. And the green line, green part of each bar, it shows the positive with symptom, and yellow shows positive no symptom, and gray part is showing the under testing. The characteristics of this disease is one of the characteristics shown is the age.
Professor Yamada, can I just interrupt? The volume is too low. Can you increase the volume? It is not audible, I think, from your end. Can you please do that? We are not able to listen.
Wait a minute. So you cannot hear.
I have requested Mr. Vinod also to see, but if you can please check.
Okay, so you can see my
Ma'am.
points, right?
Yes, slides we can, but the volume, audio is too low.
Audio is low.
Yes, audio is low.
Okay. Okay. Maybe so my microphone sensitivity is maximum. So
okay.
So sorry. So it may be some connection or something. So
Sir,
anyway,
increase the volume of your laptop, sir. Can you increase the volume of your laptop? If you're using laptop, then
okay. So I
microphone
try to
setting.
speak louder. Okay. So sorry. So the figure in the right hand showed age distributions. So orange part is show the dead, and yellow part is serious symptoms patient. And the top line is 80s, and the next one 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s, 20s, and teens. So it very clear. So the serious symptoms showed in elder people. So this is a very big characteristics of this COVID-19. And so, and also, so we have a very big diversity in the localities. So the currently the patient is appeared in metropolitan area. So Tokyo, Nagoya, Osaka, and Fukuoka area. But in other rural areas, very few. The one prefecture has no patient at the moment. So the governmental measures to this pandemic in Japan. So the government declared the declaration of state of emergency in April 7th. We have 47 prefectures, but at the first stage, only 7 prefectures. But now, so on 16th, from 16th April, so this emergency state cover nationwide. But anyway, so the government requests the resident to cooperate voluntarily in self-restraint, so stay at home. So the government strongly requested us teleworking. And as a result, so most of, maybe all of the schools closed at the moment, including private prime schools, cultural facilities, so museum, libraries, gyms. So we are now, so schools, including university, cannot open the campus and cannot accept any student in face-to-face mode. So to cope with such situations, so universities or other schools, so introduce online support, online learning support very rapidly. So government decided. So we have free content. This is not open educational resources, but we have a framework to use all of the copyright contents by paying the compensation fee. But government and copyright holders decided to provide in free. So at least in this year. So we have such kind of the voluntarily so challenge or major challenge to use in such educational content or other contents for the student and teachers. And at the university, so it's very difficult to grasp ongoing situations. I have not so mentioned yet, but in Japan, so academic year start April 1st. So our academic year, April to March. So fortunately, so when a pandemic occurred, the most of schools so in such kind of spring vacation mode. So especially so universities, most of the classroom had already finished, but schools, so K to 12 education still are continuing. Anyway, so we are now so such kind of spring vacation, and after April, so extended spring vacation to 1 month or 2 months, and nobody knows. But anyway, this is our academic years. The universities, so research aspect, so academic meeting, so almost changed to online conference seminars. So March is, we have many such academic meetings or research meetings in this month, but most of the conference in online mode. In the management, so faculty meeting or department meeting also changed to teleconference mode. And education, so many institutions are preparing for starting the new semester classrooms. So most of our universities are still in spring situation, spring so vacation, spring holidays continuing. But most of university are so preparing the opening the campus, maybe in May or June. But in the process, we recognize preparedness for the online education is very diverse. So so some universities are ready to start online educations, but most of the university have no such kind of the preparation. So in some university have to start to the freshman survey of their IT environment and so on. But some universities have experience of MOOC or OER, some accumulated such kind of experiences, and maybe they feel no resistance to start such kind of the, online education in school-wide. And the informal education is currently very popular because most of schools closed. So JMOOC, this is the Japanese MOOC consortium, and Porterberry. So 2 days before, their portal site down by overload. It means LM is still alive, but portal site down. So we have very unusual experiences in this pandemic. And our university, I'd like to mention our university situations. Open University of Japan is one of the distant university, but different from conventional universities. Our university start this academic semester on schedule. So online course as schedules. We have broadcasting courses. So we have still 2 channels, broadcasting, satellite, TV, and radio channels. So as schedules started as schedule. But problem is the examination, just so or evaluation. So just Professor Dr. Mishra mentioned. So in our case, so broadcasting course have face-to-face, so face-to-face mode examination at study centers. But maybe we cannot have such kind of examination in face-to-face mode. So we are just considering special measures, maybe take at home or something. And also we have on-site courses that is schooling at study centers cancelled. But seminars at master or PhD programs, no problem. But an open seminar in face-to-face mode cancelled. And faculty meeting, no problem. And broadcasting online materials development, this is a very serious issues. So we can sending the materials now, but it's very difficult to develop the new contents. So comparing maybe with other conventional universities, distance university have less damage to COVID-19 pandemic, we think. So thank you very much for your attention. Can you hear me, my speech?
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Yamada, for the presentation you have made about what Open University in Japan they are doing. You took us through the statistics from Japan, how it has affected from COVID-19, what are the governmental measures. Interesting point which you have noted, which from your slides, which we noted the voice was little low, so couldn't get much, but the copyright issues in online education and the amendments which the government has made, that was very interesting. The next point which I thought was very good was about how the important point under research, what you all are doing. And the Open University has fixed the examinations for July semester. And the PhDs, you are having the seminars for PhDs and the postgraduates. That was very interesting what Open University of Japan is doing. So thank you so much. Now we are open for 3-4 questions for Dr. Sanjay Mishra, Professor Samuel, and Professor Yamada. Your questions, anyone, your questions, please, to all our 3 distinguished panelists.
There are several people who have raised their hand on the system and they may be given rights to talk.
Okay, Binod, can you do that, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Dr. Harichandan, he's there. So Dr. Harichandan, please have the question.
Your mic is mute. Professor Harichandan, your mic is mute.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Now, huh?
Yeah.
I have one question to Sanjay. He had very rightly talked about assessment and evaluation. In fact, this is the time when we should talk about assessment and evaluation, because teaching and learning is almost over in India by April, and we need to talk about assessment and evaluations. He was also referring to an article in 1997 in IGNOU's House of Journals about assessment and evaluations. I will go back a little further when I was doing postgraduate diploma in distance education. There was an article in 90 marking 10 by Edwin Harper that talked about the subjective type of assessment, how it is being done. So it is now still we are going away with the subjective type of assessment. Is it not the right time when we are talking of online learning? Is it not the right time to talk of online assessment also through objective type of questions? This is my question to Sanjay Mishra.
Sanjay, you would please, if you can respond.
Sir, with humble submission, I am not anyone who will say this is to be done or this is not to be done. It's a contextual meta. And in my beginning, I talked about the online is not a panacea for all the problems. So we need to look at what is possible. Currently, the conventional system is not at all ready to use online technologies for assessment in any way. And then even ODL system is not ready to use online technologies in a large scale for assessment. So it's lack of preparedness. We were caught off guard. We have not been prepared, and we have not been doing innovation. There are innovations. There are small sample, small examples that we have done, small isolated cases we have done innovation, but we have not replicated those innovation in large scale. It is all for us as a contextual thing to talk about. My presentation was not very specifically aimed at Indian situation or anywhere. I was talking in general what is happening everywhere else, how people are scrambling to look at assessment. There are countries where assessment has been stopped. They're just upgrading students to the next grade. There are things, people have delayed examination. So there are different contextual approaches being taken. The IB International Baccalaureate School System has decided a technology-based assessment based on the students' previous. They are doing a mathematical modeling to give grades to the students. So people are taking different contextual approach to take this decision.
Can I also respond to that?
Yeah, sure.
Because in Sri Lanka, in our university, we did do an experiment with assessment, as I mentioned there, where the main issue is the person who is sitting the examination. How do you identify that? So because of that only, we did it on the control system. But as Sanjay has very rightly put it, assessments can be of many different types. And unfortunately, over the years, we are our systems and our people, our even the academics, we want the final examination of 3 hours. But then when in our university, we started a program in fashion design, and I was part of that program. And then there we decided, as Sanjay mentioned, not to have examinations for many of the courses. Many of the courses did not have final examination. The students were asked to submit portfolios, projects, proposals, different types of things. So we did the assessment through that. And the last thing which Sanjay mentioned is about this coming to the end of the year now. We have to start the next academic year. Before that, the exams have to be conducted. In Sri Lanka, many of the universities have already started in that position, but then they have postponed the examination and they have already started the next semester and keeping the assessments postponed, but then they have already started. Even the conventional universities, my son is in a university, in a medical university, they are already, his next batch has already, next year has already commenced, even without the previous semester examinations. So there are different things people are doing.
Thank you, Professor Samuel. We will have just last one question from Pooja.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to know that is there any of the countries which is running the online examinations besides giving it an objective format? My intention is to ask about the subjective part of the examinations, and in that condition, when the students are sitting in their home, they're locked down. So how could we discourage the cheating part so that they do not Google the answers and they answer? So is there any application or anything, any other technology that is available at present, or are we still supposed to work upon it?
I can give one example, which I read last week. Imperial College in London, their medical examination, they have gone online. They won't get time to Google, you know. There will be a time given in 1 hour. Within 1 hour, they may have asked about 75 questions, mostly multiple choice questions. And then there is no time for them to Google and search answers. So time limits are given for each of the questions, so they'll have to answer. So I read an article, the Imperial College London has gone, for their medical studies, they've gone online examinations.
Okay, thank you so much. We will end this.
Sanjay wants to say something, I think.
Okay, Sanjay, yeah.
This is a simple thing. I would suggest just Google the answer, you will get the answer, because there are a number of universities, those who are using online technologies for doing subjective and objective tests. There are a number of softwares available. Even my slides that I have shared in the chat box, you will get some of the things that restricts people to use any other application other than examination on the system. So technology are there, but you cannot make it one size fit all for everybody. Today, everybody doesn't have the online technologies. We have to be aware of those limitations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. My last comment on this assessment, because we have a lot of questions on the chat also, but we need to see, that's my opinion. Why do we need assessment? The first question is that. Secondly, question is, whatever we are doing in the formal system, as well as even I can say for the open universities, what are we assessing? We are just assessing the lowest level of cognition, that is the knowledge level, or at the most, we are doing the understanding part of it. We need to really change the assessment based on these things, and the first reason why do we need the assessment. Thank you so much. It was a very interesting panel and the presentations. So we will take just a break for 5 minutes, and then we will come back. It is 12 noon, and we'll come back after 5 minutes for the rest of the 3 presentations. Thank you so much.
Let him speak. Why do I him to lie down? Let him speak, and then you give the remarks.
Friends, welcome back after a very short 5 minutes break. So we have in the next almost 45 minutes, we have 3 speakers in this panel. Professor Manan, he is there already. We have seen him. Dr. Andy from Help University, if you can join, please, and Dr. Lee. Yes, welcome, Dr. Lee. Hello, how are you?
Yeah.
Waiting for Dr. Andy and Professor Manan to be there. Yes, welcome, Professor Manan.
Yeah, Professor Madhu, as a greetings from Bangladesh Open University.
Thank you so much, and same
to
from
all of the participants who are now participating in this online program. Actually, I will not make any slide presentation.
Okay, that's okay.
And I want to be very practical. I don't like to go through any kind of theoretical discussion because we are now passing through a very crisis period.
Fine.
The question is whether in this crisis period where millions of students are not having any education, they are locked down. In some senses, they are locked down at home. In Bangladesh, for example, more than 5 crore students are not going to any education institution. So what can we do for them through online education? That is the major question.
Wait for Dr. Andy, or otherwise we will start. Just a moment, and you can start your presentation. We will have your presentation first.
From Madhu, I'm here from Madhu.
Andy, you are here? Okay. Hi, Andy.
Yeah,
how are you? Yeah, hello. So, okay, now we will begin the second round of this panel discussion. Welcome all the 3 distinguished speakers. To begin with Professor Manan. Professor Manan is the Vice Chancellor of Bangladesh Open University. One of the in Asia, the Bangladesh Open University is also quite large, and large number of students are enrolled. He has used several digital tools for the education of the learners. Welcome, Professor Manan. You will be presenting first. Let me introduce Andy, who will be Dr. Andy, who will be our next presenter or the speaker. Dr. Andy was earlier with Wawasan Open University. Now he is with the Help University in Kuala Lumpur. Know him since long. Excellent human being and a go-getter. He gets things done very fast. That's what I saw in the Wawasan Open University. Welcome, Dr. Andy, to this panel discussion. And lastly, we have Dr. Lee with us. Dr. Lee is from Open University of Hong Kong, Director of Research. His interest area is in research and innovative education, mobile learning, open education resources, curriculum design, and you name it, and that's what he has been doing it. Welcome all 3 of you. It will be 10 to 15-minute presentations, and then we will have question answers. We will begin with Professor Manan, Dr. Andy, and Professor Lee. Welcome once again. Thank you so much. Professor Manan.
Okay, thank you, Professor Madhu. Again, I would like to greet all of you from Bangladesh Open University. So I will not show any slides, as I told before, because I want to be very practical. At this moment, people are talking about quality of online education, talking about assessment or taking exams for the students. But I think that this is a crisis period. We have to face this crisis very boldly and with different types of strategies so that we can keep our students who are left out from the institutions in touch with education. So if we want to involve the students while they are staying at home, that we have to think in a different way. We are always thinking about rote learning, and whenever we talk about assessment, we don't like to give any kind of thought regarding flexibility of assessment even. For example, if you want to take exam, but proctoring is difficult because when there are a large number of students, it's very difficult to ensure whether they will undertake any unfair means while they will be taking exam at home. So now the question is not that. We should be more open about assessment. Why don't we move from rote learning to different types of learning? Why don't you give the students to show their creativity? For example, instead of written exam, can we take oral exam, Bible exam through online? Whatever question you will ask, for example, if you ask any subjective question to a student to write something, whenever we do it physically, whenever we are physically present. But if we cannot do that, when we can't do that, can we ask a student a question which he can answer verbally? So on that basis, you can give him marks. This is one way to assess the performance of the student. Why should we stick always to written type of examination? This is one question. Another question is that whenever there are large students, as we have in Bangladesh, in open universities, there are more than 600,000 students. So it's not possible in one batch, for example, in a degree program, there are more than 100,000 students. So it's not possible to take classes even with them. So in that case, what we have done, we have uploaded all the textbooks in the form of ebooks. So students are having access to these as open educational resources. Even other students who are not our students, other students in other universities or colleges, they can also download our book, and they are doing it. In fact, they are doing it because these are free and these are open license. There is nothing to pay for them. And secondly, we have uploaded more than 2,000 video lectures on different types of courses. So students are using all these video courses, and there are many other audio courses. We have already uploaded them in our BOU YouTube. So from the YouTube, students can download them, they can study them, they can watch them, they can repeat them. And simultaneously, we have started online classes only for the master's programs from this month. So almost all the programs we have covered, and students are lively attending all these programs. But the major problem is that those students who are living in the remote areas, they are having internet connection, because all of the whole of Bangladesh is now covered with the internet connection. But in some areas, there are slow connections. They are not able, in fact, to attend the classes online. And some students, especially in the certificate program, they don't have access even to devices. For example, they don't have PC or don't have laptops, but they are using mobile. But sometimes mobile have difficulties, you know. All of them do not have smart mobiles. Some students are using basic mobiles in the rural areas or the underprivileged groups of people. So these are the challenges, in fact. And since this is a crisis situation, we have to deal with this very carefully. But our purpose will be to help the students in the education process, in the learning process, so that they don't feel alone. They don't become afraid of coronavirus, because this is one kind of, one kind of a threat to everybody, because the media, the people in general, they are talking about corona in families, and children are becoming very afraid of all these things. So they should be kept out of these discussions, and they should be brought within the stream of learning. So by using Zoom, or by using, Jitsi, or by using any other software that you like Skype, we can take online classes, we can motivate the students to learn, we can complete the courses, and if the situations become normal within the next 2 or 3 months, then we can have the final exam. For example, if you want to rely only on written examination, that you can do. So we should not be very much concerned at this moment about the assessment. We should be concerned more about how we can give them educational materials, how we can keep them busy with their education, so that they can understand everybody is caring about them. The teachers are caring about them. The family members are caring about them. And the whole country, the nation, the government is caring about them. Because in many countries, like in Bangladesh, we don't have any policy, a compulsory policy that institutions will have to go for online classes. So in the absence of any policy, now it is voluntary. So all institutions to come forward voluntarily to help their students. So Bangladesh Open University, for example, in our country, we are giving the lead. Already we have started the programs online. we are asking other universities to participate with us, and we are also inviting the government to use our studios so that government can do it. But our government has done two things. The Ministry of Primary Education, they have already started some classes in the National Television Channel, and the Ministry of Education, they have also started some classes for the secondary school students. So this is the situation. So I think there are challenges. We have to face the challenge. We have to deal with the challenges very carefully. So with these few words, I would like to thank all of you for giving patient hearing.
Thank you, Professor Manan, for telling us about what the Bangladesh Open University is doing. The most interesting part and what the point which you made was looking at the students from the effective point of view, that they need, the students, they need care at this moment rather than going after the assessment, and they need quality learning material during this crisis. Thank you so much, Professor Manan. Now I request Dr. Andy to have his presentation and express his views. Dr. Andy.
All right, thank you, Prof. Madhu. Just a second, let me share the screen.
Dr. Andy, you are okay?
Yeah, are you able to see the slides?
You have to click on to the slides. Like I can see your files. So if you want to click on the Andy TL COVID, is that the slide?
Yeah, correct.
I think you have to click on to that, and then you can go to the slide share.
Indeed,
open the file on Word, open the file on the PowerPoint and then share it.
Dr. Andy, you first minimize your Zoom, then you open the file, then you share.
Okay.
Yeah, you can
double click.
Yeah.
Double click.
Yeah, I have.
Open. You have not opened the file yet.
I have actually.
Okay, Andy, do you want to take time and then I can go to Dr. Professor? Okay. Fine. Yeah.
Right.
Is it there?
Go to slide share.
Okay, yeah.
Go to slide share, Andy.
Then show. Okay. Okay, fine.
Yeah, good.
All right.
Yeah. No, go to slide.
No, again, slideshow.
Slideshow, just say.
Go to slideshow
click.
and then click.
Okay. Okay now.
Okay, Andy, you can start. Now it is visible. Your slides are visible now.
My slides are visible, yeah? Let me... All right, colleagues, first of all, thank you, Prof. Madhu, for the generous introductory remarks. Let me start by wishing you and your families my personal best wishes for your health and safety in these unprecedented times. I'm truly delighted to see so many familiar faces and names in this virtual conference. And it is always a challenge, especially when you are placed as one of the speakers in a panel discussion just before the lunch hour. So please stay with me. And I was informed that this is the kind of spread that we will be getting for our lunch, at least virtually, by the organizers. Now, when we look at this picture, or rather, I would thought about a word or a phrase by T.S. Eliot, who said, "April is the cruelest month." Indeed, while spring is underway, nature is reawakening. Humanity is facing one of its darkest periods in living memory. No one in the water stream, including me and you, would ever imagine that this life form of an average size of 120 nanometer has affected the lives of 7.8 billion people. If we were to look at this slide, we'll probably ask ourselves, what exactly has this COVID done to higher education? Now, we are experiencing a crisis like no other. If we have listened to all the keynote addresses or inaugural speech or the panel discussions much earlier, we realize that education worldwide has been significantly affected by this COVID-19. However, or ironically, this COVID-19 is accelerating the disruption of higher education. If we look at this particular slide, the coronavirus is actually changing how millions around the globe are educated. It brought home this message or this reality that education technology is of greater emphasis at this point of time, because they are going to deliver great content and engages students and teachers like they have been doing in the ODL modality. So what I'm going to share with you today, as the organizers have actually asked for us, especially when we are roped into this panel discussion, is to share the good practices that the Malaysia regulatory body is imposing on all the higher education institutions. Now, here in Malaysia, we have ODL institutions and we have conventional. We have about 600 over institutions in Malaysia, and there will be about probably less than 10 that are ODL-based institutions. So the government or the regulatory body, which is MQA, they're actually pressured to come up with a simple advisory note or a guideline for all these institutions to adhere to during this pandemic period. In Malaysia, we don't have what we call a total lockdown. We have what we call a restrictive movement, where it is regarded as what they call Movement Control Order, MCO. So during this MCO, all the higher education institutions are supposed to cease their operation, meaning it is a total lockdown in a sense that the campus would not be allowed to operate. So to ensure continuity of learning, the government or the MQA, which is the Malaysian Qualifications Agency, allows some form of flexibility to be adopted by the institution. And this is very important because they want to ensure there is continuity of learning during the movement control order period. However, they did state this categorically, saying that whatever decisions made by the institution, whether it is in relation to assessment, delivery, or semester systems, they all have to be endorsed by the highest academic body. So meaning they are actually holding the highest academic body. It could be the Senate if it's the institution status. The temporary actions and measures must be endorsed by this academic body. Apart from that, they also stress this very important involvement of a department, which is the Internal Quality Assurance Department. They expect this department to coordinate all the crisis actions and measures undertaken by the institutions during and after the movement control order period. So what we are looking at here is 4 areas that they actually stress on when they provide this advisory note to all the institutions in Malaysia. The first one is in relation to the teaching and learning. As you can see on the far top right, there's this box on modification. What they are telling the whole spectrum of institutions in Malaysia, higher education, is that they can convert all the teaching and learning activities into fully online activities. So what the conventional institutions are facing are the challenges of having it online, especially those institutions that are still holding on to the physical face-to-face and do not have a proper learning management system. So what they are looking at here is that when we convert all this into a fully online activities, they would expect the institutions at the very least have what we call a proper learning management system platform. The other part of it is that the institutions may cancel those classes or any teaching and learning activities and offer those related courses in the next semester as a micro-learning units in a semester when the movement control order is lifted. So these are the 2 flexibilities. Either you can modify into fully online, or if you choose not to modify or you're unable to modify, then you can offer it in the next semester. So when you offer in the next semester, their concern again goes back to the capability of the learners to take on the academic load. So this is where in Malaysia, we have what we call the student learning time, the SLT. We do practice here whereby 1 credit hour is equivalent to 40 notional learning hours. And the 40 notional learning hours can be independent learning, can be guided learning, it can be physical face-to-face learning, or it can be online learning. So whenever we design a course for submission or design a course to be delivered every semester, we are always guided by this a rule of thumb whereby 1 credit is equivalent to 40 hours of learning. So this is where they did allow the institution this flexibility, saying you may need not to fulfill the 40 hours of notional learning hours. You may not need to fulfill 100% of the 40 hours of notional learning hours. They provide us the flexibility to once you have achieved 70% of the notional learning hours of 1 credit, then it can be deemed as you have fulfilled the criteria of the learning. So this is the second part that the institution is given the flexibility on the teaching and learning aspect. Now, the other one that we have heard this morning or yesterday, how do we circumvent lessons or courses that would expect the students to be on site? Like, for example, industrial training, internship, or practicum. Now, over here in Malaysia, especially during the movement control order, there are certain services which we regard as essential services that can operate during the movement control order. For example, the beverage or the hotel catering services. So if a institution is offering a program or a course in culinary arts, where the students are expected to do an industrial training, they can be present on site to conduct or to undergo the industrial training. And the government, or rather the MQA, has allowed 70% as the minimum fulfillment of the industrial training period. For example, if you need to be there for 3 months, now during this period, you can shorten the industrial training period to about 70% of the whatever period that is prescribed. So this is allowing the institution the autonomy to exercise this shortening of the industrial period or training duration. Alternatively, the institution can replace this practicum or internship or industrial training to a industry-based projects, which means they do not need to be present on site. Or the other alternative is that just like many of us are doing right now, we are not in the campus, but we are working from home. So this is where the institution would discuss with the company that we are placing the students for industrial training to seek their endorsement, whether they would allow these trainees to work from home to fulfill the obligations of the industrial training. So this is the second part that the government is allowing the flexibility during the movement control order. And they have this special caveat which states that even after the post-movement control order, they are still allowed to exercise this autonomy and flexibility until year end. That is what we were advised by the Malaysian Qualifications Agency at this point of time. Now, the other aspect that we are looking at is the student assessment. And this one really runs parallel with what Sanjaya has mentioned just now. They give the institution the autonomy to conduct what they call an alternative assessment, which means it need not be a proctored on-campus exam anymore. Because in most of the courses that we have in Malaysia, or programs that we have in Malaysia, the final examination component sometimes would contribute at least 20 or 10% of the course. So for courses which are not 100% coursework, the proctored on-campus exam can be replaced with alternative assessment. So what most of the institutions are doing right now is what they call the online exam. Now, the online exams, there are actually two types. There are two types of the online exam. Whether it is a closed book online exam, which means you schedule the exam within a certain period, within certain hours. Like for instance, for today, from 2 to 4 p.m., there is an online exam that they have to undertake at the comfort of their home. Or it is a open book exam where they're allowed to consult other materials or references in executing or sitting for the exams. So whether it is a closed or open book exam, many institutions are going for the open book exams. So when we go for the open book exams, I think the criteria here is to ensure the validity and reliability of the questions. Questions that are used in an open book exams are more focused on the critical thinking aspects, analytical skills, and it is not focusing on the Lower-Bloom's taxonomy. So the other form of assessment that is allowed by the government is also what they call the take-home exam.
Dr.
So
Andy, can we be fast, please?
Yeah. The other one is the take-home exam, and the take-home exam can be in the form of e-portfolio, oral presentation, or journaling. So this is the third aspect. The final aspect of the flexibility given to the institution is on the semester system. The institution now can opt to shorten the semester or to cancel the semester and replace it with what we call a micro semester, and the course load can vary. So there are a lot of regulations that are governing this implementation of the semester system. So in short, the institutions are given the autonomy to vary their teaching and learning, their assessment system, their industrial training, as well as the what we call the assessment strategy. So with that, Prof. Madhu, I conclude the sharing session, and allow me to place on record my sincere appreciation to Krishna Kanta Handike, State Open University, and SEMCA for making this possible. And I'm very impressed because looking at the number of participants in this virtual conference, it has connected so many souls on the single platform without us violating the social distancing protocol or having to use the sanitizer as frequently as possible. So with that, thank you, my fellow colleagues. Stay safe, stay healthy, and stay connected.
Thank you, Andy, so much. The food you served virtually was so tempting. We wish we could have had that food. But your very important points you made were the regulatory bodies. Yeah, it was good. That it was very tempting, and that's the lunchtime for us also. So the point which you made about the regulatory authorities, and I know in Malaysia, they are quite strict and they follow the rules by all the educational institutions. A very important point which you made was the flexibility given to the learners for the learning hours. And you talked about the skill aspect, how it can be done during this COVID-19. Thank you so much. Your experience in an open system and with the formal system, I'm sure you will be doing a good job. Thank you so much. Now we go to Dr. Lee for his presentation, the last speaker for this panel discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Pahar. I'd also like to express my many sincere thanks to the organizer for the opportunity to share here. It's really heartwarming to see so many enthusiastic participants here. They're so eager to share their views, to see what's happening in other parts of the world and what they can do in their context. Could the organizer grant me the right to share my screen? Thank you. It doesn't seem that I'm sharing the part being projected. Yeah, it's okay now. I'd like to focus on China, my part of the world. But as you see, many things are similar in other parts of the world. You can see that many of the elements that we have talked about are universal, and they are not really unique to India or a specific parts of the world. Only some of them are really very or highly context specific. I will be very quickly talking about the life of us professors and our students, what has been happening to online learning. I'll spend more time on the third part, what universities are doing, especially in my part of the world. I'll be talking about a paradigm shift and what we can expect out of the pandemic. These are probably nothing new to you. We maintain social distancing. We adjust to our new life. We work alone for most of us. We stay away from the campus. We are out of the campus, but we can't be out of class. We need to take care of our students to go on. At the very beginning, we might be thinking that the epidemic may last for just a short period of time, but we see that gradually everyone realized that it will take a long period of time before the pandemic subsides and we can get back to our normal life. We rely very much on online tools. Most of us learn and complete courses, as of course our students, and also for teaching staff as well. We develop and help students complete courses in new or less familiar ways. I'd also like to highlight an important fact that to us, open universities is already something rather unusual. It is a substantial impact to us. What is happening to conventional institutions? They are used to conventional ways of learning, the brick and mortar way of learning. To them, it's even greater. In my part of the world, open education is far from being the majority. The vast majority of higher education institutions are using the conventional mode of education. So I can imagine the great stress they and friends has told me about their stress, their worries about COVID-19. They need to adjust to new life about working from home. And of course, there are other disturbances. For online learning, now for most institutions, they are taking it as supplementary or non-conventional mode, but now it has become the only mode. So for them, they need time and they need to make efforts to adjust to new things, new activities, new products. Can you keep on sharing my screens? My PowerPoint has been disabled.
Vinod,
Okay,
can you please help?
Yeah, it has come back. Has it come back to the participants?
Not yet.
Oh.
No, Casey, we can't see it here.
Kindly share your screen again, sir.
Okay, I hope it comes back soon.
Yeah, so it is coming.
Okay, it's okay now?
Yeah, it's back. Thank you.
No, thank you. I'd like to talk about some observations of from some of the institutions and highlight some of their good practices. It's rather difficult to carry out a highly systematic study about what higher education institutions are doing, because some institutions put down everything clearly in their websites or post up everything clearly. Some don't. So it's rather difficult for us to do it systematically. But still, I'd like to point out general observations from the institutions I've come into contact. I've got in touch with a large number of institutions in Hong Kong, Beijing, and Guangzhou, major cities in China. Just some of the major cities, but of course, there are too many. It's far from being all. These are the institutions in Hong Kong I have looked at, and these are some the samples I have looked at in Beijing and some in Guangzhou, another major city closer to Hong Kong. From this, what have I found? Of course, as you can imagine, everyone is using online learning tools, video conferencing tools. Zoom is very common despite problem about their security. In mainland China, I'd like to highlight, it's very interesting. While Zoom, quite a number of institutions using Microsoft Teams as well, China has got a much broader variety. They use many more kinds. By the way, we have also looked at New York City. They have also used a broad variety. And probably for a big institution, is something natural. Professors are more familiar with different types. They're more comfortable with the type of social media or conferencing tool they are more familiar with. Many institutions, many professors are also using social media tools for communication with their students. And students, quite a lot of students prefer this tool because this is something that they have been using a lot. Some institutions provide laptops to their students. And it is, the more I look at it, the more I find that it is quite common. In fact, as the use of internet, the use of internet devices for communication has been very common in this part of the world. So it's not really a major problem. For those who are more disadvantaged, it's quite common that institutions just simply give them the device they need. For some of the courses, one-on-one guidance is promoted. Most institutions require permission to carry out research on campus, but still, quite a lot of institutions keep their library, keep their lab open, but this requires permission to enter them. It's quite common for group chat, social media. We have talked quite a lot about assessment in this session. On-campus examination, in most cases, is not possible, so we need to look at other possibilities. So there has been synchronous, asynchronous exam. There are advantages, disadvantages, or ask students to do other kinds of tasks. A lot of institutions look at alternatives that students feel more comfortable with. For example, rather than giving them grades, ask them to opt for getting either a pass or failure grade so that the assessment can be much simpler. Or students can be given the choice of opting out, and they are allowed to drop out late so that if they are not comfortable with taking the assessment, then they can take it later. I find that quite a number of institutions have a lot of good practice that should be mentioned. For example, it's important to offer training so that professors know how to make good use of the tools. They know more about how to conduct sections online, how to carry out exams or do assessments through alternative ways. A number of institutions offer 24/7 help desk services. It is really excellent. I see the students love them very much. Some institutions also offer e-copy for normally printed books to facilitate students' learning. Some institutions have announced the policies of organized stages. Say, for example, stage 1, what they do to prepare for getting back to normal. Stage 2, another types of activity to prepare for going back to normal. Then after they have gone back to normal, the third stage of activities. So this is quite good. And of course, for open education, it's important that we make use of materials available. So that's, I don't need to emphasize again, OER, very good use. MOOCs, especially micro MOOCs for teaching. These are very important, but for conventional institutions, it's very important for a lot of professors to learn to use them and adopt them and make it part of their daily teaching life. And it is very important that we have partners. We are not working alone, and this conference offers very good evidence of it. We have been doing a lot of this. Now, we see that, and a lot of people have pointed out that life will be quite different after this pandemic. Not only in education, say for example, in business, a lot of people, including Bill Gates, has been saying that business trips will be fewer. There will be a lot more video conferencing in business. And so for institutions, institutions meetings. And how about students? Professors and students have experienced the advantages, the benefits of going online, and they're expecting more and more of it. We can expect that there will be a lot of universal adoption of online learning. The acceptance of online learning in formal curriculum will be accelerated. We are open universities. The distinction between open universities, what we are doing, and what conventional universities are doing will gradually get more and more blurred. We have been emphasizing open learning, especially the impact of the coronavirus. Corona means account. In fact, through this pandemic, account has been awarded to online learning. But we shouldn't be just happy about this. It is our part of the world. We are more comfortable with it, but we shouldn't forget that for online learning to be effective, there are quite a number of important elements in it. And it is very important that we keep instilling, putting in these elements in what we practice. For example, online learning to be effective, it should be self-directed, student-centered. It should be ubiquitous. It should be flexible, allowing students choices for what to do, most to choose. And for online learning, we see that it is very much depend on relying on QA, quality assurance. Without it, the credibility is questionable. It is very important. But we know that naturally, we can trust online learning because it is highly transparent. A lot of things can be done transparently rather than just within a small classroom. Let's look at what's coming next. We can expect that there will be much greater demand for online components in conventional courses and as well as completely online courses. In terms of institutions, no matter what kind of institutions it is, as well as students, there will be much greater readiness to accept and recognize qualifications. And in fact, we have seen that even for professional qualification around the world, they have been forced, whether they like it or not, to accept assessments conducted online, especially in this kind of pandemic time. Some open universities are making use of this golden opportunity to gain more students' popularity. But we shouldn't forget that it can also be a crisis for some. Some are losing their distinctiveness, their niche, their competitive advantages. So I'd like to repeat Sanjira's very important point. Are we ready for the change? Changes are coming. So we need to be alert and vigilant to be prepared for the change and contribute our good work for the change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lee. It was a very interesting presentation, especially you talked about the quality assurance in online courses and the credibility of the online courses. That was very interesting. Now, quickly, we will have only 2 questions because we are running short of time. And if we can have just 2 questions from the 3 speakers of this panel, so we can go ahead. Anyone want to ask any question from our speakers? Or everyone gone for lunch? Okay.
So, ma'am. Okay, one person raise your hand, ma'am. Lavina.
Okay. Yeah. Sudeshna, very quick question.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I just want to know from Professor K.C. Lee. So what policy has been adopted in his university for imparting health and hygiene conditions, specifically during these lockdown days? That is my query. I want to know.
Thank you very much for your question. I can send you a link to a page of the announcement of my university, in which you can find our announcement of the policies we adopt. In short, we have no more on-campus sections because of the pandemic. So classes are done online. There are some sections, practical sections, especially the professional body, still requires satisfying the laboratory sections, practical section. For those sections, we are discussing with the professional body, and we break big classes into small groups, allowing small groups of students to attend laboratory work. Of course, postgraduate research students, MPhil, PhD students, it's easier. We can communicate online. As regarding, now we also have nursing course that we need to satisfy the professional requirements of nurse training. So what we are doing, for these kind of programs, for the classes that is to be done through lectures, tutorials, we just do all these kinds of things online. We complete the whole curriculum. We don't want students to lose a year or lose a semester. So they, for final year students, they can graduate on time. For students who need to progress to the next level, we allow them to make progress. But the trouble is mainly with the practical part, because professional bodies have their requirements. And in fact, Andy also mentioned this. I'm not sure if I have answered your questions.
Okay,
Okay, Rubina raised her hand.
One last question from Rubina.
Rubina.
My question is from all the speakers. Basically, I want to know that more or so university students, they are being able to benefit somehow or the other from the ongoing learning things. But what about the school going? Because we are here from all the different countries. So we want to know the experience for the school going children, especially who are in the primary section. So any specific things which have been done for them, because I found it personally very difficult for the younger kids to manage this online learning. Thank you.
Casey, do you want, or maybe let me share.
Perhaps answer first. I just supplement the point.
Okay. Thank you for the question. Now, when it comes to the primary school learning, we understand that the kids might be too young to adopt the online technology, especially for learning. But if it's for games and other applications, they are good. So in Malaysia, there are these regulations, or rather advisory given to the parents. Certain classes will still be continued through online, and they actually train the parents. So the parents are actually the mediator between the school and the students, particularly for the primary school students. I guess I hope to provide some clarity there, because you were asking how is this possible when primary school students, they are young and they may not know the online system well.
Okay, Dr. Lee, you have anything?
This is a very good question. It highlights the fact that teaching in the classroom is something very different from teaching online. Students react differently, feel very differently. The way to engage students in the classroom is very different from engaging students, helping students find the learning material, the subject interesting, if we do it online. And for students who behave actively in the classroom, the same student may not behave in the same way when he or she is online. It is very common, no matter whether it is for young kids or for adults. So it is something that requires a lot of pedagogical skills, and it is something that is worth many international conferences to look at and for us to look into.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we have to wind up this session. The session was for 100 minutes, but it went on to 120 minutes.
I'm sorry.
2 hours. So we need to close the panel discussion. I must thank all our panelists, speakers who gave an excellent presentations. The two things I liked the most was we got to know from the countries, 5 countries, from Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Japan, Malaysia, and Hong Kong, what they are doing in 120 minutes. Excellent part of this presentation. And the second important point for me, the learning the making of the PowerPoints, how excellently each one of you have done it. So with these, once again, I thank you for your time and for your presentation, and we look forward to more discussions. We'll break for lunch now, and we will be back at 1:30 with another discussion by Professor Santosh Panda from IGNOU. Thank you so much, and bye-bye, all of you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to start this session. It starts at 1:30. Still, we have some time. Let me see if the participants are there. I can see Payal. Others, please. Okay, Deepak Jyoti Buru, I can find out.
Yeah, I'm there.
Bhaskar, I'm there. Dola.
Odola, yes, sure. And others?
Bhaskar, I'm
This is
present.
Bivas
Payal.
Go.
Bivas go. Okay, fine. Thank you, sir. Oh, Debanjal
Hello.
Bora.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, fine. Thank you. Dr. Bhanupratap Singh from IGNOU or Amit Kumar Srivastava. Dr. Bhanupratap Singh and Amit Kumar Srivastava. Let us wait, they will be joining. Arsia Fatima, MS.
Yes, sir, present here.
Yeah. Dr. Ansari Sarwar Alam and Dr. Adil Khan. I think you are present.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Then Dr. Lotika Kumari Misra, Assistant Regional Director, IGNOU, Regional Center, Koraput, Orissa. Are you there, madam? Paper number 7.
No, she is not entered. Maybe.
Okay, she just replied to my WhatsApp number, in the group WhatsApp number. She was there. Let us wait. Maybe she will be there. So Israt Aziz and Sadat Ali, paper number 8.
But his mic is mute and video is off. Ishat Aziz.
Acha. But they were there in the WhatsApp group. They interacted just a few minutes back. And the last not the least, Santa Evesinghe and Hasanti Evesinghe from Sri Lanka. So I think they'll be joining. We still have 5 minutes. Let us wait for them. So just a general feedback from all of you. How was the conference? What is your experience with this conference, online conference?
It's very nice, and enlightening, much enlightening. We
Okay,
learned a
actually,
lot, and we're also motivated.
Okay,
well.
thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank
We shall be also sending you a link for Google Forms for your feedback in the conference. So kindly please fill it up.
Okay.
It will help us.
It's very well organized.
Thank you. Actually, this was many of us are first experience, even to join an online conference.
Okay. But it doesn't look like the first experience sort of thing.
Okay.
It's so broadly organized.
Yes.
Thanks to our RT team, basically, and our physician.
He's a dynamic.
Yes. So if all of you are in, I think we can start right now. Others will be joining. We are getting 3-4 minutes more. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
Okay, this technical session will be somewhat different from the others. Basically, because we will be starting our technical session with a lead speech. The lead speaker of our session is Professor Santosh Panda. He's a well-known professor in IGNOU. And he will be basically talking on reflections on technical learning vis-a-vis online. Just a basic introduction about him. Professor Santosh Panda, a professor in Stride IGNOU, New Delhi, is basically from the field of economics and Fulbright postdoctoral fellow. I take enjoyment because I am also in economics. So he is serving in IGNOU since 1997. Other than IGNOU, his other important assignments include he was assistant professor in Kolkata University and director, Association of Indian Universities, He was also the director of Center for Flexible and Distance Learning, University of South Pacific, Fiji. And he was also the director of National Council of Teacher Education, NCTE, in New Delhi. During his teaching tenure of more than 35 years around an IGNOU, he has also taught in University of London, Manchester Metropolitan University, Beijing Normal University, University of Mexico. Professor Panda has a lot of publications, including articles in journals, books from publishers of national and international report to his credit. So I now request Professor Panda for his lead speech. Thank you, sir. Please, sir. Sir, your speaker is mute.
Unmute
Sir, your speaker is mute.
Speaker, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Sir, we can allow you 15 minutes no time, sir, because we have started earlier.
Okay, so very good afternoon, friends, all distinguished chairs and speakers from many countries, and Professor Parar especially, who is moderating as a whole, Dr. Bhaskar Babu, and my friend, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Kandarp Das. I think a lot has been said. Professor Asa Kanwar, in fact, started the ball rolling. Dr. Balaji and old friends, Professor Tian, Belabati, Dr. Misra, Professor Melinda, if she is there, Chancellor. I have been working with the predecessor Chancellor, Professor Felix Librero, in University of Philippines, Open University. And it has been a pleasure to listen to all the Vice Chancellors, Professor Manan, whom we met in Edinburgh, and Professor Annadurai, Professor Mahapatra, and Professor Bayanandan, our friends. In fact, Professor Rao, Vice Chancellor of IGNOU, raised very practical and ground-to-earth problems and issues which need to be discussed in detail. In fact, Professor Ami's presentation was extremely functional so far as action from the Open Universities is concerned. At the conference, Teaching Learning at the Time of Pandemic, I would say that not only looking to the pandemic time, but also the pre and post-pandemic. I think that's the purpose of the conference. In fact, I recall one presentation by Jyoti Sharma from National Law University on e-learning, which was extremely good. I would put up for 10 minutes my reflections on online learning vis-a-vis teaching learning that is going on in universities, the quality of higher education today, and what all we need to reflect further. We have been offering, in fact, Dr. Misra initiated, Sanjay initiated, we have been offering a postgraduate diploma in e-learning through a blended learning. We got the National Best ICT Innovation Award by the Honorable President of India. And those experiences will help us to articulate further. I think COVID-19 has provided us opportunity to go from the existing and think of alternatives, pathways. For instance, we have like Chinese, where I have been almost 16, 17 times to Beijing Normal University and many others that I've been visiting. Fortunately, not last 5 years, I must say, I'm safe. Hello? Who is this? Hello, are you listening?
No problem, sir. Somebody have unmuted.
Oh, okay, I'm very safe, I must tell you, don't worry. So, because as much as I know the Chinese culture, they have a very strong oral culture, as we in India have. So COVID provides, and this conference provides us the opportunity to further reflect, to go from the oral culture to an online learning culture, or maybe a blended culture. We have a culture of less reading And now it is time that all our students are doing more reading. We had very less collaborative learning because Indian culture is individualistic. There is much less collaboration. Now online is providing only collaborative learning. There was hardly any interaction, and online learning demands that there will be more interaction. In fact, there was very less self-learning, and the technology is providing us immense possibilities of self-learning, which is missing in both students as well as teachers. There was I should say less accountability. And now since everything is proof online, which is recorded, and there is more accountability. This I see for the last 15 to 20 days that we are teaching online through Zoom to our students. Well, let me submit one thing by simply saying that while all the presentations have been very reflective, I must submit here. Of late, I've been working on neoliberalism and globalization as my subject is economics. And trade. Let me submit that let's not be influenced by COVID-19 or such rhetoric like neoliberalism, globalization, online learning, face-to-face versus online learning, regulation, recognition. All these issues that have been there, they will continue to be there. Let's not be influenced by these. I think I'm very disturbed by simply engaging myself with the fact that we are saying the same thing that we have been saying 15 years back. So what has happened actually? We are talking about technology, quality, teaching, learning, the same thing we are talking about even today. I think we must have gone ahead. Individually, our colleagues have gone ahead. Some of the institutions have gone ahead. National policies have also come up gradually. Technologies and resources, especially open education resources, are there available. So also good practices. In this country, we have good practices by IITs, IIMs in online learning. Some of the technological universities, particularly Indira Gandhi National Open University, some of the state open universities have got OER policies in place. Though we at IGNOU, we are still working hard to have that. You see, let's look at how Universitas Terbuka, Professor Tian's university has done. The Open University of Sri Lanka, as much as I know that the colleagues who have been engaging with blended learning, open education practices, vis-a-vis online learning, they're doing very good. The Commonwealth of Learning also provides us enough opportunities to engage ourselves as faculty and instructors. For instance, their C Delta course, I will insist that everyone should go through that. Their Learn OER online course, the Open Education Resources online course, which I got a chance to evaluate exclusively from a return on investment perspective recently. It's a very excellent course. The journal they are bringing out, Journal of Learning for Development, our colleagues could also contribute. But what I would insist is that in the journal, which is reporting some of the finest case studies of technology and practice, the March 2020 issue is out, and on invitation of Commonwealth of Learning, I took over as chief editor from my old colleagues, Professor Alan Tite and Dr. Anne Gaskell, which is extremely doing very good. I think Professor Mohapatra presented appropriate, he talked about appropriate technology. Let's not talk about technology per se, let's talk about appropriate technology. In fact, SEMCA has been propagating, and Bangladesh is much ahead of this, much ahead of all of us in South Asia, that they have been talking about community radio. Along with your Vice Chancellor, Professor Das, I got a chance to guide the scholars to develop the certificate in community radio program of Commonwealth of Education Media Center for Asia, SEMCA, which is doing very well. I think it's high time that we take up community radio in a much effective way to facilitate within the context of blended learning. In fact, at NCTE, I must say that technology is not going to solve any problem. Never it will. It has never promised itself that it will. What is important is pedagogy. Pedagogy is very important. What most probably, because I have been involved in Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission for Teachers and Teaching, the tele-learning centers, teaching learning centers in the universities, the Inter-University Consortium for Teacher Education. When I was chairperson NCTE, I was and the members of the committee responsible for recommending and establishing these in universities. I have been visiting quite a few universities as advisory board member, but unfortunately, I must say that we have not progressed as much as desired to have progressed. At NCTE, I introduced what is called an ICT as compulsory for all teachers. The teacher educators and teachers, they have to study ICT as a compulsory. But the problem is that we do not have a provision and a system, whereas ICT could be applied in schools, colleges, and universities. I will come to this a little later. What I'm simply submitting is pedagogy of the discipline. What is coming up today, they call it scholarship of teaching and learning. We have been talking about pedagogy as such, but pedagogy of the discipline, that's how the teaching learning centers of Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission for Teachers and Teaching were established. So pedagogy of the discipline needs to be brought to the forefront, which is almost lacking in our universities. Our university teaching quality is not as much up to standard compared to many internationally. We have to compare internationally. There are some, as you know, that one of the American educators had expressed that our system is pockets of excellence in a sea of mediocrity. That's what it is. We have pockets of excellence, but mediocrity is galore. So therefore, we owe the responsibility. We cannot blame technology. The online learning is not going to solve any problem, but we need to solve it. The whole stress is on pedagogy and teaching learning, how to design your teaching learning such that it will enhance the quality of learning experiences of the students, as well as it will also ensure that they have vocational and occupational competencies that they can take up themselves. I just give one example of the UGC choice-based credit system and the outcome-based learning. They've been talking about competencies across disciplines. You see, interdisciplinary competency. If time permits, I will come to the details of online learning, which we got the award, the blended learning through Moodle that we have been offering for quite some time, which Dr. Misra initiated at Stride at IGNOU. But then that's not the issue. The issue is the quality of teaching learning today. So therefore, 4 kinds of competencies are extremely required, whether it is online or face-to-face or blended. One is discipline competency. We have been teaching discipline theoretically. We are not considering discipline competency as such. The choice-based gives us a second competency, the chance, which is called an interdisciplinary competency. The third would be the 21st century skills, or they would call it social and life skills. And most important is occupational and vocational skills built into the curriculum across the board, besides the foundational liberal arts education. The National Policy of Education 2019, hopefully it was to be declared very soon, talks about interdisciplinary skills, vocational skills, and social and life skills. These are very important. These we are talking about. I, as an NCTE chairperson, I've seen teacher educators in this country struggling hard to appreciate and understand and build the skills into the curriculum. This is very important because this will enhance the quality of teaching and learning. You see, we are, let me share very succinctly that we are grappling with, we are almost mad in what is called an intellectual romanticism. We think that a good discourse and good presentation with good language will ensure quality of teaching and learning. I disagree with that. We have to go away from this intellectual romanticism, what I would call it practice in context, which is lacking in our teaching and learning. Technology provides us an opportunity, but the whole question remains that what and how we teach. How do we facilitate students' learning and enhance their learning experiences And their learning experiences will be increasing provided we engage them in learning in context, practice in context, engagement with the community. This is what is most essential. So therefore, the debate is all about theory versus practice in context. I think integrating ICT with pedagogy, some of the great speakers have already said, integrating ICT with pedagogy and pedagogy of the discipline and pedagogy of open distance learning and online learning and blended learning. These need to be integrated. Someone was remarking that home is a social learning space, and how in a COVID situation or even online self-learning situation that we would be converting our home as social learning space. That we must consider very seriously. How could we do that unless the institutional and national and systemic possibilities do not cope up with or do not engage the family as our home as a social learning space? Extremely important is individual guidance and mentoring, which is lacking in our system. That is very important, which online learning provides us the possibility. Let me come to the technology a little bit. Please don't be disappointed when I say that Zoom will transform everything. Zoom is not enough. Zoom is a simple platform of just seeing each other and interacting and discussing and a little bit engaging. That's all. Zoom is not a platform to do that. In fact, Zoom has problems now. So I'm not getting into that. I'm not becoming parochial. The National SOIM platform, I have been telling from the beginning, is not enough. It's not engaging. It's not engaging at all. It's not collaborating. It's not engaging, though it is the national platform, which is doing extremely well. But then we need to go beyond. I'm very happy that the new online learning regulation of the University Grants Commission and the ODL regulation talks about that each institution will be in a position to develop its own flexible and independent platform to engage with students. I understand
sir,
that
may I, sir? May I interrupt you, sir?
Yes. Yes.
Can you please start wind up? Because we'll be also listening you. We also have the papers.
2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah.
2 minutes. That's all. That's good.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Dr.
Thank you,
Sharma.
sir.
So what I'm simply saying is that the regulation is in place. Regulation is also like technology is not going to change anything. So therefore, we are in a situation that the faculty is blaming institution is blaming the regulator is blaming the government, and government is not blaming nobody. So therefore, what I'm proposing is that, we are in a situation, somebody said, that the chicken was stolen, it was cooked, it was eaten, and it was digested by the same people who are officially still in search of that chicken. We are into that situation. I hope I'm communicating. So what I'm proposing is that unless we have a national grid, national system, which will be supporting institutions and individuals flexibly, which we do not have, I must submit, as much as my knowledge goes, and I owe the responsibility. Therefore, there should be a national policy on teaching learning and a national system which will be supporting individuals and institutions. We have seen what is happening in the choice-based credit system and the 20% online that they will be taking vis-a-vis the choice-based credit system. So therefore, friends, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. And if time permits, I'll be engaging more with you. Thank you.
So thank you very much. It's been very thought-provoking to listen to you. And you have rightly pointed out some of the important points like the blended learning and appropriate technologies as we came up earlier yesterday. Then the pedagogy, basically the specific pedagogy to disciplines, these are very important things. And the regulatory provisions are also important. So we shall be discussing it again after the paper presentations is over. So we now move on with paper presentations. The first paper is by Dr. Deepak Jyoti Barua, Associate Professor, Department of English, Jagiroad College, Assam. Title of his presentation is Online Learning in the Pandemic Scenario from the Perspective of an Optimist. So we'll be giving you every paper presenters 5.5 minutes. Please conclude within the time. Thank you. Yeah, please start, sir.
Good afternoon, all. Online learning in the pandemic scenario from the perspectives of an optimist is a topic of my paper. And for my study, I have adopted the descriptive and analytical approach. Well, the pandemic scenario appears to be of prolonged nature. There is urgent need of greater adaptation with the online learning skills and tools by the students and the teachers. The academics also need appropriate methodologies suitable for teaching online. Methodology may be taught to the academics through live streamings and even through online counseling. Conventional universities may tie up with ODL universities in the vicinities for mobilization and dissemination of resources and organizing trainings to faculty.
Hello, some problem is going on. Sorry, your voice is not coming.
Skills in ICT.
Okay.
We can also rope in service of Doordarshan. Doordarshan can provide extended. Doordarshan may even conduct motivational programs for teachers in making them interested in conducting such classes. There are various providers of notes. There is for such materials carefully. Universities, colleges, and libraries may come with lists of websites and links in this context. Mobilizing the services of the permanent university is so important. For educational data, there is need greater international exchange. The university departments may research and develop such databases with an eye to providing them to the students in conformity with the syllabus in use. It is good to see that certain institutions have initiated curating of digital study resources on their own. Through WebLink, my own institution has also started such a. The institutions can also think of engaging 1 or 2 psychological counselors to reach out to the students. An important area of concern in e-learning is, however, how to assess the learning outcome. The objective in this regard should be to enable the students to reflect critically on the subjects of their own. They should be provided with proper motivational inputs in this regard. Classes have to be of flexible nature. In case of literature, for instance, recitation of poems, playing of audiovisual versions of a play may help. This is just an example. Anyway, the present situation has come as an advantage also for bringing fresh realization about our preparedness. It has also crystallized upon a realization about the indispensability of e-learning. Assam and the Northeast are in an earthquake zone. We must also be prepared in terms of HR needs. For God forbid, in case of an earthquake of devastating nature, with durable impacts might occur. Another benefit would be in terms of the future employability of the students. The students' initiatives to the initiation to the digital skills may later prove determining factor for them for getting a profession or in choosing a career in IT. Well, there is no gainsaying that digital learning is the call of the present hour. Those professionally involved in educating the students are seen taking positive approaches to the situation, and enterprising teachers are seen trying to explore avenues that could bring a respite to the students for monotony, from the monotony arising out of this lockdown. That's all about my paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much for maintaining the time. We will be having individual observations after the session is over, just to save time for the time being. I now request the second presenter, Bivas Guha, Assistant Professor of Zoology, Biswajit Mandal, Assistant Professor of Geography, and Dhupajyoti Chattopadhyay, Associate Professor of Commerce, and also you. So this is a co-authored paper. So the title of the paper is A Real Perspective of Online Learning During Pandemic COVID-19, a case study in Sakdaha block, West Bengal, India. So may I request?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to all. Do you
Yeah, please. Yeah, please
Yeah,
continue.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I may congratulate Professor Dash, the Vice Chancellor of KK Handi University, and his team for giving us this golden opportunity to hear with us. On behalf of all these presenters, I am presenting my paper. My topic of this today's lecture is a general perspective of online.
Hello, sir, your voice is not coming. Hello, sir, your voice is not coming.
I think there is a network issue.
So I think we shall move to the next paper. We will give you a chance later on after the presentation is over, so that we can save time. So the next presentation is by Dolab Borkotoki, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology.
May I continue? May I continue?
Yes, please, yes. Otherwise, we will move on to the next presentation.
May I continue?
Yes, please.
May I continue?
Yes, please.
I'll give you an idea about where our study was carried out. This is a Chakda block situated in a district of Nadia in West Bengal, having an area of 351.19 square kilometer, with a population of more than 5 lakhs and BPL surrounding 5,522, with 136 villages and 267 polling stations. One general hospital having 100 beds and 6 doctors, and 4 primary health centers. There are 222 numbers of primary school, 14 upper primary school, 39 high school, 6 technical professional institute, and 705 institute for non-formal education. So what we did during our study, this is important. We took 2 parts. First one is the governance. We took 1 person having WhatsApp number from each booth and clapped them to a WhatsApp broadcast group. So by creating this WhatsApp broadcast group, we may reach 250 polling stations. And the group creator, the member of this group, we instruct them to create 3 alternative WhatsApp groups. That is why we may reach nearly 2,000 people just in a click. By creating this group, what we are doing general awareness among the people. What the government is saying, what is the perspective of the government regarding this COVID-19, we try to percolate all these notifications to different booths, that is nearly 250 booths within our block. And we are collecting different informations from the people. What is their actual need? What is the dire need? Our trust area is mainly the health line system as well as the public distribution system. As you know, that in our block, there are varied people, they are not getting food in this time. So we are taking this information by this WhatsApp broadcast group from all the blocks and giving these informations mainly to the local administrations, particularly the block development officers, the inspector in charge of the police stations, and rural panchayat pradhans, as well as if anybody feeling illness during this COVID-19, we are giving this information through this broadcast group to the local hospital authority. That is why they may take care of all these people. So by this WhatsApp broadcast group, we are recently reaching more than 2,000 people within the block. This is one type of approach where governance is giving to the local rural people. And another part is the education system. Our both of our co-authors, Dr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay and Dr. Bishwajit Mondal, along with me, both of us are engaged in this work. What we are doing, we are giving the education system.
Sir, please conclude, sir. Please conclude within a minute. Yeah. Please conclude.
Yeah. By this governing system, percolating the governing orders, as well as educating the time to giving them teaching through these Zoom apps, Facebook Live, YouTube, and other online teaching, we are trying to reach those people, those who are staying within the room. And by this way, we are reaching these people and taking data from this block to conclude our entire work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Will be in a good condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So we now move to paper number 3 by Dolla Borkotoki, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, KK Hendricks University. And the title of our paper is Education for All at the Time of Pandemic, Issues, Concerns, and Way Ahead. So Dolla, please continue. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. The title of my paper presentation, as the moderator has already mentioned, is Education for All at the Time of Pandemic and Thereafter, Issues, Concerns, and the Way Ahead. We are all aware that the tentacles of COVID-19 health hazard has engulfed almost all the countries across the globe. Am I able? My screen share is
Yes, coming. Oh, screen sharing is not coming. Yeah.
Yes, I will enable it now. Okay.
It is coming, right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. It's not coming?
Now it's share. Yeah. Now you can share it. Yeah.
Okay, just a second.
Now try. Yeah.
Because it is not coming.
It will come. Try again.
Okay. Share. Yeah,
Okay, it's coming now. Yeah.
So we are aware that the tentacles of COVID-19 health hazard has engulfed almost all
Go
the
to slideshow. Go to slideshow. Slideshow. Yeah. Yeah.
The resultant
it's
lockdown
better. Yeah.
and mobility have severely affected the education system too. It has created a muddled situation regarding curriculum transactions, assessment and evaluation, so on and so forth, and have left the academic institutions, especially the conventional ones, bewildered. The paper, by referring to the situations in India and the state of Assam in particular, attempts to suggest an integrated approach whereby academic institutions, the community and the state at large collaborates to make education accessible to all during this hard-pressed time and thereafter. The paper is analytical and draws insight from secondary sources. The key objective is to examine and analyze how academic institutions, state, community can collaborate and address the issue of access and equity in the time of pandemic and thereafter. Contextualizing the issue of access and equity in education, we all know that human society is heterogeneous with different groups of people having different social status and thereby differential share in the resources of the state. COVID-19 has once again reminded us of these deep-rooted inequalities that our society is ridden with, and how these inequalities shapes and governs the question of access and equity in education. So there are a section of the population who are affluent and have better access to the technology-centric modern life, while many do not. So there exists a tech divide. There exist gender inequalities as well, which might accentuate given this pandemic-led lockdown. We also know that there is resource deprivation, and given the pandemic-led joblessness and pay cuts, this situation might further amplify when many people due to their socioeconomic condition might want to drop out or quit altogether and join the workforce to contribute to their family income. In this situation, survival would become a priority for them. And what about the school-going kids who are missing their daily meals in the schools? So these things also needs to be considered. So what are the major challenges? The first is the issue of access and how to transform the issue of inclusive education into a reality. And the second is how to retain the motivation amidst this crisis. So what is the way ahead is to address this issue from an intersectional perspective, and how we need to understand that there are different sections of people and have they have different life experiences, and this shapes their accessibility and equity. So what is the role of the state? Just as the state is giving priority to health, education sector too needs an immediate attention. The state needs to adopt policies on free internet, free electricity, and also the state needs to ensure that the basic meals of the otherwise weaker sections are not deprived. What does the faculty need to do? They need to create context-specific contents, as mentioned by even Asa Kanwar Madam in her inaugural speech. And if a situation is there in the remotest of the villages where there is total lack of technology, the teachers can even create readable contents and rope in the local administration bodies, active persons from the villages to distribute the course contents, the handouts to the learners. So now, what if the situation lasts for a really long time? How to be prepared to prevent any such future interruptions? Is our isolation from the larger society a hurdle? Is networking with community the answer? Statistics reveals that there are many uneducated people in the villages. The state can hire them as paraprofessionals and develop a network between them and the academic institutes. The academic institutes would give them the necessary instructions, course materials, and they would work as facilitators at village level. They might counsel, help the learners in the process of learning, discuss the issues that they confront, communicate these issues to the faculty members and the institutions, and thereby playing the role of a mediator and bridging the gap. This would also ease out the feeling of disconnectedness and alienation among the learners. Moreover, hiring paraprofessionals would also generate employment. The paraprofessionals and community members can also be helped utilized in case of evaluations and assessments, as our university, KK Handike State Open University, have already done by using community members for as supervisory officers. The state immediately needs to think towards establishing e-learning centers with all the equipped technologies and depute these paraprofessionals, the community members, not only to monitor the functioning of the e-centers, but also this to supervise and facilitate learners. The paraprofessionals needs to be trained and instructed and deeply involved in the whole teaching learning process. The local administration, the local bodies also needs to be roped in. Why am I unable to share my screen again? Okay, so the next slide. Something has happened. The need of the hour is to understand the issue of issues of access and equity at the grassroots are complex, multi-layered, and diverse. It is therefore important to develop an approach to a holistic approach to understand these issues. The idea shared in the paper is preliminary. It requires further in-depth research, discussions with stakeholders, cost analysis, and mapping modalities. Implementing such policies requires, of course, goodwill and accountability of all stakeholders involved. Lessons learned: to think that situations like COVID-19 will not emerge in future or not emerge again in future is a misnomer. To prepare ourselves well ahead of time is the need of the hour, so that next time such situations emerge, we are not left disoriented or befuddled. Thank you.
Thank you, Dola, for maintaining the time.
Just one second. I just missed this slide because of some technical error. What about the financial burden of appointing paraprofessionals or developing e-centers? It is irrefutable that these approaches would increase financial burden of the state, but state can also opt for public and private partnership and approach corporate houses to fund this as a part of their corporate social activity. The universities can think of establishing e-learning centers in their adopted villages. as we already have. So we can also think towards that direction. This would minimize the tech divides, the existing tech divides, and address the issues of access and inequity, access and equity to a large extent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we now move to the next paper. It's by Devanjal Bora and Plavita Saikia. Are they in?
Yes.
Okay. So Devanjal Bora is Regional Ayurvedic Research Institute for GIT, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, Guwahati. And Plavita Saikia is from the Department of Law, Guwahati University. Title of their presentation is ODL Approach in the Age of Global Migration and Pandemic Situation. Thank you. Please continue your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon and happy Earth Day. Our topic of study is open and distance learning approach in the age of global migration and pandemic situation. It is well recognized that international migration is a process involved with various opportunities and potentials, but at the same time, it also involves with the contradictions and various problems. It is true for both the governments of the destination country and the country of origin. As per World Migration Report 2020, the number of international migrants globally is 272 million at this point of time, along with 26 million refugees, 41 million internally displaced persons, and 4 million almost 75% of these people are in the working age group of 22 to 64 years of age. The World Economic Forum has said that if people are going to be affected by these pandemic situations in various ways compared to the native people throughout the globe. At the same time, the matter of pandemic can be viewed as a matter of national security, politically, in terms of human health issues. India continues to be the country having highest number of migrants living abroad, which is 17.5 million among 272 million, followed by Mexico and China. And at the same time, India also bears the top position in remittance receiving countries in the world, followed by China and Mexico. It is again interesting that Bangladesh has the highest number of stateless persons, having almost 9 lakh people, followed by some other countries, including Myanmar. And Assam is very close to these countries, including China, Myanmar, Bangladesh, and as a part of India. So our concern is that Assam is in a very dangerous geographical position in terms of international migration activities, being a part of India and neighboring countries. At this point of time, first case of COVID-19 was first reported from Assam in 31st March, and till today it is 34th. And almost all these people are infected by this virus, have travel histories, and they are not native of this land, migrated from elsewhere in their last between 200 years. So informal workers are the backbone of big city economics, and they are more prone to such infections or pandemic situations as they have to migrate from one to another. And during their journey, it is higher possibility to carry these viruses from one place to another. We believe that existing economic plan can give economic security to such migrants, but for their social security, it is in their native places or their villages. Likewise, in case of education, social security and security in terms of health can only be achieved through distance learning or in online mode of learning. We want to share one interesting point here that scientists from Max Planck Institute, Germany, have published one of their study during 2004 and established that colonization in the present northeastern India, including the Brahmaputra Valley of Assam, has started long back of 4,000 years. And they even compared the chromosomal structures of ethnic persons of this particular land with the people of other part of India and Southeast Asian countries, and found significant differences and uniqueness in the chromosomal structure of ethnic people of this region. So in this line, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India is working since many years in this particular area to tap and document indigenous heritage of knowledge related to the use of medicinal and aromatic plants
which are being used by ethnic tribes of this region in many ways. Many network laboratories are also working in this line along with ICMR and CCRAF. At present, many intellectuals, including academicians, different section of academicians, different section of scientists throughout the globe, in many countries of the world, is advocating the use of ethnic food, vegetables, and spices to boost our immune system, which we are using since long in our day-to-day life. And this point very clearly approves the hypothesis of this study that without migrating to somewhere for better education or for economic growth, one can develop things of their choice in specific sections or specific sectors of their choice from home or from their native places, provided there is a better digital environment of work with sophisticated equipment and amenities for worldwide access. University Grant Commission, that is UGC, has also constituted a committee to formulate the online system of education throughout India at present. This committee has been formed in 13th April and it is going to be giving their report very recently. And in this journey, Vivekananda Handicap State Open University in Assam has also made a commendable and novel step in developing tools.
Please conclude. Yeah, please conclude.
Help humankind in long run, especially in the time of pandemic and the situation like today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
So we now move with the next presentation by Dr. Bhanu Pratap Singh and Dr. Amit Kumar Srivastava of IGNOU. Are they in?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
fine. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. The title of the presentation is Challenges for ODL Institutions in Academic Delivery of its Programs During COVID-19, a case study of IGNOU. So, sir, please start here.
Yes, sir. Very good afternoon to all. I am Dr. Bhanu Pratap Singh with co-author Dr. Amit Kumar Srivastava. Our topic is Challenges for ODL Institution in Academic Delivery of its Program During COVID-19, a case study of IGNOU. In my presentation, first of all, I will discuss IGNOU missions and further silent feature of IGNOU and intervention taken by IGNOU during COVID-19 for providing support service to the IGNOU learners. IGNOU's mission is to strengthen the development of National Resource Center as proactive role model for high quality and learner-centric open distance learning system, to develop network using emerging technologies and methods with global reach for effective program delivery, to provide an intellectual and intelligent and flexible system of education to meet the challenges of access and equity and work towards development of a knowledge society, to take education to the unreached and promote community participation for local development through life coping skills, and further to provide specific need-based education and training opportunities to continuous professional development and skill upgradation to in-service professionals, etc. Now, the silent feature of the university, as we all are aware that IGNOU is the largest open university in the world. Being the largest open university in the world, enrollment of this university is very high. It is near about 3 million across more than 200 programs from PhD to MPhil, master degree, bachelor degree, including CBCS program, PG diploma and diploma, PG certificates, and some awareness programs. IGNOU is providing student support services with the support of its 56 own regional centers and 11 recognized regional centers established in collaboration with Army, Navy, Assam Rifles. These includes 9 regional centers in Northeast region, 6 Army recognized regional centers and 4 Navy recognized regional center and 1 Assam regional centers. This network of regional centers is managed by nearly 700 academic and administrative staff posted at the regional centers. The regional centers, being full-time of officer of the university, oversee the operation of LSC within their respective jurisdiction and also monitor academic and administrative support to the distance learners. IGNOU has network of more than 3,000 learner support center and 1,800 active learner support centers. In these LSCs, approximately 3,000 35,000 active academic counselors are providing academic support to the enrolled learners. Even in the last year, 2019 itself, more than 7 lakh students were newly admitted across the various programs in 2019. Besides, more than 5 lakh students were admitted in re-registration, that is second year, third year of bachelor and master degree program. As our Honorable Vice Chancellor said, that since learners are more and the problems of learners may be in numbers more. During the lockdown period due to COVID-19, IGNOU has taken some important decisions. First of all, we would like to inform in IGNOU there are 4 to 5 dimensions. Number one, once students enrolled in the program, we provide induction meeting, then we provide study material, then we provide academic counseling supports, then assignments, then term and examination. For all these activities, IGNOU has taken a step-by-step decision. In the current emerging crisis due to COVID-19, the open and distance learning system is suitably placed because of its pedagogy having greater weightage to learner self-study material in its teaching learning process. As we all are aware that IGNOU is sending study material to the learner doorstep, but due to this crisis, some study material could not deliver to the distance learner.
Please conclude. Sir, please conclude. Yeah.
Yes, sir. In the more 10% of the IGNOU programs only devoted to the learning face-to-face, and it is providing by the IGNOU counselors through using the video conferencing applications like Google Meet, Zoom, Microsoft Teams, etc. Further, the assignments, very good decision taken by our university. Then student can submit their assignments through online platform by sending through email. But assignments should be handwritten, and scanned copy are being received by the regional centers. And these handwritten scanned copy of assignments are being day-to-day being sent to the academic counselor for online evaluation. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Singh.
Thank you, sir.
So we will move with the next paper. It's a joint paper by Arsia Fatima MS from BS Abdul Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai. Dr. Ansari Sarwar Alam, Assistant Professor, BS Abdul Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, and Dr. Adil Khan, Assistant Professor, School of Management, OP Jindal University, Raigarh, Chhattisgarh. Title of the paper is Partaking of Faculty Members in Knowledge Sharing through Social Media in COVID-19 Time, a working paper. So who is going to present?
Sir, Arshia, sir.
Okay, madam, please continue. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
All the best.
Thank you, sir. Is my screen visible to everybody?
No, it's not coming. Just wait. Our technical people will help you.
No. The share option.
You just click the share option, share screen option.
I am getting the share whiteboard option, not the share option, sir.
Okay, click it.
Click share screen option, not whiteboard.
Share screen option in the bottom.
Yeah, but there's no share screen in the bottom. I have share whiteboard bookmark, share whiteboard done. I had it from the morning, but now it's gone.
No. Whiteboard will not work. Just open your slides and then do it. First, open your slide, then press the share button. Okay. Then it will show share screen.
First, you do minimize zoom, then open your slide, then again expand your zoom and share.
Minimize the zoom now first. Then you open your PPT slides. Then you again open zoom and you will get the share screen button.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, am I audible? This is Dr. Ansari here.
Yes.
Okay.
So can I get the option of sharing the same PPT to
Okay,
my
okay,
laptop?
just wait. Yeah, we're trying to. So you'll be presenting to paper.
She will be presenting, but
Okay,
I will be.
yeah, it's come. Your voice is mute. Your voice is mute. Speaker is mute.
So
Unmute
now,
it.
this is in the PDF format. Ansari, can you open it?
Okay, Dr. Ansari, you present. Your screen is coming. Screen is coming. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay,
Yes,
sir.
you present. Yeah, no problem. Yeah,
Okay.
you can present.
Okay. Asha, can you look the screen?
Yes, sir.
Again, it's not coming.
It's coming now. Is it coming now?
No. No, you can present orally. There is no problem.
Okay, sir.
You can also present
So
orally.
the
Yeah.
thing is,
Not an issue.
Asha, start the presentation.
Okay, so I'll start. Good afternoon, everyone. This is
Yeah,
Arsha.
your share is
Fatima.
coming now. Yeah, your skin is coming. Yeah.
So I'm here on the title paper, Path Taking of Faculty Members in Knowledge Sharing through Social Media in COVID-19 time. This is a working paper. We can move on to the aim of the study. Our aim of the study is to know the attitude of faculty members in knowledge sharing through social media, to know the various social media used by faculty members and their time spent in this COVID-19. And the third is to know the hurdles of faculty members in using social media. These are the three aims which we have made in the study. And the research methodology. Theory of planned behavior and innovation resistance theory are used to measure the attitude as well as the resistance of faculty members in knowledge sharing through social media. And here to measure the attitude, we have taken TPB theory, and to know the faculty resistance, we have taken innovation resistance theory. And we have chosen as convenience sampling, which is a sampling method, and the data collection tool are structured questionnaire, which has made on the basis of TPB and IRT theory. Structural equation modeling technique is used for the analysis of data. Has for the same, we require 200 samples. So we have taken 200 samples, and our target respondents are teaching professionals and research scholars. Work status. So far, we have done the pilot study, and we have taken 30 samples, among which 29 samples are being fully filled. So we have chosen for the analysis purpose. And for the second.
Okay, your findings, please. Yeah, your findings, please. Yeah.
Yes, sir. These two were the barriers which these two were not reliable. So with the help of two professors, we have made corrections in the items of usage barrier and mutual benefits. And these are the findings, and the responses we have got so far are 88. And the faculty and the faculty members' usage on social media websites are, we have found that Facebook, ResearchGate, and LinkedIn are the most high used by the faculty members. And when moving on to the time spent with the faculty members, we can see the bars of red, orange, and green color, which shows that faculty have spent nearly less than 1 hour to 4 hours in social media. And to the next slide of faculty share the knowledge, we have found that the red, orange, and blue says that faculty share less than 5 times to 15 times the knowledge from social media websites. And to the last slide, these are the observations we have made so far. And as it is observed from the 88 samples, we have found that ResearchGate, LinkedIn, and Facebook are the most high, less than 1 hour to 4 hours, 5 to 15 times. And to conclude with the last point, attitude is rated good by the 88 samples with the Cronbach alpha value of 0.93, and the last. Hence, it says that respondents have shown a positive sign in terms of knowledge sharing in social media. Thank you. And one last request, sir, if the VC approves, because as our study requires 200 samples and we have tried only 88 so far, if you approve and give us the permission, after the whole session gets over, I can share the link of a Google form, and if everybody can give their time to spend and give us the responses, it will be great. Thank you
Yeah,
so
okay,
much.
thank you. Yeah, okay, thank you. You can do that. Yeah, no problem. So we now move with the seventh paper of the session. Latika Kumari Mishra, Assistant Regional Director, IGNOU. Madam, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hello,
The
am I
title of our
audible,
paper
sir?
is the title of our paper is Online Support Services to Learners of IGNOU in Rural Areas of Orissa in the time of pandemic. The case of IGNOU Regional Center, Koraput.
Yes,
So
sir.
I think it will be a very good paper. Madam, please continue. Yeah, thank you. Please start, ma'am.
Sir,
Okay, just go for slideshow. Yeah, slideshow, full slide. Yeah.
Okay.
Slideshow button, slideshow. Okay, good. Full slide. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. Respected chairperson of this session and the moderator, now I'm going to present directly my paper. Sir has already mentioned the title of the paper. This is a paper based on the experiences of the regional center Koraput, and during this pandemic period, what are the things this regional center did to reach the only students, to reach the students of this region, and the results and the major challenges experienced by the regional center. And I'm going to present on that. So there is no need to discuss about the role of IGNOU in the providing the distance learners and the support services. So directly I will give a brief example, a brief overview of this regional center. This is the IGNOU Regional Center Koraput, started as a sub-regional center way back in 2004, and that is subsequently elevated to a regional center in 2005. IGNOU Regional Center covers 9 districts of Odisha, including the KVK region and the tribal district. Why it is called as KVK region? Because by Government of India, this region has been declared as the most underdeveloped in terms of the socially, economically, and educationally backward region. That is why there are different schemes and programs are being
Please increase your voice.
Hello.
Increase the voice. Yeah. Increase the volume. Yeah.
Okay, sir. So the regional center started with only 12 study centers, but now the regional center, it is the total number of study centers reached up to 32. So the yearly enrollment of the regional center has gone up from 1771 in 2004, but in 2019 we reached around 30,566 learners, and the regional center started with only 2 staffs, but now this regional center functioning with 9 regular staffs. And just I will present brief about the profile of the students of this region. The average literacy rate in this region hovers around 40%. If you will see the female literacy rate, that is it spreads from 32% to 40% in the total 9 districts of this region. And on the top of it, out of 9 districts under its jurisdiction, 7 are Maoist infested districts, and most of the learners belong to minority and socially and economically disadvantaged and tribal and low literacy areas. The number of institutions offering higher educational facilities in this region is very limited. As a result of that, around 50% of the students, they are not able to continue their higher education after the completion of high school examination. And the impact of COVID-19 in this region, when the sudden outbreak of COVID-19 followed by 21 days lockdown in India, that was a great challenge for the institution and learners of rural areas of Odisha. And there are at that time the major activities under IGNOU Regional Center Koraput hampered due to COVID-19, like the conduct of induction meeting for newly admitted learners, support services to learners of previous sessions, and academic counseling classes for newly admitted learners, and evaluation of learners, assignment and term examinations. Similarly, what we did, immediately we started to reach the learners. We immediately sent SMS. The figures what I mentioned here, that is up to 15th April, 90,800 SMS we sent and 21,000 mails we sent to learners to break the isolation, like an information based on confirmation of their admission, submission of assignment from their home, and date for filling the examination forms for government examination, and regarding information regarding conduct of their induction meetings through online mode, conduct of academic counseling sessions through Gyan Darshan, Gyan Bani from headquarters, and online meeting from the RC and LAC learner support centers, and how to access soft copy of study materials of IGNOU, and submission of project reports and conduct of different practical sessions for BCA, MCA, and CIT learners. And we conducted 27 induction meetings for the learners of 32 study centers, and 9 counseling sessions also conducted for the specific learners of specific programs like MA Education, CIT, DECE, BAG programs. Because the learners, those who are able to access internet, immediately we conducted counseling sessions for them. 3 meetings were also conducted with the study center coordinators of this regional center regarding how to continue this program support services to the learners, and facilitating and guiding the learners through different online meetings, how to access the Gyan Bani and Gyan Darshan channels of IGNOU. And the major challenges I have mentioned, only because of lack of time, I have mentioned only one major challenge what we experienced during this time. Though we conducted 27 induction meetings, but we reached only 1,600 learners out of 4,900.
Please conclude. Yeah.
Yes,
please conclude.
4,000. Yes, 4,900 learners. Out of that, only 400 female learners we reached, which is only 15% of the total learners of this session, and 17 study centers. The major regions of these challenges, that is 17 study centers are located in most interior pockets, and learners are not able to access internet. Similarly, most of the female learners in tribal areas, they do not have smartphones with internet facilities, and most of the learners are not able to participate in the online platform. But the perspectives, we also experienced that learners were excited and expressed their gratitude for such online meetings. Meetings opened a new avenue for the regional center and study center functionaries to reach the unreached at any point of time. Observed some of the learners, like they participated in the induction meetings from a mountain. That mountain is famous as the for different Naxal activities, that is the border India area of Andhra Pradesh and Odisha. So different counseling sessions also we can conduct with the learners of different specific programs. So these are the experiences we have experienced during this pandemic period. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. It's been very nice to listen to some of the experiences from the rural areas of Orissa. It's a very good paper. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So we now move to the next paper by Istirat Aziz, Biotechnology Department, the Faisal University of Pakistan, and Saddat Ali, Institute of Biotechnology and Biochemistry and Biotechnology, University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Lahore, Pakistan. So are they present? Are you present? Istirat Aziz and Saddat Ali.
Yes, Bhaskar, they are present. Istirat Aziz is
okay,
present.
Thank you. So the title of the paper is Work from Home, East versus West.
Good afternoon, respected teachers.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, yes. Please present. Yeah.
So now
yes,
we can see
online,
you,
yeah.
we can
Hello.
hear also.
Yes.
Yeah.
Up till now, we have discussed many angles of the distance learning. Just for example, the problems and the use of technology. Presently, I am giving another view and the topic of research is work from home, East versus West. Hello.
Yes, please
Are you
continue.
listening, sir?
Yeah,
Okay, sir.
sure. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Please continue.
Hypothesis of my work is work from home is a conflict which can affect professionalism. Methodology, sampling, size and type, total number 100. Because of availability, Pakistani teachers as a group of East. There is no screen sharing. Excuse me. Sorry. Screen share को करो. Please enable screen sharing. Hello, sir.
Yes, yes. Okay. Just wait.
Screen sharing is disabled.
Just wait. Just wait. Okay. Just wait.
Hello.
Yes, screen share is permitted. You can share it.
You can share your screen. You just look at the bottom below. Bottom below is there. Green bottom is there. Share screen. In the bottom.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's coming. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it's coming. Yeah.
Inclusion criteria, teaching higher education level, study type and more work, comparative study by questionnaire online. Questions, these are the questions which were included in my study, total 13 questions, and these were the questionnaire. So the first problem, finding out how to stay on task in new environment while targeting the productivity. Both the East and Western teachers were concise on yes. Same, the setting up a good workplace to way we talk to colleagues and the students, both were have responded in yes. Clear communication with students and seniors, and this is the problem of both groups. And coping the out of sight and out of mind problem, it is also the problem of both groups. Inability to unplug after working time, also the problem of both groups. Work in presence of children, it is also the problem of both groups. Worrying about sick or elderly loved ones and the health cost, it is also a problem of both groups. Considering liability of female to tackle all problems alone, either related to home or office. And here, the yes for the East, 80% and 90% for the Western teachers. No perfect isolation. For the Eastern teachers, it is the problem for the 90%, and for the Western, it is not the perfect isolation is not the problem. No birth control, 80% from the Eastern teachers can give the answer, and the Western teachers, 20% was problem for them. Fighting the urge to go to kitchen, cooking for their loved ones, 90% is the problem for the Eastern teachers. Tackling with the relatives issues due to combined living system. Combined living system is our norm and nationalism. So it is a big problem, just like the screen. Problem in managing the need of combined computers and internet connectivity, it's a big problem for the Eastern teachers. And at the end, main conclusions is quality with the equity. It is the main issue with affecting the problem. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. So now we move to the next paper by Ms. Payal Piraki Kashyap, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Tyagbeer Hemburwa College, Jammu-Burihat, Assam. Title of our paper is Challenges of Online Learning in Pandemic Situation, the Case of Digital Divide in Developing and Less Developed Countries. So Ms. Kashyap, please continue. Yes.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to all of you. My study is Challenges of Online Learning in Pandemic Situation, the Case of Digital Divide in Developing and Less Developed Countries. As we all know that the COVID-19 pandemic is first and foremost a health crisis. In this pandemic situation, all the educational institutions are close to social distance. A social distancing is taken as a measure to contain the spread of COVID-19. Undoubtedly, it adversely affects learning of students at large. As we know that education is a right to everyone, So in this situation, online learning is emerged as an immediate alternative to formal education. But there is a question arises that does online learning satisfy the equity in access to education all over the world when there is disparity in access to digital technology among the countries? Thus, the main objective of this paper is to unearth the challenges posed by digital divide to living at all levels in developing and analysis. A study by West Educational Trust in April 2020 on California, titled as Educational Equity in Crisis, the Digital Divide, reveals that almost 50% of low-income people do not access internet as they do not have digital devices at home. Again, COVID-19 pandemic widens the gap between rich and poor, and this gap enlarges with the student who face economic crisis, students of disadvantaged localities, and homeless students. Does this study indicates the adverse effect of COVID-19 on equity aspect of education between privileged and underprivileged students? The digital divide is hindrance to educational development, especially within the underdeveloped region, because it prevents people from getting the right to education due to lack of access to the right to technology. But what is digital divide? In simplest sense, digital divide or digital split is the gap created by access and use of technology. This can be used in both relative and absolute terms. Now, what are the elements of digital divide? The elements of digital divides are a gap in access to use ICT, a gap in ability to use ICTs, a gap in actual use, and a gap in the impact of use, which is measured by the financial and economic resources. The quality and the speed of internet are also very important elements of digital divide. One more interesting fact which cannot be overlooked is that India, though ranks second position in terms of largest population of internet users, but it stands 52nd position in terms of speed. The internet speed is an important indicator of fastest technology diffusion. In India, the average speed of 1.5 Mbps to 2.5 Mbps, while in developed countries like South Korea, Japan,
Please conclude your discussion. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sir.
Please sum up. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay. Actually, I want to conclude that, in my opinion, until and unless the world addresses the issue of digital divide, equity in access to online education or e-resources cannot be achieved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. So we now move to the last presentation of this session, the scheduled last actually, because we are trying to accommodate one participant from Russia. Because of his time zone, he is requesting. So let us now start with Santa Avesinghe and Hasanti Avesinghe from Sri Lanka. Are they present? Hello, Santa Avesinghe and Hasanti Avesinghe.
They have already shared a screen.
Yes, present.
Okay, so Santa Avesinghe is Senior Lecturer, Department of Social Sciences, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Open University of Sri Lanka. And Hasanti Avesinghe is a student of Postgraduate Institute of English, Sri Lanka. So the title of the paper is Emerging Partnership and Collaboration During the COVID-19 Pandemic in the Sri Lankan Education Sector. So thank you. Please continue. Yeah. your presentation.
Aibuan, Namaste. Now the background is actually our country scenario is we were actually locked down in different ways, and as you all know, the civil conflicts, political conflicts, the 71 insurrection, 88 youth insurrection, even ethnic conflict during last nearly 3 decades. It was ended up actually 2009. Then last year, we just remembered 1 year Easter Sunday attack. So with this background, actually we were badly affected, and now we were locked down from 16 March 2020. So approximately 6.4 million learners are affected. The best thing is actually we are having a very big welfare policy of free education and free health. So economy, of course, in economic point of view, we are highly dependent on foreign remittance, tourism, and even service sector-led development. 62% of the GDP contribution coming from the service sector. Even current GDP growth rate is actually less than 30. So with this economic background, we are facing the vulnerabilities with COVID-19. Basically 2 consecutive waves of distortions to the economy. Now we are targeting economic education for all. So it's school education, as I told, this number of students and nearly 10,000 schools were closed. Even 250,000 teachers, now they are staying at home. So higher education sector also, we are having a state-led higher education. We know that universal free education policy is there. So with 14 state universities plus Open University also actually highly supported by the government, state-led sponsored Open University, plus few universities, private and public-private partnership universities also there. So our challenge is now learners, teachers, administrators, policymakers, politicians, we all are now joining hands with ODL to reach the education for all, that particular goal. So the imagine local partnerships and collaborations. Now, actually first time after 40 years of establishment of the Open University of Sri Lanka, the government has established the Presidential Task Force. Our Vice Chancellor also discussed this in the panel discussion. This is a very important step. There are 5 tasks. Out of 5, second and fourth are very critical, very significant for all of us, and getting the government focus and attention in this pandemic era. So I'm going to skip because our Vice Chancellor discussed these 2 tasks out of 5. So it shows the collaboration, partnerships, and governance play a significant role in this pandemic era. So collaboration now, there are 2 channels, TV channels, they are dedicated from 20th April, but the problem is the professionals. So we need a pool of ODL professionals to maximize these TV channels. Otherwise, it will remain as a, like presenters may present like news presenters, but ODL presentation is, we discuss all pedagogies and generations of ODL development. So that this is the high time to get collaboration, partnerships, and governance with all the other partners. The Commonwealth of Educational Ministerial meetings, I think, even I think it is scheduled next year, but it is urgent now, meeting with ministers, UGCs in the Commonwealth and other regional partners. So to address accessibility, inclusion, coverage of internet, equity, marginalization of rural learners, plus language barriers, more importantly, optimize the airtime of TV channels, which government has now allowed us. So we need to get more partnership, more collaboration from all the partners, locally, nationally, as well as internationally, such as, of course, Commonwealth. They are always playing a bigger role. The other agencies, UNICEF, UN, World Bank, ADP, Asian, SAARC. SAARC has a consortium on open and distance learning. So we may be able to focus more and getting partnerships like, as Vice Chancellor Vayunathan mentioned, the role of UGC and the role of Ministry of Human Resources. Those agencies, their collaboration partnership, I think this is the high time to get the fullest support from policymakers, politicians, governance, because until this epidemic, they did not pay full respect to the ODL institutions. Even certain public service commissions, they were little behind accepting our qualifications when they offer government jobs, employment. Even Sri Lanka, still we are facing certain problems due to the recognition of the public service commissions. So this partnerships, governance, collaborations is a vital component, and during this time there are a lot of openings, opportunities. I think it is high time to maximize these opportunities and address the issues which are related to ODL. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for a very concise, excellent presentation. And in the earlier session also, morning session also, we had some discussion on Sri Lanka, what you are doing there in the country. So it's very nice to listen to you.
Thank you, Professor.
So all the scheduled papers have been presented, and we'll be now again having a discussion. We have having some time. So before that, actually, I'll be failing my duty if I don't introduce the reporters of this session. So let me introduce the reporters of this session. Ms. Sayanika Roy from Department of English, KK Hendricks European University. Yes, thank you. And Dr. Indani Dekar from Department of Sanskrit, Krishnakant Hendricks European University. Thank you, Vaidu. Thank you. Yeah. So let us start the discussion now. If any observations you have, please. Yes, please. Any observations if you have? Okay. In this session, we had the lead discussion by Professor Santosh Panda, and he highlighted some of the very pertinent issues of open and distance learning of today, particularly the issues of blended learning and some of the empirical evidences he mentioned from around the world. Then he also outlined the need of appropriate technologies and also the need of pedagogy specific to discipline we should have, and the need of proper regulations. Now, importantly, he highlighted the need of community radio at this time of pandemic. And we in distance education know actually what role community radio can play. So in the other papers, we have presented 10 papers, and it was started by Dr. Deepak Jyoti Barua sir, and he outlined the importance of motivational programs for teachers and learners. Yeah. Then in the paper by Vibhas Guha, he explained actually how through the use of WhatsApp, they actually evaluated some aspects of governance and education in the Panchayat levels in a block of West Bengal. It was indeed a good paper to listen to. And in her paper, by Dola Borkotaki, she has very actually significantly outlined the role of ODL, particularly for addressing the issues of children from the socioeconomically advantaged section, disadvantaged section. And she actually also outlined the need of KK Hendricks University, how we can actually work in our adoptive villages. So thank you, Dola. It's a very good paper to listen from you. And in a paper by Devanjal Bora, he outlined the need actually of ODL approach in the context of global migration and pandemic situation. This is a very nice paper. Thank you, sir. Then we have also paper by Bhanu Pratap Singh and Asia Fatima. And in the paper, they actually mentioned some empirical studies. And they also actually made some Google forms. They collected data from Google Forms. And they made the very good presentations. And in the paper by Dr. Latika Kumari Misra, they basically talked about the learner support services of IGNOU regional centers in the rural areas of Odisha, in a certain area. That is a very good paper indeed. And a paper by Israt Aziz and Shadat Ali, they are from Pakistan, and they actually highlighted how work from home, actually this culture is there in the situation, how the different issues are going on, particularly with a comparative study of East and West. So in the paper by Payal Pirakashov, she highlighted the issue of digital divide. It's a very pertinent issue today. And in the paper by, last not the least paper by Santha Eve Singhe and Hasanti Eve Singhe, they actually highlighted their experiences from Sri Lanka, particularly they talked about collaboration and partnership. So this is the brief of our presentations, and we will be having a very detailed reporter's report. You will be getting it after the conference is over. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
We shall now move to the next session, session 9. It starts at 3:30. Just a minute. Actually, I just make a mistake. Maybe. Yeah, we now have an interactive session with Professor Maitreyi Chaudhary from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. And the moderator of the session is Dr. Prasenjit Das. So Dr. Prasenjit Das, it's up to you.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Can you give some questions for me? Dr. Ishwar?
Hello, Binod. Voice is coming.
Yeah, your voice is coming. Dr. Das, Prasenjit, yeah, your voice is coming.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Bhaskar.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Please carry on. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Madam Maitreyi Chaudhary is there? Binod, please answer. Yeah, I can see her. Ma'am,
Madam,
can you hear
welcome.
me?
Welcome, madam.
Thank you so much.
Can you?
Welcome, madam. Yeah, please.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, madam.
Yes.
Okay.
Bhaskar, can you please stop so that I can talk? I can hear.
Yes, it will continue.
Hello?
I just said a hello to ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Trisa, are you there? Trisa?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you so much. A very good afternoon to all of you, dear participants, dear paper presenters. We had an excellent deliberation since morning, and we had a galaxy of speakers speaking on different aspects of ODL and online learning. And now we are very much fortunate to have another distinguished speaker. She is Professor Maitreyi Chaudhary from Jawaharlal Nehru University. I welcome you, madam, to this interactive session. And for the viewers and participants, let me just speak a little bit about Professor Chaudhary. Professor Maitreyi Chaudhary is teaching at the Center for the Study of Social Systems, JNU, New Delhi. Her area of interest includes pedagogy, media studies, sociology of gender, social and sociological theory. Professor Chaudhary has also served as the visiting professor and visiting fellow of several international universities. Apart from a huge body of academic work in her credit,
She has also served as an expert in several academic bodies including the University Grants Commission and NCERT, and has been an expert in several curriculum development committees of different universities, including IGNOU. So I welcome you, Madam, to this session. And the way we have decided to conduct this session is first we will listen to you for a few minutes, and then we shall go for questions. I will definitely have, after listening to you, I will have some questions, so we will interact, and we also, if possible, we will also give our viewers a chance to interact with you, Madam. So over to you, Madam.
Thank you very much. At the very outset, I would like to thank the KK8CO University for giving me this opportunity to speak. I was wondering as I went through the discussions yesterday and part today that perhaps one of the biggest opportunities that this pandemic has offered us is that we are connecting with people whom we would not be connecting with otherwise. There's so much that one learned just listening to the diverse experience and the issues that people have raised over time. Now, as I've already been introduced, and I want to specially thank Dr. Prosenjit Das for inviting me and making this possible. But I want to clarify is the fact that I am not a person who's taught in an open university system. I'm a teacher of direct class-to-class interaction. But my long experience in education, pedagogy, including school education, suggests that there are some issues which are common. Some issues which are common to both online and offline education. And those issues, people have been talking about access, inequality, exclusion, interaction, the different kind of challenges that are there are true in both cases. People come to the classroom, whether offline or online, with unequal accesses and resources with them. The resources could be language, the kind of learning they've learned at home, because nobody ever comes to a classroom on an empty slate. Particularly in the kind of context that we're talking about higher education, people already have ideas that they have with them. Some of them we may consider misconceptions, but it is up to us teachers to address those questions. So one of the issues of access is infrastructure, internet, inability to have a computer, unreliability of perhaps internet connections, etc. But some of the access is knowledge access itself. That our education system is so uneven. So people come to learn with completely different kind of wherewithal or equipment, what they understand, what they comprehend. And I think this opportunity of having the kind of workshop that we are having is a beginning to address this question of inequality, not just among students, but also amongst us as teachers. Collaboration and interaction, we as teachers get to learn a lot about the challenges that different kinds of countries and societies face. Very often in our own country, we often say that the inequalities and cultural diversities are a big challenge to education. Now, I would want to emphasize very, very strongly that these inequalities and cultural differences should not be taken as only obstacles. They should be actually taken as a resource in order to both formulate the content of our online education as well as the format of our online education. These challenges can be taken as resources. Examples that we take up can be taken from different parts of the country. Just like the discussions today, we got to know so much about the different countries. This exposure to the wider world is essential to liberal education. The understanding of comparison is essential to liberal education. We as teachers, if we are able to interact at different levels, would be able to learn as well as unlearn many of the problems that we may have in ourselves when we try to explain or etc. So my presentation is very brief. is addressing three kinds of questions. First question of inequalities and cultural diversities. My plea that inequality and cultural diversity should not be taken as obstacle, but should be taken as resources to formulate both content and format of online education. The second, and I noticed that many presenters made this point, is the mode of our traditional educational system, which this opportunity should allow us to re-examine. Online, offline, this holds true for both. The rote learning culture. The rote learning culture where memorization and learning becomes the same. Our evaluation system, since I've been associated with the CBSE or NCERT, the whole tendency to have marks allocated in such a way that it becomes objective. 2 words, 2 marks, 4 words, 4 marks, 6 words, that these kind of issues lead to a form of knowledge which valorizes and legitimizes rote learning. So very often people will say, but I knew so much, but look, so-and-so scored more than me. So the idea of learning as replication, I think this opportunity, which has unfortunately come from a very, very sad and unprecedented phenomena, should be seized upon and taken up. The online platforms, universities like yours who are in much better position than ours can examine how that they could then lead the way forward in order to maximize and revisit the challenges that are there in our traditional education system. The third point, very briefly, is a point that has been raised repeatedly, that we live in a world which is, informed by multiple media. We have a great issue of attention deficit. There are studies done by Microsoft which suggest that sometimes our attention deficit is less than a goldfish, which is supposed to have 8 seconds, and we are supposed to have 6 seconds. Since I work on the media, advertisers or makers of advertisers are challenged to make advertisements which are so short, less than 6 seconds, because otherwise people get distracted. Now, again, this is a challenge, but we could make this an opportunity. And therefore a great emphasis on pedagogy. Now, in this ability to communicate, there are 2 aspects. There are 2 aspects I want to emphasize. One aspect is communication. Communication, how do we communicate in contemporary times? When we have television anchors who are more entertaining, what can a teacher do? How does a teacher make their classroom online or offline more exciting? There are ways which we can learn from, and I think universities like yours could take it up. The other is content, the substance of what we teach. And I, as somebody almost at the tail end of my career, about to retire, have discovered enormous resources on the internet. YouTube lectures of people we only knew as great scholars and people across the globe. We can now hear them. We can now come and hear them, which when I was a student, I couldn't even imagine. And when people hear, and when people see a video, they're much more likely to understand what is happening. They're much more likely to use their application and contextualize what they are learning. I think I've already extended the few minutes that I was supposed to make my preliminary discussion before Dr. Das comes in with his interaction and questions. Yes? Should I continue or?
Yeah, I guess you can continue for another 2 minutes.
I have absolutely no problem. Now, I in fact had a small slideshow, but I'm not tech savvy and I didn't know how to share it. Hopefully over a period of time, I get to know it. And my basic emphasis is there can be no equality without quality. So I know when we talk about access, we often make the mistake of dilution. In a university like mine, where we get students from very privileged background and people from the most marginalized communities, from the most remote area, first generation learners, my experience is that everybody is able to reach the best quality. It's up to us as teachers and administrators of university of how we provide that knowledge, which format, what do we expose them to. So my emphasis therefore has been there can be no equality without quality. So equality, quality, equity, access and inclusion in education should be taken together. The 3 points I've already emphasized is that we have to look at the social context within which our education system works, questions of inequality and cultural diversity, and that we must look at those as resources. Maybe a small example will help me make the point that I'm trying to develop. Dr. Das had mentioned my experience in NCERT, and I just want to give a small example, which is very interesting, that very often people from the northeastern part of the country feel that they are marginalized or in the corner of the mainstream discourse. So this was a small story of how young children are sharing their tiffin boxes. And there was this little child who is asking her friend, what is this strange thing that you're eating? And the person tries to explain that this is rajma. Now, normally, it would be the other way around. People are expected to know what is rajma, which is used in large parts of northern India, and not the other way around. Small cultural details teach you to break rote learning, teach you to think. When corporates want people who can think offhand, think out of the pocket, this is the small way. We are not only giving information, we are also providing them with the thinking abilities to question and debunk existing knowledges. Now, the 3 issues I've said, social inequality, cultural diversity. The second was our educational practice and how we must break this rote culture. Take this as the opportunity. It is a delight to have young people who are organizing this conference. Take it upon you. We'll be there to support you to do this, But take this, seize this as opportunity. This conference has been absolutely outstanding. I've learned so much from hearing the people. So let's move forward. The third point, the question of attention deficit or shrinking attention span and multimedia. Now here too, I have increasingly felt that we can learn from even advertisements. How is it that a small child looks at an ad and is immediately drawn to it? How is it that very complex social phenomena of gender, race, caste discrimination are shown in an advertisement of few seconds, which we as teachers are not able to communicate through long lectures? Let us seize that mode. Let us collaborate in a fashion in which we can provide that. The other issues people have already talked about, issues of safety. Fact is, we are operating with the education system in a society which has many, many issues. Delhi University began online classes, and the teachers complained that there were people who came in, posted obscene, posts. They had to withdraw it for a moment. We have to handle this. But every time we are posed with a challenge, seize upon it, have a discussion on it. A final point on the pedagogy, which I sort of want to explain, is the fact, which I began right at the beginning, that when people come to a classroom, online or offline, they already come with preconceived ideas. I'll give you small 2 examples. One example related to the natural sciences, that we grow up knowing that the sun rises in the east, sun sets in the west. We grow up knowing that the position of the sun sets, so the sun moves and not the earth. We go to school and they teach us, look, no, actually the sun is sitting there, you are going around. The empirical does not always correspond to the scientific. It is a complicated thing. We must address this. We must not tell the student or the child, whichever level, that this is nonsense, you don't know what you're talking about. We have to engage with this. And there are extraordinary writings by educationals who have taught us of how do we engage with this. In the case of social sciences, we grew up knowing that poor people are poor because they don't work hard enough, and the wealthy are wealthy because they worked hard enough. We know that this is not true, yet this conception gets reproduced. Let us take these relationship between preconceptions and academic conceptions seriously. It may sound a little complicated. It is not. All of us know what it is about. I, at the tail end of my life, firmly believe that anything, however complicated, can be translated and explained in the most lucid and clear fashion. Everybody has the ability to understand. This were the broad points that I wanted to talk about, and I'd be very happy to take questions and interactions by Dr. Das. Yeah? What happened? Yes.
I just wanted to ask you one question, because you are working in a premier conventional university like the Jawaharlal Nehru University, right?
Yes.
Okay. And there is a saying that when what JNU thinks, the whole India thinks, and even in Assam, we often hear about that. Now the question is, when most of the countries are relaxing certain norms, like relaxing the repayment of loans or reducing the fee, what do you think an institution like JNU is going to do during this crisis moment?
You know, we
at the policy level.
Yeah, I am not in the administration. I really do not know what will happen. But as teachers and faculty members, we had our own meeting and we requested for an extension of time. Because we, like I said, we started on Zoom lectures. Many of our students are spread across the country with very uneven resources and access to internet. And so they said that you can continue with putting material, question and answer. Like I myself have a Google group in my class, and they ask me questions, I respond to them, they give assignments, I correct the assignments, but whether Zoom will work or not, we are not sure. So we have requested an extension of the semester with a minimum of 6 weeks face-to-face.
Okay.
Before the evaluation takes place, we have taken a position
nice.
Against online evaluation.
Right. I also have another question, and after that I will listen to the participants. I think even in the morning, Professor Bala from Commonwealth of Learning, he was telling us that we have already we are essentially dual mode. Like we are unlike in case of the previous years, we have already entered into an age where dual mode dual mode is already online as well as face-to-face. Now, do you think that ODL, the kind of activities that we do, because ODL in India is still seen as a secondary kind of educational mode. What is your perception about ODL?
You know, like you mentioned in my introduction, I was associated with IGNOU for decades, from the time it began actually, in the late 1980s. And in the early, now I am, like I said, tail end of my career. And I have found people who have not gone to a conventional college after school and done their BA and MA from IGNOU and have cracked the MPhil entrance to JNU and joined. We had students from IGNOU and other places who have come in and joined the mainstream and done very, very well. I also know that many of their readers which IGNOU has produced are used by people across, both in traditional and non-traditional universities. So I think we've always, we are very good at making hierarchies, like you mentioned about JNU and non-JNU. I think, each one has their own plus points and minus points, and we can I know that there is a problem with the kind of hierarchies we have about universities which are online and which are not. But I think we can challenge that, and the pandemic is the tragic phenomena, but sometimes tragic phenomena leads to unintended consequences. This media has it's a double-edged weapon. It can be misused, but it can also be used. And it ought to be used.
And regarding the resources, because JNU as a storehouse of resource, like if we think about a kind of eco-sustainable techno education system, I think the resource sharing is very important. What do you think JNU is going to do?
Like I said, you're asking the wrong person. I'm not in the administration, but I think we always can do. For years, we ran a very successful, say, the Academic Staff College, which has a new name now, the Human Resource Development. And we've always, I myself like to go to all over the country and engage. I think you all are in a position without people having to travel to make networks. So I would really ask you all if you all could have more workshops of this kind,
Okay.
have it more specific on specific theme, subject-wise if necessary. So you
Right.
get the best, you don't have to fly in anybody. You need no
Yes.
resources, You can just get the best people to come and give lectures on key themes. In fact, this is something I've been requesting a lot of people that look, we've had, India is a country exceptional in some ways that, we've had a very, very strong academic culture in all disciplines. And
Right.
if you could make a resource of YouTube lectures or video
Right.
presentations so that
Right.
I don't have to go to DU or JNU or wherever to listen to somebody. It will be available, and if it can be then classified in a fashion that it is much more accessible. And if teachers who are teaching online can use those resources and actually guide the student, look, these are the resources you can access. It's possible.
Right. Okay, we can quickly take a few questions from our participants, and if Madhu ma'am is willing to ask any question. Madhu ma'am, are you there?
Hello, sir. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am. I liked your speech a lot. Why? Because you said about quality, and I can understand.
Excuse me, who is speaking?
Myself, Nagendra Kumar Jain, Assistant Professor Yoga and Naturopathy.
Okay.
So, I liked ma'am's opinion regarding quality rather than quantity. What I can understand from her speech is that she is a educationalist at heart. So, this online system, I believe, has one lacune that it can heavily compromise on those aspects. Okay, the quality aspects and also the heart of education itself. That is one concern. So how I feel that in the long run, maybe it can compromise on those issues.
Thank you very much,
madam.
Dr. Jain, for your question. You're absolutely right that we can compromise on quality and we shouldn't. The tragedy is we have compromised already on quality, and not just in online, but even in traditional universities. You'll be aware about what we've done to our educational system, and I think that can be redressed at both levels. But we should talk about quality, because very often there's a very strange elitist argument, reverted elitism, that sabko to nahi samajh aayenge, everybody won't understand it. You are speaking from JNU, you think everybody will understand. I feel it's a very elitist position, because actually everybody can understand. And we sometimes dilute quality on the grounds that people will not understand. They will not understand if you don't teach properly, if you don't provide the right information, not because they are dumb, And I think we should emphasize quality. But I agree with you, Dr. Jain, when you say some people are trying to push online as a trajectory where you can get rid of teachers. The teachers are not necessary anymore. Technology will do the job. That is not true. That should be fought against. Teachers are critical. Teachers can use media and technology, but teachers cannot be replaced, and that is very important for quality. But for quality, upgrading of teachers' equipment is also necessary. Upgrade in our discipline, upgrade in pedagogic skills, which senior teachers and faculty can use, and your universities and other universities like yours can help facilitate this process. And that's what I'm asking now. I'm sure people can't go any longer to refresher courses. You can hold them online.
Right, exactly.
Hello.
Any more question?
Another question from Ajay Kumar Behra.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go on.
Yeah. Madam, I have a question that nowadays young learners are having more technological knowledge than the teachers and the old retired teachers, or you can say like us. In this scenario, what can we do to overcome the technological barriers for us? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good, you're asking the wrong person. I couldn't, share my slides. But the issue is here that, it's a mutual learning process. They can be more tech savvy, definitely. They are better at it. But that doesn't mean they know everything. And I think this upgrading of technological skill is necessary for older faculty. You are young, but even older faculty like me. But that cannot replace the subject knowledge. You know, it is not an equivalent of knowing subject. That distinction has to be maintained. I am emphasizing use of technology, multimedia as aid, as facilitator, not a replacement.
Right. Can you quickly take one more question for 1 minute?
Yeah.
Anybody want? Anyone else?
Yes, please. Hello.
Yeah, be brief when you ask the question. Please be brief. Yeah, please go on.
Hello, myself Dr.
Hello.
Prabhat Kumar Jana.
Okay. Yeah.
Myself Dr. Prabhat Kumar Jana. I want one question. Madam, can you please explain if the laboratory programs, can it be conducted through virtual lab? Is it possible?
Wrong question to the wrong person. I'm sure a laboratory cannot be done so, and you'd probably know better than I would. You know, I'm come from a social science background.
I have some a question.
Who is this? Can you identify?
This is Dr. Sonu Saini from JNU. Professor Maitri,
Okay.
I have before asking this the previous question which was asked, like whether they can control the lab. Recently, maybe you have heard like JNU has conducted a workshop in which this software was LabVIEW was demonstrated how to control the whole lab through technology and through remote access. That is another thing. I have a question to you, like what we have seen in JNU. There are people, especially I would say that various teachers from various backgrounds. They are reluctant to use, or to learn some kind of technology thing, or like what we say that online teaching. They say no, it cannot replace. They have like their own arguments. Like we understand, of course, there are a lot of challenges and all. But at this time, at least like to be connected with the students who can connect. So what do you think, like what can we do with such kind of teachers or faculty members who are reluctant, or maybe who are saying that we'll not use this thing for so many reasons?
I'm not aware about such teachers, but my own experience is that the students say we all try, in my entire department, everybody has tried to stay connected with students, and the students have their own technological WhatsApp discussions, and many of them have felt left out. Many of them have felt deeply left out because they've reached remote class, they cannot. And they keep writing that, you are taking a lecture, I can't access it, will I be left behind? And I think JNU has always been known for very caring teachers who are aware of this unevenness. So my position is we must upgrade technology, but we must also look into the social context within which this technology operates.
Okay. Thank you, madam. We have to wind up our session. It was a very short and very enlightening. And I would like to thank Trisha, who acted as the reporter for the session. Thank you, madam, for becoming a part of this very excellent conference that we are holding right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. Vinod, we can start the next session. Vinod, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah.
Am I
Parag,
audible to you?
over to you, Parag.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
A very good afternoon to all the presenter as well as the participants. We are going to start the technical session 9. I myself, Parag Datta, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, Krishnakanta Hendrik State Open University. Myself and 2 reporters, that is Preeti Solila Raskwa and Soinika Roy, are given the responsibility of conducting this session. So before we start this session, I would like to introduce the 2 reporters The first, Dr. P.T. Holila Raskhoa. She is Assistant Professor, Department of History, Krishnakanta Hendrik State Open University. And Soinika Roy, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Krishnakanta Hendrik State Open University. So I welcome all the presenter and participant for this technical session. In this technical session, we have 11 papers. So before we start this technical session, I will read out the names and you please acknowledge. So our first presenter is Debolina Haldor Adha.
Sir? Yes, sir, I am present here.
You are not mentioning the institution you belongs to when you are submitting your paper.
Okay, sir. Sir, I am an assistant professor of JS University, Kolkata, and PhD research scholar from IGNOU.
Okay. Our second presenter is, it's a joint paper, Dr. Rimi Nath, Assistant Professor, Department of English, NEHU, and Dr. Ananta Pegu, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Cassie Das Commerce College. Are they present?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Our third presenter is Amarjit Dev. Amarjit Dev.
I'm present. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah. It is also a joint paper. Amarjit Dev and Professor K.C. Kapoor.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes. You are audible.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Our fourth paper is Arpan Das. Is Arpan Das is there? Arpan Das and Navanita Doinari.
Hello.
Are you listening
Hello.
to me? Hello.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes. Present.
Okay. Thank you. Our next presenter is Anil Pandurang Gaikwad and Dr. Abhijit Kaikwade. Hello. Anil Pandurang Gaikwad and Dr. Abhijit Kaikwade. Are they present? Probably they are absent. Our next presenter is Anjana from IGNOU Regional Center, Noida, Uttar Pradesh, India. Is Anjana is there?
Yes, he is present.
Yes, okay. Our next paper is a joint paper. Antara Mohanto Borua and Dr. Sangita Kakoti, both are from Krishnakanta Hendrik State Open University. Are they present?
Antara Mohanto present.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter, Basil N. Darlong, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Dibrugarh University.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm present.
Okay, thank you. Next, Bhagyasri Borua, PhD Research Scholar of Anthropology, Department of Cotton University. Is she present? Bhagyasri, are you present? Probably she is absent. And our last but not the least, last paper is a boon. Last paper will be presented by Dr. Indrani Kolita, Soinika Roy, and Dr. Sarmista Borua. I think they are present. Hello, Dr. Indrani Kolita, are you hearing to me?
Yes, we are present, sir.
Okay. This they are from Krishnakanta Hendrik State Open University. So we are going to start our session. But before we start this session, a small request to all the presenter is that since we have a time constraint, so try to finish your paper, if possible, within 5 minutes. Maximum, you will be allotted maximum 6 minutes, but the thing is that it's my humble request to all of you, if possible, finish it by 5 minutes. And second, when I call up your names, I will tell your name along with the institution you belongs to, along with the name of the paper. No need to repeat all those information. Please concentrate on your paper. So I would like to request Debolina Haldor Adha to present her paper. He will going to present on OER enabled learning, ceaseless in time of a pandemic.
Hello, sir. I just want to share my screen so that I can show my PPT. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Okay. Okay. So let me just give some few minutes to continue my PPT. Okay. Can you see my PPT, the slides? Hello?
No. You have to share first. Below, you will get a green button. Share screen.
Yeah, I have done it.
It is not coming.
It is not coming.
Okay.
Without your slide, without sharing it. You have the slide in your computer, no?
Yeah, I'm in my laptop and I just want to share my screen, but I don't know why it's not. Okay, so can I continue without my PPT?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Most welcome.
So as a result of rapid outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, the traditional education system received a jolt, being forced to avoid the face-to-face interaction. And now the entire attention has been shifted to online learning, and various strategies associated with it support transfer of learning. So this is the only positive thing in this situation. The basic impact of COVID-19 on education is devastating, with low learning outcomes, high dropout, inadequate infrastructure to replace face-to-face learning environment. The prolonged closure tend to have a negative impact, especially on disabled learners and the learners from disadvantaged sector of the society, having fewer opportunity to learn from their home. So to continue teaching learning, educational institutions have started to use the technological platforms to deliver online learning programs. The teachers are doubling up a content curator, and the parents are playing their role as supervisor. Some teachers successfully replicated the traditional classroom with video conferencing, video lecture, e-textbook, online test, etc. But this situation is not at all equal for all the learners and the teachers, and there is a much confusion about what to teach, how to teach, distribution of teaching loads, how to learn, and the lack of technological support, information gap, connectivity, etc. In this pandemic, the open educational resources, or OER, will be highly beneficial for all. Over the years, the countless educational materials have been available as OER and released online. Because they are openly licensed, OER can be rapidly aggregated and deployed in remote learning context to substitute for the loss of face-to-face transaction of knowledge caused by the institutional shutdown now. Generally, most of the learning materials available in online are costly, not free to copy or use. On the other hand, OER can provide the educators and the students access to free and high quality resources. It can save teachers significant time and effort on the resource development, and it make able learner to learn inside and outside the classroom. So OER has the potential to lead to the new pedagogical practices, can improve the quality of educational learning material, and promote social inclusion. That means it can include the disadvantaged group, the disabled students, etc. And if we are talking about the strategy, so self-learning and self-regulated learning is the best way to adopt the open educational resources, because through self-regulated learning, the learners can adjust their learning methods, coping strategies in a timely and proactive manner based on learning effects. And even if teacher finds something useful from OER, and they can share those useful content or OER as a reference or as a content in their teaching practices. In spite of that, some challenges regarding OER needs to be addressed. The very first question arises that who are involved in teaching learning process with the help of OER, in what way are they involved and why. So sometimes learners are also facing various problems to judge the quality and the relevance of the material available. So in that case, educational institutions have to take the initiative.
Hello.
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 Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Who is speaking?
Devolina Haldaradu, the presenter of this paper.
Yeah, I know. But someone else interrupt. May I know
No,
who?
no. Okay, sorry. So can I continue?
Yeah, you continue.
Okay,
I
okay.
request all the
So,
participants not to interrupt. Huh?
okay. So sometimes learners are facing problem to judge the quality and the relevance of the material available. So educational institution in that case need to take the initiative to develop ICT providing infrastructure, recognizing online provisions to adopt the OER. Regular monitoring, evaluation are also required to improve the situation for the benefit of the learner. OER-enabled learning has the credibility to reshape the educational institution, the idea, the concept of education, the successful knowledge transaction. What learning actually it can display the what learning looks like in the 21st century. Last of all, I can say that it is not only for the interested learner, it is also for the cultural development, social and community development, and enrich the adult education and useful for sustainable employability. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Devolina Madam, for your excellent presentation on OER-enabled learning. So our next presenters are Dr. Rimi Nath and Dr. Ananta Pegu. So the title of their paper is Impact of Online Teaching Learning in the Time of Pandemic for the University and College Level Students. May I request one of the presenters to present their paper? Thank you.
All of you, can you hear?
Yeah. Please continue.
Yeah, the topic of our paper is Impact of Online Teaching Learning in the Time of Pandemic for the University and College Level Students. So as we are seeing, the pandemic has challenged the teacher and student community in our country, and they are now trying to cope up with online resources and platforms. The paper will address the difficulties faced by college and university level students and teachers, of course, issues related to the location of students, internet connectivity, students' mental health, etc. In the 21st century, education has evolved with the use of the multimedia tools. In the present scenario, both synchronous, for example, using live chats or conferencing, as well as asynchronous interactions, for example, email, WhatsApp, blogs, are found to be quite useful. Now coming to the difficulties faced by colleges, the first is the question of accommodating huge classrooms with the myriad of network, logistical, and technical difficulties that we are facing. The second is the location of colleges, as huge number of colleges are located in remote or rural areas. Now to talk about universities like NEHU, from where I come from, and these universities are running with PG and PhD programs. So classrooms are smaller and management through online modes become comparatively easier. However, they are also grappling with the question of choosing an online platform, as majority of Indian universities do not have an e-system like MOOCs or other platforms in place. Now we are adopting, NEHU has adopted Google Classrooms. We are using that. Along with that, we are also using WhatsApp groups, blogs, etc. to get to our students to send recorded lectures and also to send materials online. Now, for both universities and colleges, the problems that emerge are, first, for the teacher community, it is the lack of adequate knowledge and expertise. Second, for the students, some do not have phones. And then we have environment at home, which is not conducive at times. And some of my students, they got in touch with me and they shared how they are struggling with lack of space at home, where many members stay together, and also parental support, lack of that. And then we also have hesitation or lack of enthusiasm on their part to join these courses online. And the major problem is the issue of internet connectivity and network. Some PG students, for instance, have informed me how their villages do not have internet connectivity and they can't access teaching materials that we are sending. And some even informed us how their villages, and here I'm talking about the villages in Meghalaya, are without electricity for more than a month now. So how will these students access the materials that we are sharing? So in the paper, we also discussed the question of quality of education imparted through such online means. There are arguments for and against it. And there are questions like, do they cater to the overall needs of the students? Do they enhance the personality of the students? Do they accommodate the interests and experiences of the students? Do they facilitate creative thinking? There are, as I said, arguments for and against it. Many surveys and studies have repeatedly highlighted how blended learning can be more effective. But in a situation like this, in this pandemic crisis, we can't rely on that as well. So to conclude, we can say that in the present scenario, we need to understand the current state and the future direction of online teaching learning process. This is not an impossible task, of course. All we need is training and support for online instructors and students, proper policies, solving the question of conducting exams online, which is a major problem now that the government is grappling with. Then the problem with connectivity, circulation of e-resources, and last but not least, the support to the vulnerable, which is very important when we talk about holistic development. Thank you. Yeah, I wind up my paper here, so.
Paragda, you are mute.
Okay. Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. 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 Thank you, Dr. Rimi Nath, for your detailed analysis on impact of online learning in a conventional university or colleges such as NEHU.
Hello.
It's a very good presentation.
Hello.
Hello,
sir.
Yes.
Hello, sir. I'm Ojit Devnath. I belong to technical session 9, but you have not read out my name. Please, kindly. Ojit Devnath. Ojit Devnath.
Yeah, you are there. You are there. Don't worry. You are there.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, okay. Our next presenters are Amarjit Dev, Assam Don Bosco University, Guwahati, and Professor K. Head Department of Education, Assam Don Bosco University. So they will present on the effect of using modular approach to online learning. May I request one of them to present their paper? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. You please continue.
Hello. I'm just sharing my screen. Sir, the option is not coming.
No. You are perfectly audible. You just continue.
Okay. Hello.
Yes, you please continue.
Okay. So I begin my paper, which is on the effect of modular approach to learning as study tools on achievement in principles of marketing. This is an experimental study. In present scenario, online education is acting as a catalyst, cementing its place in the present university practice, and is acting as a panacea to prevent the disruption of teaching. Now I come to my research problem, which is the effect of using modular approach to online learning as study tools on achievement in principles of marketing. Now here I would like to stress that there are numerous studies which have been conducted on modular aspects. However, modular aspects to online teaching, we could find very limited studies. Now I move to my objectives. I have 3 objectives. The first is to design and develop the module on principles of marketing from standardized textbooks as per the need of modular approach to online learning. The second is to find out whether there is any significant difference between modular approach to online learning versus web-based education methods of teaching in terms of their effectiveness. And the third objective is to study the effectiveness of modular approach to online learning versus web-based education methods of teaching in terms of academic achievement of students on the formative assessment in principles of marketing. Now here, briefly, this is the methodology wherein students were divided into equivalent groups. One group was taught with modular approach and the other group was taught with web-based education tools. And thereafter, the formative test was conducted and the results were analyzed. The tools were intelligence test, instructional modules, and formative test. And if you can see in this slide, this is the equivalent group of the two groups having similar mean score and standard deviation, which formed the basis of my experiment. And I would like to stress here, which is my penultimate slide, and the hypothesis was there is no significant difference concerning the effectiveness of modular approach to online learning versus web-based education methods of teaching in terms of academic achievement of students in the formative assessment. And what I could find was that the value was significant, which implies that the modular approach to online learning followed by the experimental group was found to be significant concerning the methods of teaching implied, and which implies that there is significant differences in the effectiveness between the two methods. As the hypothesis is rejected, and we accept the alternate hypothesis, which is there is significant difference between the two methods. Now, the educational implications here is, in the present context, when we are talking of online education, we find that students are bombarded with materials downloaded either in the form of PDF or in the form of PowerPoint without having a look, without the materials are not tailored according to the syllabus or according to the needs and understandings of the students. Whereas in case of modular approach, it is a tailor-made content which is understood by the student and can be accessed anywhere at any time. The advantage is that once the materials are there, the students need not be online to get used to the material. And the module is designed in such a manner which is easily understood by the students. I would like to stress here the materials. I'm from a conventional classroom teaching university, and what I have seen is that the online universities are way ahead in terms of the modular approach. If you take KK Handik State Open University, IDOL Guwahati University, or IGNOU, their study materials are designed as per modular approach, which makes it very convenient for the students to go through. What I recommend is that the course content of modular approach should be developed for the entire principles of marketing management curriculum, as well as for other courses in the higher secondary or secondary level, and also in the master's level. Teachers should be given training to upgrade their skills for preparation of the modules and motivate them to begin online teaching with modular approach. And research should be utilized for designing the tailor-made modules. And the last recommendation is teachers should adopt to deliver their classes via different modes, such as modular approach or computer-aided instruction, so on and so forth. But the philosophy of my study is stressing on the developing modules as per, that is the content as per the needs of the students. So I would like to end my presentation here. Thank you for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you, Amarjit Dev, for your excellent, you are Amarjit, no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, for your excellent presentation, where you are using statistical analysis, where you are able to, reject the null hypothesis, and you, by the way, you accept the alternative hypothesis, and you are able to prove that, modular approaches, we should encourage more modular approach of learning.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your
Thank you,
presentation. Our next presenters are Arpan Das and Nabanita Doimari. Both are Arpan Das is from Krishnakanta Handik State Open University, and Nabanita Doimari is from Assam Downtown University.
Hello.
Yes, please give your introduction. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good
continue.
afternoon. Good afternoon to all. I am Nabanita Doimari, Assistant Professor at Assam Downtown University, and my co-author is Arpan Das, Mr. Arpan Das from KK Hindi. So, can I just speak?
Yeah. Whichever you convenient for you, you just apply.
Okay. Okay, we have worked on a survey. We have done a survey on the online learning processes adopted by different universities in Guwahati city during the lockdown period for the COVID-19. We all know about COVID-19, so I'll not talk much about that. But in our country, India, the lockdown was announced to minimize the spread of the virus. As a result, all universities, colleges, and schools, we all have all was affected. The students' learning process immensely. At this time of pandemic, the digital world of learning comes up with many solutions that affects the academic fraternity to carry out the teaching learning processes. We know the learning from information delivered electronically through sending, receiving emails, online courses, online discussions, forums, video conferencing, CD-ROM, etc. are involves e-learning. But our objective of the study is to analyze the effectiveness of online learning process adopted by universities of Guwahati and Guwahati city during this period of lockdown. So going to the methodology, our methodology was, first of all, we have framed some of the questionnaires on Google Forums, and next we have distributed among different students from different universities in Guwahati. And then we have, after getting the data, we have analyzed those for recording the responses.
Hello, please continue.
Okay. Then we have come to a conclusion. So coming to the results, we have seen that the platforms which were used mostly in Guwahati universities of Guwahati, those were percentage of the live video classes were very much less as compared to the other platforms like WhatsApp conversations, Google Classrooms, YouTube channels, or these were more. This percentages were more according to the students' responses. The video classes, the video conferencing was less. Okay, so more use of live video classes and video conferencing can be appreciated to overcome the constraints. Okay.
Hello, Miss Navanita. Hello, Navanita, are you hearing to me? Am I audible to you?
Hello.
Yeah. You please go to your conclusion.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. The results we have determined the time fixed for online classes needs the okay. The next result is based on the time which were fixed on based on the classes. So we have found that okay, 46.29 respondents where they have agreed that the online classes meet the syllabus requirements, but 15.71% disagreed. Okay, and we have found that the respondents, like 46.86%, they were going through 1 to 2 hours of daily class per day, and 3 to 4 hours per day. The percentage was 46%. So next, if we see the next if we go to this result.
Sorry to interrupt. You have 1 more minute, huh?
Okay.
You have 1 more minute.
Okay, we have seen from our results which we have analyzed, we have seen that finally the quality of the contents which are shared in the online platforms, they can be improved according to the respondents, because we have seen that the contents of the online classes were according to the students, they were less effective than the offline classes. because almost 48% of the respondents were neutral to this, that whether the online classes are effective or the offline classes are effective. So we think that overall effectiveness of the online classes needs to be improved successfully, and also the policymakers have to come up with more effective frameworks for implementing different mechanisms of online learning processes. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Nabanita Dormari and Arpan Das, for your analysis, which is based on primary data, where you try to analyze the effectiveness of online learning. Thank you. Our next presenter is Ojit Devnath, Assistant Professor, Department of History, Ramananda College, Bishnupur, Bankura. So he will speak on online learning in the time of COVID-19. Sir, may I request you to start your presentation?
Sir,
yes,
sir, I am audible.
Yeah. You please continue.
Yeah. So myself, Ojit Devnath, Ramananda College from West Bengal. My title, Online Learning in the Time of COVID-19. I am going to start. The lockdown has accelerated adaptation of digital technology to deliver education, and this is an ideal time to experiment and deploy new tools to make education delivery meaningful to students who cannot go to campus. It is also a fact that use of technology in education resulting in different concepts in the move from teacher-centric education to student-centric education. The quality of education will be measured not just by the quality of faculty, but will also have quality of IT, infrastructure, and familiarizations of the faculty with digital teaching technologies. The dramatic escalation has brought forward two fundamental and urgent questions. Number one, how can education be continued during a global health crisis? Number two, what is the role of education in this pandemic like COVID-19? The process of education can never be stopped during the crisis, since it fuels innovation, the skill and talents that will be needed to combat further crises. It is imperative to remember that today's learners are tomorrow's researchers, doctors, teachers, and administrators. In this connection, I would like to quote Thomas Hardy's poem, In Time of the Breaking of Nation. And there is a line, and it goes like this way: these will go onward the same though dynasties pass. The theme is that the qualities of work, nature, and love, all of which are more powerful than the short-lived effect of war. Hence, whatever the gravity of the crisis, we will continue our learning and teaching. Next, I turn to the parameters of online learning. Number one, quality assurance. It has 5 pillars. Number one, learning effectiveness. Number two, scale. Number three, access. Number four, faculty satisfaction. Number five, student satisfaction. Next, inquiry-based learning. Number one, engagement with a complex problem or scenario. Number two, the inquiry requires students to draw on existing knowledge and to identify their required learning needs. Next, course structure. There is an unending amount of inferior quality of online information. So therefore, learning materials and programs should be designed to ensure that learners are feeding on the best materials. I am quoting Siragusa, content delivered in online course needs to be complete, relevant, and accurate. Next, collaborative learning. What do you mean by collaborative learning? It accomplishes the following tasks. Number one, assist with a deeper level of knowledge generation. Number two, promote initiative, creativity, and critical and hello.
Please continue.
And critical thinking. Number three, allows students to create a shared goal for learning and forms the foundation of learning community. Next, transition a course from in-person to online. Faculty moving online learning needs to redesign the learning content to allow students to become leaders in their own community. Next, limitations. In the time of COVID-19, learners are anxious about its outcome, and thus learning tends to suffer a lot. Moreover, long-time online teaching can have affected the mental and physical health of
Sir,
the
sorry
learners.
to interrupt. Yeah, you have 1 more minute. Huh? You have to conclude within 1 minute.
Okay. Therefore, my suggestion: the government should promote the construction of the educational information and assess whether it can meet the demand for online teaching at times of emergency. There is some guidelines to the instructors. The student taking courses at home may be challenged by internet connectivity that is unreliable, slow, and subject to frequent distraction. Therefore, at the time of teaching online lecture, they avoid using only real-time interaction. And if the instructors are live lecturing over Zoom, record the class and post recording eCampus or other accessible location. And do the same for homework and study sessions. Remember that some students may need to rely on viewing and reviewing materials later. Finally, I can quote Rabindranath Tagore. The Rabindranath Tagore argued for a human educational system, and that was in touch with the environment and aimed at overall development of the personality. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your presentation. Although I am not agree all the suggestion made by you, so but I want to note down one of the comment as given by you. This online learning material is they are not providing the quality material. You are providing some kind of general statement. I think in the discussion when we discussed all the papers, we have to discuss on that topic whether ODL system provide quality material or not. I will note down your point. So our next presenters are Onil Pandurang Gaikwad, our research fellow, School of Commerce and Management, and YCMOU, and Dr. Abhijit Gaikwad, Professor, Dr. D.Y. Patil Institute of MCA, Pune. May I request one of them to present their paper? Are they present? Onil Pandurang Gaikwad and Dr. Abhijit Gaikwad. Are you present? Okay, I think they are absent. So our next presenter is Anjana from IGNOU Regional Center, Noida, Uttar Pradesh, India. She will speak on ICT readiness of IGNOU and analysis of learner support services. Hello, you please continue.
Please unmute yourself.
You unmute yourself. At first you unmute yourself, then you speak.
Yes, I have done that.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I'm trying to share my screen.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you able to see the screen of my computer?
Yes,
Hello?
yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present my paper in this conference. And my greetings to one and all listening to this lecture. My paper is covering basically two aspects of learner support services. One is on the experiences from the IGNOU, the practices that we are following in IGNOU for extending the learner support services. And the second aspect is on the challenges that we are facing at the regional centers and from the point of view of the students. Needless to say that learner support services occupy the center stage of any ODL institution. And there are two types of basically learner support services, that is academic and administrative. And in IGNOU, for always we have been focusing on the efficient delivery of learner support services through different means of ICT. And we have state-of-the-art infrastructural facilities available with us. And we are catering to 30 lakh students, of which 1.2 million students from 251 academic programs have been enrolled in last 2 sessions itself. And this COVID-19 pandemic has occurred at such a crucial time in the academic calendar of IGNOU that admission sessions of January 2020 sessions had just completed. And the next step we had to follow was to dispatch the self-learning material to our students and then to conduct the induction meetings that is face-to-face interaction to familiarize our students with the ODL system, and the conduct of counseling sessions by academic counselors and conduct of practicals at the learner support centers, and submission of assignments at the study centers by the students. So covering the administrative learner support services, although my colleagues from IGNOU have already discussed on this, I will just point out one or two. That is regarding delivery of self-learning material, IGNOU e-content mobile app is also there in addition to the eGyan Coach platform, which is the national repository of e-resources from IGNOU. Then for the induction programs, in induction program, usually the resource persons from the regional centers used to go and address the students and make them aware of the course of action that students were supposed to follow during their course of study. But since it was not possible this time, to regional centers have adopted different means like videos, PowerPoint presentations, and generation of admission confirmation letters, leaflets that were sent to the students through social media, through emails, and all other possible means. Then for redressal of the grievances of those students, which is the most crucial aspect, because we have a lot many learners, and not just the grievances, our learners had so many queries that they need to be addressed. So we have an integrated grievance redressal management system that is in place. Although these are not something new that we have done, these are already in place in IGNOU, but these are used more extensively during this COVID-19. And the thing that have been recently initiated for regarding the administrative support is the acceptance of the assignments of students through email, which earlier it was not there. They used to go to the study centers. They used to submit their handwritten assignments at the study centers, but now university has started accepting their assignments through email. Regarding this aspect, I'll come, the challenge that we are facing, I will come later on in my presentation. Then regarding the academic support services, this has already been covered by all my colleagues that we are extending services through Gyanvani, Gyandarshan. But in Gyanvani, now what has done been the faculty of IGNOU headquarters is that they are organizing interactive radio counseling for 12 hours from morning 8 to evening 8 o'clock. Already it was there in place, but now this has been extensively used by the IGNOU faculty for extending our academic support services. Regarding other initiatives, Facebook Live sessions, web-enabled portal, audio lectures, these have already been discussed, so I'm not discussing on that. Coming to the major challenges, as our Honorable Vice Chancellor was saying yesterday also that there are rural students and a digital divide is in the country. I do endorse the same statement that we have 41% of our learners who are belonging to rural or tribal areas. And also we have fairly large number of students who are jail inmates to whom IGNOU is providing free education. And they do not have any access to technology, and they are not able to attend their classes online or through any other technological means. So that is a challenge for us that we are not able to reach those students. Then we have been listening since yesterday that practical conduct of practicals is also one of the crucial aspects. We are not able to conduct the practical sessions because students are not able to visit the study centers. And of course, it has been suggested that virtual labs are there, but we need to see whether virtual labs may take the place of physical labs, and our students may get the same kind of knowledge what is possible in physical labs. Then there are few programs in which field visits are required. Students have to go to the field, they have to prepare their projects. So in this time, they are also facing some problems. Not some problems, it is actually a problem that they cannot go out and complete their field works. Then regarding the online assignment submission, what we have come across is that the regional centers which are having very high enrollment, like my regional center, we are having more than 35,000 annual enrollment, and we are getting a good number of assignments through email. What the aspect from the students' point of view is that they are not able to submit their assignments. Many reasons are there. One is, of course, the digital divide is there, that they do not have the access to digital infrastructure. They do not have the internet connectivity. They do not also have the technological know-how how to scan the handwritten assignments. And one of the most crucial thing that the basic thing that they are required for writing the assignment, that is the paper and the pen. Because this COVID-19 lockdown occurred suddenly, and such kind of material is not available with our students at their homes. So they are facing the difficulty while preparation of their assignments. And from a regional center point of view, since we are expecting 80 to 90,000 assignments in this session, and this handling of such a large number of assignments, their segregation program-wise, course-wise, study center-wise, then transmit those assignments to the evaluators, then getting the evaluated assignments back, then declaring of results, that is a big issue, big challenge that we are going to face in the times to come. But we are trying, university is trying to start up a single sign-on portal that has been launched, and hopefully in the times to come, this solution, this problem will be resolved. A next major challenge is the conduct of term examination that has already been addressed by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, because even if the COVID-19 situation goes away, our exam centers which are located in the study centers, they may be having their problems, their own students will be there, and of course the social distancing issue would be there, and we may be facing the problem for conduct of offline term examination. So finally, I would like to conclude that of course we have state-of-the-art infrastructure facility. We are able to extend our academic and administrative support to the students, but certainly there are certain inherent challenges that we need to address, and we have to come up with the alternate methods to address these challenges. And what I think is that it's an evolutionary process, that challenges will continue to come up, and we will have to look for the alternate solutions to address those challenges. Thank you very much.
Paragda, are you there?
Hello.
Yes, you can start.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So, let me share my screen first. This becomes disable participation in the screen sharing. My screen is.
Okay.
I'm not able to share my screen.
Is enabled.
It's enabled. So, where to go? Whiteboard. It is in the desktop.
Go to share screen.
Yeah, I'm going a window came. Select the Windows on application.
Double click there.
You first open the slides.
Okay.
It's not coming, Antara.
Yeah.
It will come.
Yeah, it may come. It may come. Wait.
Yeah, slide is open. So I could not open it.
I think you can start on Tramanta.
Yeah,
You can carry on your you can carry on your presentation.
Okay, sure. But I'm trying to, because some things.
Yeah,
are
in the
there.
meanwhile, you can try, but you can carry on with your presentation, I think.
Okay, sure. So, yeah, our paper is a web-based remote laboratory framework for learners in critical time. Now, in the introduction, here I have given, it will be better if I can share my slides, but it's not coming.
You have selected screen share. Just select the first open the slides, then select.
Yeah, where to? Yes, I have opened it. Then where to go?
You will find the screenshot of your slide in the window.
Yeah.
You can first minimize the Zoom screen.
Yeah.
Minimize the Zoom screen, then you open the slides, then you again open the Zoom, then you type.
So is it coming?
It's coming, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can give me permission. I can also open the screen.
Yeah, it's open, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Other slides now.
Yeah, due to the, now I am continuing my paper presentation. So due to the crisis of COVID-19, the education system has been greatly affected. Now people have to learn the skill how to live with this virus. So during this presentation, present scenario of maintaining social distancing, the intake capacity of classroom and laboratories will going to be reduced. So in that case, a web-based remote laboratory facilitates students learning for performing laboratory experiments. So now this web-based laboratory, virtual laboratory, or online laboratory, these are all various terminologies that provides remote access to labs using web resources. Now in the objectives, I have mentioned this some objectives where the major objective of web-based laboratory is that the user can easily build up their knowledge and improve fundamental concept with practical work. Then to fulfill these objectives, I have given some challenges which are here pointed out to some challenges. First one is that the issues like a transmission delay, undesirable effect of the client side. These are the difficult to reduce in case of this virtual laboratory. Then next one is the maintenance of technical challenges is also an important issue. Next, robustness towards hardware fault is also an issue in acceptability of remote experimentations. Some unwanted information may send to the server that will interface the control of physical equipments. Next, other one is that if the user expectation is not fulfilling, that means the students are not satisfied with the proposed solution or model, it will result that they will not use that proposed solution. Next is the sustainability and effective model for sustainability. The technical and human barriers have to be overcome. Next, in this case, I want to just mention the present status of virtual laboratory or web-based laboratory in India is that the virtual laboratory is a project initiated by the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India, under the National Mission of Education through Information and Communication Technology. This project was initiated in the year 2009, April, and it was in the pilot phase, and the major phase was started in 2010. The project aims to provide remote access to laboratories in various disciplines of science and technology for students at all levels from undergraduate to research. 7 IITs and some of other institutions, including IIIT Hyderabad, NIT Karnataka, Amrita University, Dayalbag University, these are all participating in the project. This project is not yet fully functional nationwide, but involvement from these institutions have proven to be quite helpful in eliminating these challenges and bringing the uses of virtual lab in real life scenario. Next, is the slides are visible now? If not, here I have given some pictures. So there are two types of virtual laboratories. One is a real-time implementation laboratory where the learners will be able to control and monitor the equipments or devices in real time from remote locations. And next one is the simulation laboratory. So in the simulation laboratory, the learners can send the inputs to the simulators, and they change the parameters, and output will be result or visible in the client PC. Next, here I have given some pictorial views of the two types of laboratories, and in the model here I have in a full paper I have given a model where how the users can interact through web pages with the server, and where the software, that is LabVIEW software I have used in the model is installed, and in the client's face LabVIEW runtime engine in their PC have to be installed, and they have to request list of experiments will be visible in the web page, and they have to select which experiments is to be continued, and like that they have to go to perform the experiments. And finally, in the conclusion, this remote monitoring and performing of experiments can be done by using the web publishing tool provided by the LabVIEW. And this facility will be helpful, is a new technique of learning and in the modern education. In the full paper, this how this LabVIEW software is used in the model is explained. So with this, I am concluding my presentation. Thank you.
Kakoti, for your technical presentation. Thank you, Antara Mohanto Borua and Dr. Sangita Kakoti, for your technical presentation. Our next presenter is Basil N. Darlong. Yes?
Yes, sir. Yeah, good evening to all my esteemed fellow participants. I just want to request ma'am to stop her screen sharing so I can share mine. Yes, thank you. Yeah, is it visible?
Yes, yes. You please continue.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. So my paper essentially wanted to at least in an initial way, talk about the security problems and the privacy issues that we are facing with regards to our use as lay people, as teachers, or even from the student side, with regards to the privacy and security issues that we might come across or that we might face, given that we are transitioning quite rapidly to providing online learning. And I wanted to focus particularly on Zoom as an app. I mean, this is something that we are utilizing even now for this, to talk too much about the app itself, because this is something we're experiencing right now. But I think for the purposes of presenting on the app itself, it would be good to know about its founder, who has been in the news a couple of times already in the past couple of weeks, and that it was founded in 2011. I want to draw the attention of all my fellow participants to the language that is used by these companies. One thing we must not forget as providers of online learning is that we are using platforms which are provided by private corporations for the most part. And so the question of equity and access aside, we also have to remember making organizations, and one of the principal aims of these companies is to provide a positive or a good user experience. And one of the words which they use, one of the terms which they always refer to is something called frictionless, as we can see in the vision statement of Zoom. And it's interesting to note that this word frictionless is also used by other big companies, Google being a prime example. Why we must focus on this word frictionless is because from the literature review that I have been conducting with regards to security issues on platforms, there seems to be a balance, or perhaps lack of balance, between this idea of providing a seamless user experience and also taking care of the security and privacy issues of users as consumers of these platforms. So from this, I managed to, I think we can deduce that there has to be a two-pronged understanding of security and privacy. One from the company side, where policies have to be explicitly stated that user data is something taken very seriously, and privacy is something that has to be pushed in terms of investment, in terms of the infrastructure that is being set up, and also from the consumer or user side, in terms of our awareness as teachers, also because our students may face the same thing. They may face issues of cyberbullying, for example, or theft of data or theft of private information, which can make us all very vulnerable to misuse of this data. These are some of the papers that I had gone through to sort of substantiate the argument. I won't dwell too long on these, but they essentially talk about this lack of balance between providing a good experience for users of these apps and the privacy issues that crop up because of this. And Zoom is a perfect example of that. And one of the reasons is also because of the rapid rise in its popularity in a very short space of time. So as we can see, in December, there were 10 million users, and now it has jumped to over 200 million. And in India itself, from March 15th, we have around 1.26 crore downloads of the app. Despite its popularity, there is a lot of privacy and security issues that have cropped up with regards to Zoom. For example, sending data to different third parties without the permission of the users.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. You have 1 more minute, huh?
Yes, sir. We also have instances where the webcam and the microphone of the users has been accessible to hackers and other malicious actors. And we also have instances of Zoom bombing, something called Zoom bombing, a form of cyberbullying, which has been prevalent in the past few weeks. And this happened in Delhi University as recently as 15th of April. And we also have an advisory from the government with regards to using of the app. Of course, it has not been outrightly banned, unlike Taiwan and Singapore. And so the should also be on trying to understand and creating awareness around these issues so that we are not vulnerable when we transition to more online modes of teaching. And also for our students, we must be careful because they will be the most vulnerable section in this mode of teaching. And yesterday, I just want to conclude by saying that we talk about equity, we talk about the infrastructure, we talk about the efficacy of online learning modes, but we should also include a security and privacy component so that adequate training can be given to all the teachers so that we can practice safe use of online technologies, and we can try to move forward in a safe way for everyone concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Basil and Darlong, for your, you have introduced a new issue, that is security issues of online apps. So if time permits, in the discussion session, I think we will discuss about that. So our next presenter is Bhagyoshri Barua. Hello. Is Bhagyoshri Barua is there?
I think she's absent.
I think he's not. She is not absent. It's not here. She's
okay.
I'm not able to identify her here.
Are you able to identify? No.
Not able to identify her. I think she's not there.
Okay. So then we have our last presentation, that is that will be presented by Dr. Indrani Kolita, Soinika Roy, and Dr. Sharmista Barua. So the title of their paper is A Boon in Crisis, Role of Online Learning with special reference to Assam. I would like to request any one of them to present their paper. Thank you.
Yes, a good evening to all of you. The title of our paper is A Boon in Crisis, Role of Online Learning with Special Reference to Assam. So 3 of us are going to present this paper. This is a joint paper, and we are from KK Hendricks State Open University. And very briefly, we are going to reflect on the impact of COVID-19 upon the teaching learning system, and basically upon the students of India. And afterwards, we are going to show how the students of Assam have been undergone such a stress due to the COVID-19, how the teaching learning process has been affected also in Assam. So in the introduction part, I just want to show that a report forwarded by the University of Kufa, Iraq, it has been mentioned that more than 290 million students been affected in pursuing their regular courses as a result of COVID-19. And by UNESCO, it has been stated that 91% of the world student population have an impact of this pandemic. Hence, we can say that the students are at great loss, for they are unable to continue regular classes and unable to upgrade themselves for their future career. So on the basis of that, we have framed two analysis. It is it is an analytical one. The study is completely analytical one. So we have tried to analyze the impact of COVID-19 on higher educational system of Assam, which incorporates the UG and PG students, and to suggest measures to minimize the gap in education through online learning in the present context. So this is a slide presentation of the students who are undergoing the undergraduate courses and the postgraduate courses in Assam. And this is the report given by All India Survey Higher Education of Assam on 2019. And we can see from this data that near about 12 lakh students or more than 12 lakh students are enrolled both in regular and distance mode in Assam, and they are pursuing their undergraduate and postgraduate students. So lakhs of students are under stake due to this COVID-19 impact. So we know that there is an impact in a very negative sense, that students cannot go on learning. But if we see the role of online learning in this process, we can say that online learning is a boon, is a gift, not only for the students, but also for the teachers itself. Say, if the teachers will get the technique of learning through the online teaching or the online process, they will impart it correctly to their students. And how these teachers will be benefited? By the role played by the UGC or MHRD in upgrading the educational system. It will not upgrade the education system only for the students, but it will have skills of the teachers, because they have put forward it during this pandemic we can say period. They have put forward it many ebooks like learning outcome based curriculum, like on higher education, on life skills, or the MHRD process on SWAM online courses, which will help to develop the skills of the teachers to provide online courses through online platform to the students. And it will be effective in a very great sense. So we can say online learning is a measure to reach out. At this critical juncture, the most sought after medium is the online system. And if we see the scenario of Assam, a few colleges or universities like Guwahati University, Royal Global University, and even we cannot exclude the one and only State Open University of Assam, that is KK Handik State Open University, who have taken the recourse to the online facility. It has definitely reached out a students, those of whom having access to smartphones, computers, laptops, or good quality internet facility. No doubt, we cannot ignore the challenges of the online learning at present, because there is we can see there is a sudden breakdown in the regular classes. There is a communication gap between the teachers and students. There is difficulty in conducting practical courses, and even in the regular mode, because we can see it is very much good in the case of distance mode, because distance mode learners are easily availing e-material resources from our university, but which is not available for the regular mode students. So there is a crisis of getting books or e-materials for them. And most important, the lack of electricity and smartphones for receiving online services. But besides that, we must have to take a part of progress for providing this things for providing these things by providing certain suggestions. This is, the teachers can communicate with students through Facebook, Twitter, and other social media accounts. And even it is the great role of the teacher, or they should take the initiative to prepare videos and audio lecture and can send through WhatsApp to the concerned learners, because most of our presenters are saying that due to the lack of electricity or due to the lack of important gadgets, they are unable to get the online courses. But we can engage a learner. It is the role of the teacher to engage learner in spreading their knowledge, because we know knowledge is something worth sharing. If one learner will get a good quality of knowledge from a teacher, they can share it to hundreds of their fellow mates or the peer groups. In areas where there is a lack of internet connectivity, teachers should seek the help of media to provide learning.
Sorry to interrupt, Indrani.
Yes.
I think your time is over. You just go to the conclusion.
Yeah, I'm in the concluding part only. In the last, I was telling the suggestions that it is the role of the teachers who they can use the Zoom or WebEx or LMS system through which they can provide the online services, and this can be equipped, or they can equip with this facility by the training provided by the higher educational authorities like UGC or MHRD. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I think all the presenters who are present here, they have presented their paper. So it's time for discussion. So before we discuss the papers, I think, different issues has emerged in this technical session. One of the presenter, where he, he claimed that, or you can say in his paper, he said that, the material is provided by the ODL system. The quality of the material is not as par with the conventional system. I want to hear the views of some of the participants who are presenting here on this issue. And one more issue regarding, security issue of the app we are using. For example, now we are using the app Zoom. Whether, what are the security concerns? So may I request the, respected participants to ask or, raise your questions to the presenter. Thank you. We have 20 minutes in our.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I have a question, and it is for
please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I am Professor Polly Bocklin from Guwahati University. I teach in the Department of Women's Studies.
Okay, thank you.
And and my question is directed to Dalong. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, but am I correct? Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, actually, the security and privacy is really a matter of concern, because even though we have been taking regularly, the issue of security and privacy is always there at the back of our mind. Like how secured are our laptops or other apps, which like through the apps. So one thing, like I have been reading about it, about Zoom, because we have been using the free version of Zoom. And like maybe since you have presented a paper on that, it's very pertinent to what we are going through now. So is the security issue really a serious one? Or, and if so, in what way? And my second question is like a follow-up of the same question, is that, is it more so an anti-marketing agenda, because the founder of Zoom happens to be a Chinese? So it has to, is it something like that also? Because that also comes up in different arguments and different articles that I've read, or in different news that I have read. Like, is the security a major threat, or is it also a marketing agenda? Because the Zoom owner happens to be, the founder happens to be, have a Chinese origin.
Right. Thank you for your questions, ma'am. I'll try to answer them one by one. With regards to the seriousness of the security issue, yes, ma'am, you're right. There might be a sense of sensationalism with regards to the app itself, because with regards to the usage of the app, at least it seems very intuitive and very accessible for users, especially as we have learned through this conference. But there remains a lot of questions with regards to security, because these investigations around the security lapses from the app were undertaken by third-party independent bodies. These were not conducted by, let's say, competitors in the market. For example, let's say Skype or even Facebook or Google. This was conducted primarily by technical specialists from, let's say, CNET and other respectable media organizations. And it was their investigations which yielded these vulnerabilities which existed around the app. So in terms of, let's say, the seriousness, I believe we can take it seriously, because there doesn't seem to be any kind of agenda besides exposing these vulnerabilities. Also recently, news came to light that the American government as well has sort of issued advisories with regards to the usage of the app by its functionaries. So for example, the Senate has been asked not to use the app. Equally, the Pentagon has been instructed not to use the app. And one of the issues was because data, the use of the app, especially recordings, for example, if the recording that is
Hello, I can't hear you.
Please unmute your speaker. Your speaker is mute.
Yeah, I was muted by the host. Okay, I'll just carry on. So one of the issues was that data is being stored in, let's say, overseas servers, for example, in China. And the problem with storing of personal data in countries such as China is the lack of accountability with regards to international bodies that can hold them accountable for any kind of breach of the use of such data. So that is one huge issue, and we should be concerned about it because a lot of our data, personal data, is being stored on servers overseas. And even if we have laws that might protect us from the misuse of data within our own jurisdiction, within our own country and context, it may not be applicable or enforceable in countries outside. So that is one aspect that we must keep in mind. Second, with regards to the founder of Zoom, Eric Yuan, yes, there might be an agenda with regards to the success story that he has shown, because he has risen rapidly, very rapidly, rising star in Silicon Valley. And but there's also the aspect that he has become very rich because of the popularity that is seeing right now. And there was one particular malicious report that came in the media was that just before the Zoom security controversies were made public, he had offloaded a number of shares, his own personal shares, which he made a profit out of that, because the next day, once news came out that the security issues are there, the stocks of the company fell. So that is perhaps a story with malicious intent behind it, because there's no verifiable way to trace that story. So I agree with you. There might be a component of, let's say, envy regards to the app, because it's a newcomer, it's a new kid on the block, sort of, and established players able to gain a foothold in terms of the popularity. For example, Google and Facebook have been around for so long, but they are not able to establish their hegemony in the market. So I won't dispute your question, but yeah, I don't know.
Can I ask you one more question in relation to the same one? Like after the password and the other process of admitting the person, how safe it is now? Like now there are maybe 3 layers of encryptment. Like so, is it safer now with the password and the process of admitting someone to join in the Zoom meet? Is it 2 layers or 3 layers of security, even in the free version?
I want to answer it. I just want to answer it.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Actually, I'm from KK Hendricks at Open University. I am looking after the Zoom application. Before pursuing the Zoom application for the conference, I have done survey. And as Basil Darden has said, that there is a security issue. And few days ago, Zoom has released this update to prevent some attacks. And the main thing is that for hackers, the first step for hacker is that information gathering. So if we give minimum information, then hacker cannot get the information and cannot sell our information to the outside. That's why we asked everyone to write their name and while joining in the meeting, so that we can easily identify every person, so that the hacker cannot join here. If some hacker or some cyber attacker join here in a different name, he or she can share some information with there, and that's why there is a waiting room features in the Zoom. Whenever person try to enter into Zoom, there's a waiting room features is there, and from our IT team we have checked every person's their name, registration ID, and then allow it. And for every meeting, Zoom has suggested recently, Ministry of Home Affairs recently suggested some guideline. They have asked us that for every meeting, generate a new link, generate a new password. So, and the password is encrypted. And it is not, means they ask also not to share our password with others. So some security message there. Again, lastly, that
Vinod, I just want to add one thing. Vinod.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this is a paid version, isn't it?
Yeah,
We are not using a free version. Yeah,
and
that's
next is that regarding China, it is said that the Zoom traffic is routed through the China. Is one news is coming. So what I have seen there, we can control the data center whether to route the traffic to China or not. Here I have control. I have committed the traffic from the China to US or India.
Okay, Vinod, do we have more questions or it because
Yes,
this is do we have more questions?
Yes, yes.
Yep. Is there
Thank
any
you
more
so
questions?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, may I speak?
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm Amarjit Dev. Yeah, I just want to just share. It's not a question regarding in the present context. I think this is there to stay for a longer period of time, and I think we need to, as universities, we need to work collaboratively with the open and distance learning specialists. I would say KK Hendricks State University is one of them, in order to get across to the learners. Because if you're talking of preparing the learning materials, because this has been my for the last couple of years, this has been my area of research, and what I found is that most of the time our students are confused because many teachers per se are giving the materials, probably most of it they don't need for the present context. So that's where the application of appropriate learning materials, designing of the learning material is important. The platforms can be numerous. You can do it, you can give the material through Google Classroom, or you can make a video out of it, as I think Dr. Moitri Goswami ma'am from JNU spoke about it. That if you're trying to talk of quality, I give an analogy here that if you want to achieve green revolution, which has been achieved by by many states in India, you have to use technology. Without using technology, green revolution cannot be achieved. And that means technology in education and technology of education, which is both the hardware and the software component of it. So I would conclude by saying that collaborative effort would bring a fruitful end to this. Beginning to this journey. Thank you.
Excuse me, only half minute. Excuse
Hello?
me. Excuse me.
Speaking? Yeah.
I'm Shanta from Sri Lanka.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Actually, in economics, there is a saying, there is no free lunch. Actually, who is paying for this Zoom?
Yes.
The cost of the Zoom, who is bearing the cost for this?
I can answer it. It doesn't matter who pays for the Zoom, but we are getting a good service. So I think that should be more important.
No, for our knowledge, actually, for our knowledge.
Yeah.
Understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is collaboration between the two organizations. So I think we have collaborated with each other.
Definitely.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
In other words, it is not free. Yeah.
Yeah, it is not free. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So any more questions? We have 5 minutes more for question answer.
Let's ask the question.
Yeah.
Actually, to the participant, basically, who is the question of quality of ODL materials.
Exactly.
So why he is perceiving that the materials of ODL institutions is not good? Did he find anything practically, or what is actually his observation?
Yes, I also want to ask that to particularly Ajit Devnath sir. He have generalized a view. So whether he have any kind of finding in his paper. So I also want to inquire about that. Ajit Devnath sir, are you there? Yes.
Yeah, Ajit Devnath, would you like to respond, please?
I'm Ajit Devnath. But
Yes.
my submission is that I am not saying like this way, but there is one thing, there is the chances to get the irrelevant materials relating to online learning. But my answer is that the learning materials and programs should be designed in such a way that the learners are feeding on the best materials. So there is one thing, the content delivered in online course needs to be complete, relevant and accurate. This is my submission, humble submission. But they should be lucid and not packed with jargon or irrelevant directions.
Okay, I just want to add to your point, sir. If you don't
Okay.
mind, actually, there is no difference in the regular mode and in the distance mode as per the syllabus. And the content which is provided to the learners of distant means we are providing to our distant learners is equal to that of the regular mode, because what you are giving to your learners right from your textbooks, and we are reading the textbooks, we are getting the things by our own knowledge, then we share it to our students. And we can say there is much security in distance mode, because we cannot give our students just any kind of textbook to read or to get acquire knowledge from any kind of textbook. So we first check it, then we provide it to our learners. So I think we can say distance mode are providing much high quality text than that of the regular mode teachers are using to teach in the class. It's not a kind of criticism. Okay, I don't want to criticize, but it's just a viewpoint given from my side. Please don't mind.
No, there is one thing. So, ma'am, yes, ma'am, I am not going to the ODL mode. But my question is that there is the chances of an amount of inferior quality of online information.
Yes.
Online information.
That means
Okay.
OER. That means you are about OER. You are telling about OER.
Actually, I have to interrupt. Sorry. So, so my personal viewpoint is that, I have the experience of working both in conventional, institutional, and now I'm working in, ODL institutions. So for me, what I believe that knowledge is knowledge, whether you are getting it from traditional universities or in ODL mode. So this is my final comments. So I think we have to wind up. We have only 2 minutes left. So I think this is a very, good session where participants are raised lots of questions.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. I am from Assam Science and Technology University. I have attended your various presentation yesterday casually, although I am attending my office. And today I also trying to attend whenever I am gets the time. But my one earnest and honest appeal is this: if the ODL system of university conducts a gap analysis on the region-wise, on the country-wise, then I think the online users or the ODL users will get the best platform to the point of infrastructure. What the components is available into which universities, how the sophisticated things to be done. We have to also look into that area too. Because in the face-to-face university, what is happening that I have seen that in some university, there is a playground, there is other universities do not have, some universities is a cafeteria. Like that way, the ODL systems to boost the infrastructure structural setup in terms of the ICT-based technology, we have to make a gap analysis to be more success and deliver the best of best services to the students. So that will enhance the quality also of the ODL system. I find that very few universities in India as well as the
sorry to interrupt. Actually, I know I'm running short of time. Actually, the next session will start within a minute. So we can continue the discussion in the next session. In the next session also we have time space for discussion. So you can raise your question in the next session. So I personally, I offer my thanks to the presenter, the participant, the organizer for giving me this opportunity to conducting this session. I am also thankful to our reporters for helping me in conducting this session. So now I would like to, hand over my responsibility to our next moderator, Dr. Pranav Saikia. So may I request Pranav Saikia to continue the next session. Thank you.
তারপরে এখানে আয় তো এটা তো আমি ইউটিউবে গিয়ে কি করে দেখবো আমি হ্যাঁ লাইটিং না না এখন বোঝা যাবে না
Hello, good evening to all. It is my privilege and honor to address in this hall full of galaxy of academicians who are virtually connected with us in this particular virtual hall. My regards to Madhu Parhar, madam. I think she is with us. And friends, this is a very, a time, critical time, crisis time for all of us. But where there is a will, there is a way. Since we have a will, so though physically we are barred to go outside or physical movement, but we are not only mentally connected, but we are virtually present, and we are in a position, or we have that mental strength to deal with the situation. Definitely, this is a great initiative, and it is a great determination from part of the all participants across the country and around the world who are connected through online in this particular conference. And that determination and will, I am going to start this technical session 10. And this particular session, I am assisted by two our esteemed reporters. I would like to introduce them. Dr. Nibharani Fukan. She is the associate professor in Assamese of our university, and Dr. Juri Hazarika, assistant professor of mass communication of our university. I welcome all of you, and do hope you help me to conduct this particular session, through your views, your opinions, and your cooperations. With this word, I straightway go to the presentation. I am now request our first presenter, Baharul Islam Laskar. He is an associate professor of sociology, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, and he is presenting on role of education on health well-being in the midst of COVID-19 in Indian society. So I request our technical team to spotlight Baharul Islam Laskar's paper. Yeah, you are welcome, sir. Please proceed.
Yes, good evening, everyone. So we are going to start the presentation, and I'm presenting the paper on, my paper is health and education, how it's interrelated, and particularly in the context of COVID-19. So if we look into the situation globally, we do find there is a transition from communicable to non-communicable. There is no doubt throughout the world, including our country, and to which our educational development, economic development in the medical science and technology has contributed. But at the same time, the history is witnessed that the emergence or emergence of communicable diseases are disturbing us time and again. For example, SARS, MERS, Ebola, chikungunya, avian flu, swine flu, Zika, and now COVID-19 is disturbing us. So now the question raises that on the one hand, our education, science and technology is improving, and on the other hand, still we are facing such problem mainly from communicable diseases. And my paper is exclusively based on a review of literature, broadly education, demographic aspect, modernization and post-modernization or globalization, and health. These are the aspects I covered. Then in the Indian context, rural fertility rate, infant mortality rate, under 5 mortality rate, and some other health related indicators in relation to educational status, I have analyzed. Then of course, COVID-19 pandemic, latest data available also, I did analyze. So education and health, these two are very much interrelated to each other. There's no need to explain it. It's multifaceted. Of course, any social phenomena is directed by multiple of factors, and education is one of the key factor in influencing or determining our health. And in the same time, the education is also, health is also dependent on education. So education and health on its attainment if we attain the education and skill, it gives us a better social relationship, better health. Education develops the productive abilities, economic prosperity, health, lifestyle, and mitigate social orders. Health effects of education on health are cumulative over the course of time. Whole life, right from birth to the till death, education has its impact on health. And particularly if we are trying to understand or analyze the education in the context of pandemics or epidemics, so we do find some of the thinkers and philosophers, they have cautioned us from much earlier. For example, Robert Malthus, he has once said in 1798 that population grows in geometric progression, while means of subsistence or our food, it increases only through arithmetic progression. Then it is vice, misery, including famine and ill health, and moral restraints can only check the population growth. He also talks about premature death must be some shape or other visit the human race. So he has predicted that it will come again and again. And on the other hand, he also has cautioned us that sorrows of life are necessary to soften and humanize human heart. So other contemporary or modern sociologists like Ulrich Beck, Anthony Giddens, Bauman, they have talked about contemporary society as risk society or liquid society. There are real as well as perceived risks. And we are now living in spatial separation, urban ghettos, selective access to spaces, desalination of substances, and broadly 6 types of risks are classified: environmental risks, lifestyle risks, medical risks, crime, economic, and interpersonal risks. And the reasons explained by many of the thinkers are decline of tradition and religion, rise of global capitalism, individualism, etc. And in fact, they have also observed that risk is guiding both individual and institutional behavior. Now, if we come to Indian context and try to analyze the relationship between education and health, let us just have a brief picture of the communicable and non-communicable diseases in our country. The way in the global scenario, we also find that communicable disease is dropping in our country from 61% to 33% from 1990 to 2016. And in the same period, the non-communicable disease have increased from 30% to 55%. And among communicable diseases, of course, morbidity is the highest due to acute respiratory infection, acute diarrheal diseases, and mortality is the highest due to pneumonia, acute respiratory infection, and other diseases. And on the other side, non-communicable diseases like heart disease, diabetes, pulmonary disease, cancer, mental health, injuries, these are increasing. So now if we try to look into some of the data, we do find that there are indicators which shows that we are progressing towards better health, whereas the education, education is increasing, but in the same time, we do find that the health is also increasing, but the two factors, particularly the obesity among men and women, are also increasing. Then we do find that the COVID-19, particularly if we look, we do find that it's mainly the Europe and the America where the majority of the things are occurring, and we do find that this data shows that the COVID-19 is mainly disturbing or troubling the Europe and America, which are the most powerful nations in the world. And
may I interrupt? Baharul sir. Hello. Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes, just a minute. Question is that which I wanted to put that on the one side we are increasing the education, development, science and technology. That's and on the other side still we are to be at home because of lockdown during such diseases. So this is putting us question marks about our quality of education, whether our education is having moral values, ecological balance, we are able to maintain or look the thing or universe and its totality from holistic way of view, or we are proceeding towards individualism and materialistic way of life. So those are the issues I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. It was a nice presentation, and you have tried to highlight the existing situation from philosophical, sociological point of view, and also you correlate the increasing rate of different diseases, communicable diseases, and rule of education, what kind of quality of education we are actually seeing that also a question mark in terms of this kind of increasing communicable diseases. Thank you, sir. Be with us in question and answer session. You might be given more clarification regarding on your presentation. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Dr. Parag Datta, Dr. Parag Datta, Associate Professor of Economics, Krishnakant Hendrick State Open University, and also Dr. Tejasya Kolita, Assistant Professor, Department of Philosophy, Krishnakant Hendrick State Open University. And their paper is Rule of Education and Health in Developing Countries at the Time of COVID-19, a Case Study of India. So please, Dr. Parag Datta and Dr. Tejasya Kolita.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. Actually, the paper, this paper is a joint paper prepared by me and Dr. Tejasya Kolita. Here, basically, we are discussing about role of education and health during this time of COVID-19. So, all of you know the role of education and health as an agent or instrument of economic and social change. Social change is widely acknowledged. Why? Because education in economics, education and health is considered to be one of the two goods or services which create significant positive externality. So, if you consider developing countries, developed countries, or middle income countries, all the countries, they have put highest priority to these two sectors because it has huge spillover effect, not across time but also space. If you see, theoretical point of view, the most of the growth theories from the time of classical theories to neoclassical, if you see the solo growth model, all has emphasized the fact that if the developing countries to move from developing to developed stage, they have to spend more on education and health. But the problem is that in a country like India, where for the first 5-year plan onwards, education and health are considered as a merit good, and try to give more emphasis on this. But if you see the real life, real situation, India historically has a very low investment as a percentage of GDP on education and health. The worrying factor is that if you see the figures for last 2 years, the amount of investment on education and health by India is much lesser than that of developed countries. Forget about developed countries. If you compare with the middle income countries or developing countries such as Sri Lanka or middle income countries such as China, the amount of investment as a percentage, amount of investment on education and health as a percentage of GDP is much
lower than other developed and middle income as well as developing countries. Now, if you see in the year 2017-18, India's investment on education is only 3% of the GDP, and in case of health, it is less than 2%. Now, suddenly, the sudden outbreak of COVID-19, has impacted the education and health sector of India. Now, what happened with this low allocation on education and health? It is a difficult task for Government of India to mitigate this problem. I think all of you know India has the largest education system, where where we have more than 800 universities. We have more than 1.5 million schools, and we have 260 million students per year. So now, once the crisis of COVID-19 will over, when normally the school, university, and colleges will open, the Government of India have to maintain the social distancing formula. Now, do they have that amount of infrastructure to impart knowledge to students? That means it may lead to huge amount of dropout. And if you see, in the last place we have discussing about another issue, that is inclusiveness of education. Now, although ODL system, if you see the ODL system, UGC has said that the ODL system is at par with the traditional university. But if you, in reality, if you say, if you observe that, they are announcing that it is at par with the traditional education system, but they are not taking measures to, accept the different PSUs and other institutions, the graduate and postgraduate student from ODL system. Now, the traditional university, they are trying to imparting knowledge through open learning system, or through internet. But the thing is that in the country where a major section of people, more than 60 to 70%, if universities are trying to impart their knowledge through ODL system, there is a big problem of inclusivity. That means major section of the students, they are not part of the system. So, what I'm trying to say in my conclusion part, that the recent pandemic has renewed the importance of education and health for a developing country like India, and Government of India and MHRD. It is a learning lesson that they have to increase the allocation for both health and education. And there is a problem of inclusiveness, as I have already told you. In a major section of students are out of the ODL system because they have no internet connectivity, they have no regular supply of electricity. And government, only the last comment, what I'm trying to make, the future development and growth of the country will depend on how efficiently the government generate resources to mitigate the situation arising out of the COVID-19. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Datta, for your nice presentation regarding the importance of investment on education and health, not only in the context of COVID-19, but also it is emphasis given by the world body like UNESCO, even in our sustainable development goals also. It is reiterated time and again that we should enhance the GDP percentage in investment to education and health. But still it is remain as a myth, but we do hope this kind of situation definitely worldwide change the outlook of the different countries who are heavily invested on defense and other that kind of activities. Now, may I request our third presenter. She's from Netaji Subhash Open University, Kolkata. She's none other than Dr. Suman Bandyopadhyay, and she's bringing a beautiful paper to us, and the title is Developments in Distance Education in English Language Teaching, a reflective analysis of online learning. So I request Dr. Suman Bandyopadhyay to present her paper.
Good afternoon. Thank you,
Good
President.
afternoon.
Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity to present this paper. My talk today is on English language teaching learners and what we have done on online learning. So we had started online learning as an additional support to our ELT learners here at Netaji Subhash Open University since 2016. And we had the student support service then. It was from 2016, 17 and 18, it was considered as an additional support to the distance learners. And we have started Live with the Learner program since 2019 and 20. And in 2020, it is not an additional support. Now it is replacing face-to-face learning. So there are a number of points which I want to discuss with you. The first is from the learner's perspective, and the second one is from the teacher's perspective. So first I come to the learner's perspective. From the learner's perspective, I would like to say that the learners need to develop a positive attitude towards online learning, because online learning brings in a number of distractions. This is from link loss to inaudible segments to unfamiliarity with the new learning space and so on. So they have to learn to utilize, the learning opportunities besides the distractions, and they have to be prepared for online learning. This online learning space gives in a number of points. For example, the interactions are limited than what it was in face-to-face learning. So learners have to be taught to learn from the general clarification. Somebody else is clarifying, and from that clarification they have to learn. They have to learn from learner network interactions and so on. So they have to thus learn or develop the skill of self-management, the skills to engage, participate, and interact in online learning. And for the teacher, the online learning is a refreshing activity, because the language teachers are always interested in taking up new, trying new techniques with the learners. And this online learning is a good opportunity for them. The learners involved here are self-directed, and they are learning on a broader perspective. So the skills which can be simultaneously developed from the new learning space are flexibility, negotiation, and self-direction. So here at NSOU, we have identified three kinds of learners, the types of learners which we are getting in online learning, and they have been analyzed from 5 perspectives. So, or 5 points, 5 aspects. The first one is the ideal learner, the second one is the self-directed learner, and the third one is the isolated learner. This isolated learner is a bit problematic, asking same questions again and again and often distracting. The ideal learner is is always active and have full control over their learning, and the self-directed learner always work hard and are usually active. So they have been studied from attitude, learning experience, response, self-efficiency, and student engagement. So the attitude is always positive for the ideal learner, and self-directed learner, they have full control of their learning, and they have the study materials at their hand, of course, and the response is always active, and the student engagement is always on track. So I have 2 case studies reported in my paper. So if you can get hold of my paper or try and get to read my paper, you'd come to know about the case studies which supports my argument. And I would like to say that online learning approaches in distance education have different views on learning experiences in ELT learners, because there are different kinds of learners and different kinds of, and different aspects also on this. In distance education, online learning is an essential support to autonomous learning experiences, and the way learners adjust to the learning space and prepare to respond to the new learning opportunity needs to be more observed and investigated. This was investigated for 5 years, observed for 5 years, but it could be observed more, to come up with more conclusions. Finally, it can be concluded that there are learner networks and individual asynchronous proposals every year which engage learners with some of the learning contexts, and these all need teacher mediation every time. So the learners need to develop the skill of context, or develop skills where the teacher is not there, and learn from the context. And these meaningful interactions of individual learners were considered as learner feedback in online sessions. And further, I would like to say that the teacher should try and accommodate all kind of interactions. Although some of the interactions are quite distracting, some of the questions are distracting, out of the question, out of the context which the teacher is trying to teach, out of the topic. Sometimes they are also so distracting that you cannot say anything, but you have to self-manage. So that to prepare the learners and to motivate them, the teacher should try to work out on how to accommodate all kinds of learners, because of accommodating learner in face-to-face is different than that in online learning. This is a new area, a new learning space which the teacher also has to accommodate. So with that, I end my topic. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Suman Madam. It is a very practical paper, and she is capable of highlighting so many points within a brief period of time, because she is definitely a practitioner. So it is really a privilege to listen from a practitioners, and she's highlighting so many things regarding with positivity. She highlight some negativity of the online learning, and also some positivity, and also finally she conclude that this is one of the best medium to teach her own subject, language specifically. So madam, be with us and wait for the question answer session. Definitely many people will asking you many questions. So now I proceed to our fourth presenter, Dr. Ajoy Kumar Behera, Assistant Regional Director, IGNOU, Kolkata. And he is coming to us with a very good paper. The topic is student support services for the learners suffering from stress and trauma during lockdown period, specifically this COVID-19. So I think this paper will bring many new things that to be taken under consideration. So I request Dr. Ajoy Kumar Behera sir to present his paper. Please, Dr. Behera sir.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the participants and all the organizers of this particular seminar. I'm going to present my topic. I'm just sharing my. Yeah. COVID-19, some concerns of the learners. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, it is normal for the learners to experience a huge range of thoughts, feelings, and reactions, including feeling stressed and trauma, particularly the final year learners. Anxiety related to their course of study, upset, fatigue, and feeling helpless, feeling disconnected from others, academic counseling and study materials problem, laboratory, practical fieldwork problems, preparation for examinations without study materials, uncertainty in appearing examinations, and finally, fear of missing the semester or the year. Learning solutions during lockdown period. I would like to suggest some solutions, which is as follows. Connecting with the individual learners. Number 2, 24/7 help desks for the learners. use of available digital platforms for teaching learning, providing the soft copy of the study materials, uploading study materials in the university website and web portals, live counseling sessions through televisions like Gyan Darshan, radio like interactive radio counseling sessions, Gyan Bani, and other online platforms, providing recorded video clips of the contents and link of MOOCs and archives to the learners so that they can access the content, mobile learning and video conferencing with the learners, blended learning, mixing all modes of education, training and capacity building of the teachers, interactive sessions like the present international online conference, government's role in developing online learning infrastructures, etc. Practical experiences of IGNOU RC Kolkata. Initiatives taken by IGNOU Regional Center Kolkata are timely SMS alert to all the enrolled learners giving required information, direct interaction with the learners along with coordinators and program in charge of the study centers through WhatsApp, video conferencing and web interactions, academic counseling through available digital platforms, handling queries of learners through email, Facebook and other network, dedicated email to submit soft copy of the assignments, uploaded all important information and recorded video clips in the university website, continuous feedback from learners by email, WhatsApp, Google Forms, etc. Immediate action to address the problems of the learner. Some challenges are ahead we have to face and we have to give the solutions also. Poor internet connectivity or poor network, unavailability of required digital devices with the learners, having a smartphone versus access to a smartphone, because we students are having smartphone and some students are just access to a smartphone which is belonging to his family member or his friends. Less knowledge of using the available digital platforms, threatened cyber security and privacy, which is already discussed by our fellow participants. Difficulties of persons with disabilities, especially visual impairment, laboratory work, practical work and field work, online assessment and evaluation related challenges, maintaining motivation of the learners, which is one of the most important challenge for our for all of us, because their attitude matters. And finally, developing a national system of online learning and so on. So we have to focus all these challenges, and the need of the hour is to address all the above challenges. And finally, I would like to conclude, in spite of our best efforts, we have to think about the learning of unreached learners who are sitting in the remote areas of the country in this pandemic COVID-19 situation and even after. Thank you all. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present my paper.
Thank you, Dr. Behera, for your very informative presentation. IGNOU, one of the best university of this area. Being from IGNOU and being holding the position of Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Behera has a vast experience of addressing learner support services during normal period, even in the COVID-19, and many institutions at a loss how to deal with or how to provide student support service for them. Dr. Behera brings a bags of solutions, then definitely everybody contextualize all these solutions and apply and get benefited. Thank you, Dr. Behera, for your nice presentation. Now, may I request Dr. Trisha Duora Borua. She is Assistant Professor of Mass Communication of Krishnakant Hendrik State Open University. And Dr. Borua bringing a paper of a different kind, risk communication and community engagement and the role of media. We are hopeful. Definitely, this is a first kind of paper regarding discussing role of media, if I'm not mistaken. So we are really eagerly waiting to listen from Dr. Borua. Please, Dr. Borua.
Good evening, everyone. I know because of time constraints, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. My paper is all about how media has been playing a sterling role as far as communication of messages are concerned, specifically health-based communication and risk communication. And also, I'll try to analyze how media has been encouraging the community to participate in different community-based affairs at a grassroots levels. So this paper is basically it's a qualitative analysis, and I have my own observations, as well as I've taken a few data from secondary sources to support the area of work which I'm currently doing. To begin with, we know media has really have contributed a lot to the society by disseminating a lot of important information, especially when it concerns the health sector, especially when it relates to the risk communication. Now, one important thing, because in this particular time of pandemic going around, of course, we are being bombarded with a lot of information at the present moment, which in common parlance is known as infodemics. And in such kind of situation, and it's very easy to kind of fall victims to fake news or hoaxes that's been circulated in different media platforms. So at this particular juncture, what I feel that's important for people to be media literate, or a lot of emphasis should be given on media literacy. In fact, media literacy doesn't mean a person should have a well-qualified degree. Rather, that particular person should have accessible or should have access to different media platforms, should be responsible enough to distinguish between the fact and the fiction, and also should be intelligent enough to accept which news to take in and which to reject. Now, coming to the point of community engagement, what it means engaging the community in different affairs, especially at the grassroots levels. During such kind of situation, when such risk-based situation arises, as it's happening in the present moment, we have the government, directives, we have the government machineries and functionaries at one place, and also we have the different media platforms. But the question that's very pertinent at this particular moment is whether that particular message has been able to percolate to the inner entrance of the society or not, or whether the persons living at the grassroots level have been able to take in the message. And that's what we need to intervene, and we need to kind of bring out a strategy in this particular regard. Now, talking about, we have learned a lot of lessons. History have really taught us how to, kind of react or act in such kind of situations. Like, when in 2014, Ebola, it's a great disease, it struck West Africa, and the governments in those countries, especially in Guinea and Sierra Leone and Liberia also, initially they made use of coercive actions. They imposed lockdown and they asked people not to move out of their homes. But those kind of actions, it turned to be very counterproductive. So the government, in an alternative way, what they did is like they made use of community-based surveillance. Now, community-based surveillance is nothing but you making use of people at a grassroots level, especially those who are representative of the community. For instance, the local leaders, maybe the traditional medicine healers. So those people can be, educated, and they can carry forward information to the people they're representing. So, when we kind of interact with people in face-to-face mode of communication, that proves to be very impactful, and that also makes the people feel that someone is listening to them instead of just bombarding the people with a lot of information. And now coming to the concept of information being given to people. When we talk about fake news being, like in a few days back, there was a kind of a video which was going viral in TikTok, showing a person was seen, he was leaking a few currency notes, and he seemed to be saying that his religion demands so. So I think there should be a proper mechanism in place so just such kind of malicious videos are not circulated. Because if that is late to happen, then probably the very foundation of democracy will crumble. So we need to have a proper, kind of planning. We need to have proper mechanism in place. And also, it's not the duty of the, only the government at both the national or local level to look into such matters, or for that matter, different media organizations or the NGOs. But, the onus lies on the people themselves. They should be ready to welcome, or they should be ready to understand the different changes that have been happening. Hello? Yeah, they should be able to distinguish between what is right and wrong. So I just want to talk about that. And from my side, I can only say that, I guess the different media organizations also have a duty from their own side to kind of, to focus on those issues which will not sensationalize anything. sensationalization of news should be like the media organization should try to avoid that as far as possible. And just a few days back, I read a report about in India, as far as I know, a particular conglomeration of around like 400 scientists have been formed. They have a tentative title, most probably as Indian Scientist Response to COVID-19. And what this group of scientists they are doing is like they are kind of collecting the different resources and materials, coming from as far as this particular pandemic is concerned, and they have uploaded those materials in a particular website. So, and I think such kind of initiatives are very welcoming, and it will go a long way in educating the public about what exactly they need to take in and which to reject. And I think the different media houses also have a particular responsibility in this regard. I know as far as Agency France Press, it's one of the biggest wire services, as we all know. And what they have done is, it's very interesting. They have their own website. They have collaborated with, I think, Facebook. And yeah, I'll try to summarize it. So what they have done is they collaborated with Facebook. They have a particular page which they have showed the like the different kind of information which are exactly true and which are not. So I think such kind of initiative really goes a long way, in debugging the bits, in kind of debugging the different hoaxes and other false information. Because overall, I can say this is not a fight against a particular disease or malady. It's also a fight against denial and fear. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Trisha. This is the time where media is under severe scrutiny, especially electronic media and social media, because of its extensive coverage, deep penetration. Its role is very important for us, and Dr. Trisha rightly highlighted all these beautiful points. And in the chat section, when from IGNOS here, Murthy sir also appreciate your paper. Thank you, Dr. Trisha. Now I request Dr. Newton Biswas. He's assistant professor of Gokhale Memorial Girls College, Kolkata, and he's going to present a paper entitled "Problems of Online Teaching in Rural Bengal." So now we are going to listen a paper on Bharat. So India is over. Now Bharat is coming. So I request Dr. Newton Biswas to present his paper.
Okay. Yeah. May I start? Yeah. Thank you so much. So it's problem of online teaching in rural Bengal. We know that the entire world is going through the biggest crisis, that is against the coronavirus. So most part of the world is locked down. So India, we are also locked in our home. And after Janta curfew, officially India declared lockdown on 24th March. We all know those things. So what West Bengal did to fight against this corona? In West Bengal, regular teaching learning has stopped from 16th of March, and all the educational institute will remain closed till most probably, yes, it's 10th June. So it's a huge gap. So the regular teaching learning system that has been stopped totally. So in this time, there are many teachers, those who are they are very much worried that what the students will do. So keeping this thing in their mind, they started online teaching. Many teachers are there. So they started online teaching in online platforms like Zoom app, Google Classroom, and so on. So students are doing class, it's fine. But what is the problem that the rural students are facing? This is the main area of my research. So let's see how I have done this work. The population, the students, those who are residing in rural area of West Bengal, they are the population. Sampling procedure, I have used a snowball sampling technique because we all are locked in our room, so we can't go and collect data. That's why telephonic interview was taken. Delimitation of the study, I have conducted the study within the 2 districts of West Bengal. That is Nadia district and another one is South 24 Parganas. These 2 districts are taken for this research purpose. Tools and technique and data collection, I have used, as I said, the telephonic interview that was taken. tools that through open-ended question was asked to the students that about how they are feeling, how they are attending the online class, or what are the problems that they are facing while attending the online classes. Data interpretation that was done, it is a qualitative research. Open-ended question was there. So at first collecting the feedback, the raw data is systematically and intensively analyzed sentence by sentence. And after that, open coding one was done. And at last, coding was done. And on the basis of those coding, the findings of the study is network problem. The very first thing is that the students used to face network problem. The network was not stable there. Another, limited data. There are so many students, those who come from, their economic condition is not very good. Financially, they are very weak. So they can't afford the data. Next, most of the students doesn't have any smartphone. Yeah, another fact is that there are so many students are there. Many are attending the online classes. Unfortunately, there are a good number of students, those who can't afford a smartphone. Next, irregular class. Yeah, this is another important. Irregular class, that means a teacher is taking class according to their wish. There is no particular routine that the students can see the routine and attend the class. This is another problem. Another, topic taught are not very clear. Teaching method is also not proper. In regular classroom, that discussion method we used to see in the classroom, in regular classroom, but in online class, the students are saying that the opportunity of discussion is not there, so they can't participate in the discussion. So the teaching method must be changed. Another thing is many students, they are not very much tech savvy. This is also a problem. So these are the main findings of the research, and there are some suggestions. First of all, the internet service provider at this time during this pandemic, the internet service provider, they can help the students. That means whenever there is any educational program is going, the service provider can provide free internet or something like that. Next, the government will have to take another initiative, or the school administration or the college university administration, they can take another initiative. They can provide smartphone or like devices to the students, as that they can access the online classes. Another thing is that the students must be informed 1 or 2 days before the scheduled class. This is important. Before, if the students were informed, then that's very good. Another thing is that the study material must be provided to the students before the class. If the teacher provides the study material to the student before the class, it helps the students a lot. Next, as I said, that lecture method, that was not a very good teaching method. So the teachers will have to take care of that. Discussion method is something which we must adopt. So these are the findings, and these are some suggestions, and that's all I have from my presentation. That's thank you. Thank you. I have completed.
Hello, Dr. Biswas.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. You are exploring the other side of the reality, and at the time of this new alternative online learning, definitely those who are involving in online learning, your paper will definitely help to those designers or instructional designers or other people who are involved in online learning. Definitely look after these rural issues, so that they are definitely cope up all these problems and bring a new form of online Okay, sorry for disruption due to this technicalities. Now, may I request Mrs. Moyuri Bhagwati? She's a research scholar of Krishna Kant Hendrik State Open University, and Dr. Utpal Deka. He's the assistant professor of economics of our university. And this joint paper highlighting the role of online learning as a provider of proactive measures to ensure the well-being of people, elderly people during pandemic period. So please, Mrs. Bhagawati.
Hello.
Yeah,
Sir,
please.
audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. The paper entitled is the role of online learning as a provider of proactive measures to ensure the well-being of elderly people during this pandemic period. As all of you know, the world novel coronavirus disease or COVID-19 is the pandemic threatening to the whole world. And in this situation, the elderly people have greater chance to infected by this disease because of their physical deterioration with aging. In this situation, proactive measures can play a very important role in ensuring the well-being of the elderly people. And everywhere lockdown declared. So in this period, in this situation, online learning is the only way to provide these proactive measures to the elderly people. The paper highlighting some objectives, these are to discuss the notion of aging, pandemic, or proactive measures, to analyze why the elderly people are considered as the most vulnerable towards COVID-19, to unearth the different problems faced by the elderly people during this pandemic situation, to discuss the role of online learning as a provider of proactive measures to ensure the well-being of the elderly people, and also to analyze some challenges associated with the online learning, and also to articulate and suggest some measures regarding the issues discussed in this paper. The methodology mainly is study built on the observation, documentary evidences, literature analysis, and some experiences of the current time. So here, as the limited time period, so I like to highlight the problems faced by the elderly people in this pandemic period. The main problems faced by the elderly people in this pandemic period are that we are maintaining social distance, and very important in this situation to prevent the spreading of this coronavirus disease. So in the social isolation, it's affect their mental health and develop anxiety and fear, and also ultimately its impact over the overall health of the elderly people. They are also facing some problems of purchasing their necessary goods and items. Some elderly people are also facing some problems related to the livelihood sources, especially in the developing countries like India. So what the roles played by the online learning in this pandemic situation and ensuring the well-being of the elderly people? Here, some main points highlight as role of online learning in this pandemic situations are to maintain a good health. Health and nutrition, good health and nutrition is very important for the elderly people, especially in this pandemic situation. So different videos, online videos, yogas related to the yoga, physical exercise, etc. available through online. And they can take help from this online learning to maintain a good health and nutrition. Then hygiene. World Health Organization advises every people to maintain personal hygiene and also hygiene of the surroundings. And through this online learning, it's help elderly people to maintain a hygiene, personal hygiene as well as surroundings also. Through this knowledge available in the online. Even different knowledge management, another points of this online learning, where also they can take help to know about this coronavirus disease, different symptoms, and how they can prevent of the spreading this disease. Different data available over the online also can help them to getting the knowledge about this coronavirus disease. Then different, this is very means hard situations where we are not allowed to go outside. So elderly people especially also not allowed to go outside for purchasing their different necessary items which are important for to maintain their daily life. So they can avail this kind of items through the online modes also. There are so many apps which they can take help to purchase their goods and items. Even for the mental and physical relief, they can take help from the online modes, especially like this different means that the knowledge available for the religious and the e-book learning also they can take help for the mental relief. Then also different songs, videos also they can avail. So here's so many knowledge available in the online mode which help them to getting the mental relief also. Even they can take advice from the doctors or the other physician to maintain a good health through the online. So physical relief also they can take through this online mode. But yes, important role played by the online. But here are some challenges also associated in using this online mode. The challenges are highlighting as like some problems associated with the time and skill management, then some difficult for the less technological service peoples, because elderly peoples may not be. Yes, due to the time period, I like to sum up with this. However, social distance we have to maintain, but it's not the social separation, and we can maintain the social communication with this online learning. And this online learning help them to get available knowledge related to the COVID data, and also to maintain the good health and hygiene to the elderly people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bhagawati. One of the recent problems that emerge in our society is that the problem of the aged, their alienation, negligence from the family, and so many issues are associated with these issues. And definitely COVID-19, their problems, severity and magnitude, definitely a matter of concern. And I'm really appreciate Mrs. Bhagawati for highlighting this crucial but untouched issue of COVID during this COVID-19 period. And definitely suggestions is very helpful, and our administration and different institution or even social workers definitely get benefited from their suggestions, and provide assistance to the most needy section of the our society, that is our elderly respected aged peoples. Thank you. Now I request Mrs. Devojani Duara. She's assistant professor of our university, and Ananta Kumar Gogoi. He's a administrative officer. Presently, he is working as a secretary, Guwahati Metropolitan Development Authority, and he is directly associated with the present COVID-19 management system. So he's and along with Mrs. Devojani Duara, bringing a very good paper, a collaborative model of pandemic preparedness in rural areas with special reference to COVID-19, role of government machineries, public representative, and the community. So definitely this should be an interesting paper. I request Mrs. Devojani Duara to present her paper.
Thank you, sir, and greetings to my fellow participants. As the time is limited, I'll directly go to the objective of my paper. I think, let me share my screen. Yeah. The objective of my paper is why it is not coming? Excuse me, the PowerPoint.
Yes, it is coming.
It's coming.
No, the second slide. Yeah. Sorry for the distraction. To plan a suggestive model. Sorry. To plan a suggestive model to prevent the outbreak of the novel coronavirus in the rural areas of Assam, clearly indicating the significant role to be played by the government machineries, public representatives, and community members in effectively dealing with the prevailing situation without hampering the regular economic and academic activities of the village. Now, the collaborative model that we have designed is a suggestive model. It is for consideration, and certain points were taken into consideration while designing the model. The points are existing government and community-owned infrastructure present in the rural areas of Assam, government functionaries presently working in the rural areas of Assam, and socio-economic conditions of the villages of Assam. While the first and foremost, there is a need to form a village-level task force committee, which will be formed under the chairmanship of the Gambura of the village. The village-level task force committee will consist of members of government functionaries, public representatives, and community leaders, as it is shown in the displayed on the screen. The village-level task force committee will act under direct supervision and control of the incident commander. The circle officer of the local revenue circle will be the incident commander of the program of the model, and the circle level officers of all the line of departments will assist the circle officer. Now, duties and responsibilities of the village level task force. There are various duties and responsibilities as it is displayed on the screen. like setting up of a control room, collection of important data related to the village, setting up of announcement system, setting up of a check gate at the entry point to the village, arrange sanitization of the public places, management of students and working persons of the village presently outside Assam, distribution of relief materials, distribution of masks and hand sanitizers, economic activities and academic activities. Let me just touch upon only few of these activities. Out of all these activities, let me directly go to the setting up of control room. For better management of the system and effective communication, setting up of a control room is very important. These are the various points while one has to consider while setting up a control room, like Teachers Common Room of the local high school may be used as a control room, dedicated phone number by 24/7 service, email ID will have to be created, school teachers will be engaged for control room duty, vehicles will be engaged there, and list of it will contain a list of important phone numbers, and it will also maintain a register. Now, the next important task is the collection of important data related to the village. These are the various types of data that the village task force will collect regarding the related to the village, and it will also collect some important phone numbers of the following officials. Next, setting up of the announcement system. If there is an FLS system available in the village, it will be activated. If it is not present, then a vehicle with an announcement system will have to be arranged for making certain announcement, certain important announcement from time to time, like it is displayed on the village. This kind of announcement will be there. It will be after a certain period of time, the announcements will be made by the announcement system. Now, next, the setting up of the check gate. To check and regularize the entry of the outsiders to the villages, the check gate is very important. There will be only one entry point to the village will be kept open during this period of lockdown, and the check gate will be set up at that entry point. It will be manned 24/7 by police or home guard or VDP members. Hand sanitization facilities will be made available, and 2 registers will be maintained at the check gate, one for the outside visitors and others for the villagers. Now let me directly jump to the economic activities of the village. The task force will ensure that regular economic activities like agriculture, horticulture, fish farming, implementation of MG and NREGA schemes, activities for women under self-help group, etc., are carried out continuously throughout the lockdown period. But however, while doing these activities, it has to be ensured that they maintain the social distancing and other health-related issues, guidelines given by the health department. Then along with the academic activities, at the village level task force will also ensure that along with the economic activities, the academic activities are also going on simultaneously without any disruption. For the academic activities, we have divided into 3 types, 3 levels: for preschool level children, for elementary level students, and for secondary level students. Preschool level children, Anganwadi workers will distribute any dry nutritious foods which will be given by the CDPO, Child Development Office, at the doorsteps of the children. Mahila Samiti member will assist the Anganwadi workers. Mothers will be trained to positively use the time in raising their children through a village level training program organized by the Social Welfare Department, maintaining the social distance. Then educated youth will be engaged as a community educator. School teachers, with the help of community educators, will provide home-based guidance to the students for elementary students. Then, okay, I'm just summing up. Wait a minute, just may I share the screen now?
Yes.
Okay, then for secondary level students, audio classes will be delivered through All India Radio, video classes through Doordarshan. The teachers will use online education, WhatsApp, Facebook, etc. Given guidance regarding the use of ICT, and State Open University may be given responsibility in this regard. Free internet facilities should of minimum 1.5 GB per day and to the students. And the lastly, I just like to conclude the session. Design, which is we have designed, the model which we have designed is a suggestive one, and which may be adopted by the government to deal with the present situation arising out of the COVID-19 outbreak. The model has been designed keeping in view the current infrastructure and manpower facilities available in the rural areas. Yeah, the collaborative model, it may be adopted in case of occurrence of other natural disasters as well. The model may also be adopted by other states of India with minor adjustment whenever needed. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Debojani Duara and Ananta Kumar Gogoi for your such a informative presentation. And this presentation highlighted specifically how rural in rural areas to deal with the pandemic or other kind of crisis situation, what kind of operational management or operational organization is there. And definitely many institutions undertaking initiative in rural areas for their different developmental activities. Definitely this information will be very instrumental for them to design their activities. Thank you, Dr. Duara. Now, actually, there are two other presenters from Russia. One is Indira Gazieva and another is Mr. Alexander. We are trying to get them through message or other communication mode, but we could not able to communicate with them. May I know, are there Indira Gazieva or Alexander is present here in the hall? From the technical team?
Might be no. Might be no.
No.
We have not found them. Not found them.
Then, yeah, they may not be present for some reason, but they had given their consent actually, but maybe some difficulties, they are unable to present. Still, this is a good session. 8 presenters have presented their paper, and all this paper ranging from issues of philosophical and sociological analysis of health and education relations and the existing situation, how education is failed to ensure a proper healthy environment or a proper health development mechanism. That is one thing that our Baharul Islam Laskar has presented, and Dr. Parag and Dr. Tejosa presented regarding investment on education and health. And they reiterated that during this COVID-19, it is a lesson to be learned for every state, every country, that investment should be increased in education and health so that we can check this kind of pandemic. Third paper, Dr. Suman Bandyopadhyay of National Netaji Subhash Open University. She's presented a beautiful paper on how online learning can be used in teaching English language. She is sharing her some primary experience. Another good paper presented by Dr. Ajoy Kumar Behera, who is highlighting what kind of support services from IGNOU regional centers or maybe provided to the distance learner during this lockdown period. And another paper, Trisha Duara Borua, she is highlighting the role of media, and also she analyzed the media's role from positive and negative point of view, and also responsibility of media during this kind of situation. Another paper, Dr. Newton Biswas, he is highlighting the difficulties that has been facing in providing online teaching in rural areas, especially in Bengal. And another paper, Mayuri Bhagawati and Dr. Utpal Dekha, they are bringing a very unnoticed but very important topic of a problem of aged people during this pandemic period, and also they give some good solutions how to deal with the problems of these aged people. And the last paper, which is just presented by Debojani Duara and Ananta Kumar Gogoi, specifically their paper give a model, operational model to be suitable for rural areas during the time of pandemic or critical times. So these are the papers. I congratulate every paper presenter for bringing so many issues so many ideas, so many viewpoints, and so many angles to present in this August gatherings. Now, I open this all discussion to our esteemed participants, esteemed paper presenters for discussion. So I invite queries, any suggestions, any reservations, whatever it may be, from the presenters and the other participants. Still, we are now 93 presenters and participants. No questions?
Excuse me.
Yes, yes.
Since other participants are not there, can I present my paper? I have already sent one paper, but I am not in the list. Can I present since other presenters are not there?
Oh, sorry, sir. Actually, everything is sequentially organized in technical session wise, so I don't want to break this. So you have to wait for your time. Thank you.
No. I am not in the list. I am not in the list.
Pranav Soikia, Dr. Pranav Soikia, can I come in?
Yes, yes.
This is Prasenjit Das calling. Can I come in? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Dr. Soikia, can we allow this fellow to present since we have time and the two Russian fellows are not present? So if we could give him 4 or 5 minutes, 4 minutes maybe.
Okay, no issue. No issue. From organizational point of view, it is not an issue. Then
yeah, that is
welcome.
That is up to you. If you allow, then he or he can present.
Why not?
Okay.
Please, present your paper.
Give him for 4 minutes, 4 to 5 minutes, not more than that. Please carry on,
okay.
Dr. Soikia.
Okay. Thank you. So please, you give your introduction and present your paper. And technical team, identify him. Please spotlight him.
Yes, Binod, are you there?
Yes, I am there.
Okay.
May I know the name who is supposed to present?
Yes, Dr. Prabhat, I think.
Yes, myself, Dr. Prabhat Kumar Jena. Actually, I had already sent the paper, but I am not in the list of the presenter. So can I present my paper or not?
No issue. Now you can present, sir. It is your time.
So you just carry on, Professor. You just carry on.
To spotlight you, at least title video.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now I am able to spotlight you. Okay.
Okay, the title of my paper is Need of E-Learning During Lockdown Period of COVID-19 in India. Myself, Dr. Prabhat Kumar Jena, Assistant Regional Director from IGNOU Regional Center, Bhubaneswar. I am very much thankful to all of you for giving me the chance to present the paper. I have already shared the paper, but my name was not in the list. So I am thankful to all of you for accepting my request. So in this pandemic situation, with educational institutions all being locked down due to COVID-19, educators across the country, they are moving towards virtual classes and ensuring learning never stops. So distance learning, that is the best solution during this lockdown period. Now, Here I emphasize on how the online learning is beneficial because it is instantly accessible and offers flexible scheduling. It is useful during this time of crisis, such as we can work in the absence of office and during this pandemics. Though pandemics often result in people staying in home for long periods of time, work has never stopped during this lockdown, and some useful techniques and tools that we can use during this pandemic situation to continue our online learning. So I have in this paper also I have presented some e-learning approaches, and that is on the support of government on the e-learning approaches. So most government around the world, they have temporarily closed the traditional educational institution due to the spread of this COVID-19, and with the increased demand of online learning, and most of the learners, they are depending on the online learning. And if we take the scenario of world, there are 91% of student population in the world, they are not able to attend the school and colleges. And in India also, the steps have been that India has taken till now. India has already informed through notice, that is the notice of UGC and MHRD. They have already informed everybody to use the online portals, just like Swayam Online, UG and PG portals, so MOOCs, EG Pathshala, e-content, Swayam Prabha, and National Digital Library is there, and Sodhganga is there also, East Coast Sodhganga is there, and Vidwan is there also. So all are the e-learning portals that has been notified by the UGC and MHRD. What are the other emerging approaches that has been supported? The other emerging approaches that has been supported by Government of India and UGC, they are the Diksha, e-Pathshala, Swayam Prabha, all these things. Okay, let me discuss some of the free external repositories of distance learning solutions. What are those? We can access free books, free online education books, okay, from different websites, and we can have different supportive web conferences. That means video conferences through Zoom, Hangout, Skype, Facebook, and YouTube Live also. So these are free. So there are so many free websites, and we all can access through this. And what are the steps that we should take in order to function the e-learning system smoothly? We should have high-speed internet connectivity. Okay, we should have high security measures in order to keep your data safe. And all the parents, they should be aware about the e-learning and the online learning also, so that they can guide their students about the security issues of the e-learning platform. So what are other disadvantages? Disadvantages are there, and they are mainly the students who are from disadvantaged group, who are from lower income group, they are unable to access e-learning or online learning. So what are the main important advantages? The great advantage is we can interact with the global experts through online learning. Okay, and we can keep the record of the meeting so that can be used afterwards. And it is very cost effective technology. And the teachers can directly interact with the learners. So these are some benefits that we can have. And what are my concluding remarks? My concluding remark is we all should access the online portal, and this is, as it is free, we all should have this. We should all should explore the facility of using online facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Jena, for providing useful information to us. May I request you to tell your paper's name again?
My paper's name is Need of E-Learning During Lockdown Period for COVID-19 in India. I have already sent my paper. If you want, I should send it again. Need
Now,
of
for our
e-learning.
reporter's help, could you please type it in our chat section? Could you
Dr.
please type
Saikia,
your paper's name in the chat?
Dr. Saikia, can I come in?
I have already sent this paper.
Yes.
If you want, can you send it?
He has already sent the paper and we have the record. So we will give you once the session is over. Okay. He doesn't need to type again.
You.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I have already sent the paper.
So thank you, Jena. Your arrival helped me to solve a contingency problem of not receiving questions. Still, we have another 5 minutes. Anybody wish to ask any questions?
Yeah, I have a question to ask. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Professor Hina Bijli, Director, School of Continuing Education at IGNOU.
Right.
Yeah, it was a very insightful session, and I sat through all the sessions. Lovely listening to all. I just had one question for Dr. Ajay Behra, who's the Assistant Regional Director of IGNOU at Kolkata. He gave very useful points and projections as to what can be done, to combat the COVID crisis and how to reach out to learners through online measures. I just wanted to ask Dr. Behra as to is Regional Center Kolkata taking any measures and practicing these online measures which he suggested, such as availability of digital platforms, MOOCs? For what programs have they initiated any such steps, and how they are trying to maintain the motivation of learners in this regard? If they are doing, they could have initiated, they must have initiated something like this. So just quickly, if he can give some response to this.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for asking the question. In fact, we here at Kolkata Regional Center, we are just sending the links to the learners to access the web platforms. Number one. Number two, we are sending the recorded videos from different academic counselors who are directly linked with the WhatsApp group or other means to the learners at their own place. Particularly at Kolkata, Asansol, then Krishnanagar in Nadia district, and Kharagpur, they are doing well. They are in fact contacting the learners directly, and they are recording. They are contacting, and they are providing counseling sessions to the learners, and they are sending the recordings to us, and we are also uploading these recordings in our website, the RC Calcutta website. So if you go through the Calcutta website, Calcutta RC website, you can find all the recordings. Number one. Number two, certain videos they have recorded, the academic counselors have recorded and sent to us, and ultimately we have also uploaded the videos in the RC website, and they have prepared some YouTubes, and they have given us the link, and we have sent the links to all the learners of the RC Kolkata to access the YouTube lectures from sitting at their home. So these are the some small initiatives we have already taken. And as far as web platforms are concerned, we have given the list of the web platforms in our website for the learners, and ask the learners to go through the links and web portal. So in this way, we are helping the learners. And as I have already told, that we are addressing the queries of the learners over telephone, over WhatsApp, message, or email. So through these channels, we are trying to help the learners to break the isolation. I mean, home isolation. For their study and for their own career. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I take this opportunity to thanking all the paper presenters, all the participants who listening patiently to our presenters, and also interaction, and also thanks to the rapporteurs for taking the record of the each and every presenter's presentation minutely. Dear friends, this is time to say goodbye for me. Before saying goodbye, I would like to submit a strong note, positive note to you that COVID-19 definitely a critical time, crisis time for us. But at the same time, we are all get together virtually to get recover or to get the solutions. One of the most important subsystem of our society, that is education at its continuation. Definitely, this is part and parcel of our life, that we have to pass some critical times. Sometimes we have to pass some good times. Sometimes we have to pass some moderate time. So this sometimes it is optimistic place. Sometimes it is pessimistic kind of things place. But we have to be positive. During 1918, Spanish flu snatched away 10 crores people from the earth. But still, we are surviving, we are developing. So this is also one phase. Definitely we'll overcome this. And I thanking you all. And I now hand over to my session, to technical session 11, to moderator Dr. Bipul Das, Associate Professor of Political Science of Krishnakant Hendik, State Open University. So friends, we directly move to technical session 11. Now it is time to Dr. Bipul Das. Thank you.
Hello, audible to everyone. Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, Dr. Das, all the best for your session.
Yes. Thank you, thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome you all to this session. I am Bipul Das, faculty of KK Hendik State Open University and moderator of this session. I would like to introduce my colleague as well as rapporteur of this session, Dr. Chukmaya Lama, Assistant Professor of History, and Dr. Pallavi Gogoi, Assistant Professor of English of KK Hendik State Open University. Now, I would like to request all the paper presenters to be ready according to their serial numbers. Before announcement, it is our humble request to you all that please finish your presentation within 6 minutes of time. Now, the first paper will be on emerging role of technology enhanced learning, a boost on online teaching learning process in India at the time of COVID-19, a move towards Bharat Padhe Online, initiative of Government of India by Dr. Manoj Kumar Das. He is Regional Director, IGNOU, Regional Evaluation Center, Bhubaneswar. So may I request Dr. Das to present his paper.
Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, sir. Please start.
Thank you very much. So, in fact, one good evening to you all. And thanks to all the organizers, team at Guwahati and the team at Simca, for creating such an excellent platform for the discussion and interaction, and giving me an opportunity to share some of activities of Indira Gandhi National Open University. So may I just share my slide?
Yes, sir.
Just a minute, I just wanted to share the slide. Yes. So this is what is the topic. With respect to the topic, as I told you. Hello.
Okay, sir.
Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah.
Am I? Is it visible to you, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is what is the topic, and in this topic, the whole thing I have divided into 3 different parts. The first part is the intensive initiatives taken by Indira Gandhi National Open University during this last 1.5 months, that is 2 months, during this lockdown period all across the country. Second thing is the issue of equity, access, and the inclusiveness in the context of India and in the context of Indira Gandhi National Open University as well. And the third aspect is what exactly the perception of the teachers, academics, and the learners associated with these online activities during this lockdown period that is being provided from Indira Gandhi National Open University. Now, coming to the whole paper, is divided into, this is what is the overview of my paper. I will not cover all the aspects. Let us discuss the aspect only, the objectives of the study, the methodology, and the result and the discussion part. And here we will have the whole objectives. I have taken 3 different aspects, as I told you in the beginning. That is, one is what are the activities and initiatives of Indira Gandhi National Open University across the country. Second one is what exactly the issues of equity, inclusion, and access, as the President Commonwealth was speaking at the inaugural session. And the third aspect is that very important, what is the perception of the teachers, what is the perception of the students, and what is the perception of the academic counselors as well. Now, coming to the first aspect, the methodology. The simple method of what I have implemented in the present study is the descriptive survey research. 150 total sample is taken, though it is a very small study, that is 100 learners are taken and 50 stakeholders are there. Other stakeholders are such as the teachers, academics, and the academic counselors. And the tools technique, both primary source as well as secondary source is utilized. Qualitative and quantitative method is adopted. I am not going to take much time on it. Let us discuss on the whole discussion part is divided into 3 different parts. Let us discuss the first part of the discussion, that is the extensive use of technology mediated interventions that are experimented, that are tried out, that are provided to the learner by Indira Gandhi National Open University with a network of 56 regional centers and 21 schools of studies across the country. Now, this is part of some initiative at various centers. Regional Center Koraput, Regional Center Bangalore, Regional Center Bhubaneswar, Regional Center Chandigarh, Regional Center Delhi, Regional Center Noida, and many other regional centers. All regional centers at their end are trying to link with the students, trying to touch their students through Google Meet, through the our WebEx, at the same time through any other Zoom. So directly they are trying to link with the students for the induction meeting, for the teaching learning process, providing some of the courses as well as some other their queries and issues, etc. So 56 regional centers are there across the country, those who are in touch with the students at their home. This is one aspect. The second aspect is the 21 schools of studies. They are continuously working. Honestly speaking, last 10 years, I have not seen the faculty member and the teachers extensively use themselves with the students during as they have been utilized their services during this pandemic period. Maybe Facebook, maybe through Google, maybe through our WebEx, maybe through free conference call, many other resources that are available. Every day they have planning their activities, executing their activities, interacting with the students, getting feedback from the students, and providing all sort of support services, teaching learning support services, as well as the academic support services and administrative support services through different means. This is what is the contribution of the School of Foreign Language, contribution of the SOCIS, contribution of Social Science, Humanities, School of Agriculture, School of Health Science, and many other schools that are there who are providing teaching learning support. Now, this aspect you will see, this is what is Professor Asa Kanwar was speaking, contextualizing the technology is very important. Not only the online services, not only the synchronous mode and asynchronous mode at the same time, where there is the internet facilities are not available. IGNOU is trying with 36 Gyanvani center, 17 Gyanvani centers are on operation. At the same time, Gyandhara web radio channel is also on operation. All the school faculty member from the headquarters and even the 17 regional center, regional director, assistant regional director and their team with the academic counselor providing support services to learners every day. So every daily schedule is prepared. The schedule is being provided to the students through WhatsApp group, through SMS and through many other sources, and the transaction is being going on as if the students do not feel that there is lockdown is going on in terms of teaching learning process. Now coming to the whole 228 study material, the PDF file is uploaded in the eGyan course and even in the students app, that is e-content. It is freely accessible to all the students. They can make use of this PDF file, they can make use of this e-content and prepare for their study, prepare for their courses. That is, the links are made available to the learners through various means. Now, coming to the virtual lab, this is one of the things what Professor Nageswar Rao was highlighting about the issue of inclusion, about the issue of classroom size, issue of the practical size, etc. Even School of Computer Science has tried with the virtual lab, providing the lab facility to the students through online, which is being designed and developed by national experts. So these are also used by Indira Gandhi National Open University during this period. Now coming to NPTEL courses are also provided with the link for quality enhancement to provide additional input to the learner to improve their learning activities. At the same time, students' query are being addressed through email, tutor, and with the iGram, and this is being monitored by Honorable Vice Chancellor from the Vice Chancellor's office. So all sort of support services are in place for the students in terms of providing the support during the lockdown period. So this is what is the online support services provided to them. Now coming to the issue of inclusion and issue of equity, issue of inclusiveness. This is very important, as we have said. Now see, 27% of the households have access to internet. Nobody can deny it. Out of the 47% of the households have access to internet at home. Overall, if we will broadly find out this cost, then we will see that only 12% of the learners have the internet facility at home. Now, this is another one issue pertaining to equality. Now, coming to the rural-urban divide, 85% of the learners have internet access is available, whereas out of the 85, only 41% have internet accessibility at home. Now, coming to the rural area, if we look at the rural area, only 28% of the students yes, I am going to finish this. Now, coming to the even the interstate differences are there. Coming to the in context of the IGNOU learner, 78%, only 9% in IGNOU learners have the internet access at home. Now, coming to the next part, the rural, only 22% have the. Now, this is what is the aspect in terms of the support services that is being provided. Now, so far as the other aspects are perception of the learners. Learners are saying that 58.4% say that the structured question about the issue of the structure, issue of the mechanism that is being adopted. 64% have there is no concrete platform for the or the facility for the discussion, interaction, and the feedback. At the same time, only 18.9% have reflected that there is no internet connectivity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You have clearly highlighted the use of digital initiative made by the higher education institutions, especially IGNOU. Definitely, it will help us to boost e-learning and promote online education in our country. Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Archana Adhikari and Dr. Arunima Bora, Assistant Professor of KK Hendricks State Open University, to present your paper.
Hello, good evening to all. We are going to present a paper on, am I audible to all?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so our topic is online learning during COVID-19, a boon for learner. It is a joint paper prepared by me with Dr. Arunima Bora. So we all know about the outbreak of novel coronavirus, which has shaken the world at once. This pandemic has created a major crisis to humanity. It has affected the world economy, health, and most importantly, the education sector. On the basis of the UNESCO study, it is found that more than 80% of the students are all over the world are adversely affected by this pandemic. Yesterday also, Asha Kanwar ma'am has told that 90% of the population has been affected by this pandemic. So this has created a major challenge for the educational institution. There is much possibility in the rise of dropout rate among the students due to this pandemic, especially in our country like India. So online learning has been proved as one of the means to tackle this challenge for all kind of learner of all the stages. It is a significant contribution of technology to education that has gained much popularity with the advancement of time and learning, especially during this pandemic time. So starting from the school level to university level, students are being communicated and informed through this various kind of technological platform like Google Classroom, Google Drive. So online learning has taken the place in this pandemic very importantly. So the objective of our paper is to focus online learning as a boon for learners during the outbreak of this pandemic and to highlight the role of teacher in sensitizing the students towards the pandemic through the online platform. So online learning, what it is, we all know that because the topic of this conference is itself online learning. So basically it is the most promising and significant area of education covered by technology through internet and which can be communicated with peers and teachers. So I think I should skip this slide because we all know what online learning is. So basically I want to focus online learning as a boon for students during the pandemic. So it accommodates each student's educational need. Then lectures can be taken any number of time during this lockdown. Means students can take the lecture any number at their own pace. So moreover, it also offers access to updated. So students can be updated with the content, knowledge, and skill. Moreover, it gives the impression of studying in the classroom, studying like at home. Means they get the impression that they are studying in the classes, though they are at home. Then it helps the learner to offer self-pacing. They can learn at their own pace. Then it also ensures completion of courses without causing any loss. It offers access to expertise knowledge. The learner can access to any lecture, any learning that are provided by any expertise in the field. Moreover, it assures learning while maintaining safety. Then it offers effectiveness as well as it helps in economic feasibility. Then the second objective was to highlight the role of teacher in sensitizing the student towards the pandemic, because we all know that online learning is very important, but as a social member, it is important for the teacher to sensitize the students also through various online platforms. So firstly, the teacher can disseminate accurate knowledge about the virus to the learner through the online platform. Then they can provide any assignment on this COVID so that they can be sensitized as well as they can sensitize the other members. Moreover, teacher can help them to practice the precaution for this virus, and they can also organize e-essay, e-article competition, which can be done through different platforms like Google platform, Google Classroom, Google Drive, so that they can be sensitized and they know about this deadly virus and its consequences. Moreover, for the elementary level, the art competition can be organized. So these are the role that can be played by a teacher. But besides that, we have discussing since yesterday that there are lots of problems of online learning, which is not possible for all, because there are some families which are not able to afford the food and clothing because of their economic condition, and due to this lockdown, many of them have lost their job, daily wage job. So for them, it is a dream only. So online learning must be done with proper planning and implementation. So there's some measures can be taken, like appropriate guidance, because there are some teachers who are not able to impart this teaching through online platform because of lack of knowledge. So teachers should be given appropriate training and capacity building program. Then proper distribution of electricity and internet service is very important, because there are some area where these are not possible, for which online learning is just a dream for many. Then spending public money is very important. Then seeking support from government for promoting online learning is very important. And with the possibility of extension of lockdown, seeking immediate help and authorization from the government and international bodies to regularize the online education sector is very important during this pandemic. So basically, we have focused and highlighted the online learning as a boon for the learner during this pandemic, and their role in sensitizing them towards the pandemic, and how they can make themselves aware and other people towards this deadly virus. And government should take special measure. They should provide some appropriate aids, guidance, so that for every learner, online learning becomes becomes a possible measures for to continue their education. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your nice presentation. And you have nicely explained in the paper that instead of panic for lockdown, we may hope for innovation to continue the chain of producing human resources with the help of ICT tools or science and technology, that is through open and distance learning system. So thank you for your nice presentation.
Thank
Next
you very
paper,
much.
I'd like to invite Dr. Jayashree Sharma, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Rongya College. And the name of the topic is Educating the Masses Through MOOCs, Its Role in a Pandemic and Market Prospects in the Indian context.
Good evening, sir, and good evening,
evening.
all the respected participants. I'm Dr. Jayashree Sharma from Rongya College, and
yes, ma'am.
yes, I'm Dr. Jayashree Sharma from Rongya College, and the topic of my paper is my paper. Is the PowerPoint shown there?
Yes, you can share screen.
Yeah.
Please go to the share screen.
Okay, I'll present like this only. I'm not able to share.
You may go to the share screen.
Yes. Good evening, sir, and good evening, all the participants. The title of my paper is Educating the Masses Through MOOCs, Its Role in a Pandemic and Market Prospects in the Indian Context. So we know at present, after food, the challenge that humanity faces is education. But in India, about 250 million children and youth are out of school. So the challenge of imparting education to all is a very tough one for the government. And the issue becomes more serious at the time of a pandemic like COVID-19, which has engulfed the whole world. And at such a time of pandemic, when meeting our near and dear ones has become an issue of life, a threat for life, so the issue of educating through the formal institutions is out of question at the present scenario. So here the medium of open and distance learning has become very vital. The objective of my study is to study the role of MOOCs in a pandemic and to study the market prospects of MOOCs in the Indian context. And the methodology I have taken is that I have taken all data, secondary data from KPMG and Google, and the research papers, articles, and reports that are available on the internet. So the role of pandemic education in a pandemic, from the review of literature,
Hello. Hello, Mr. Binod. Hello.
I think she has lost connection.
Okay, maybe.
Madam, you can turn off your video and continue with audio presentation. This will help to.
Madam, can you start it again? Hello. May you go to the next paper? Hello. May I invite the next paper? Hello. 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 Am I audible? Hello.
Our next participant, Dr. Miyazi Hazam, he is having some technical problem regarding his video feed.
Okay.
Yeah, so probably he'll take some time. He's not able to connect. We can move on, I guess, to the next paper presenter.
So, may I invite Dr. Pranab Soikia, sir? I'd like to invite Dr. Pranab Soikia, Associate Professor in Education, Kakinadi State Open University, to present this paper. He will present on developing a parallel learning support system for uninterrupted learning, a lesson to be learned from COVID-19. Dr. Soikia, sir, please.
Thank you, moderator, sir, and good evening to all. I'm going to present a paper on a particular topic of uninterrupted parallel learning system, support system for school children specifically. This paper actually focused on with the objective that pandemic COVID-19 is the not last pandemic for us. In the past also many pandemics come, and due to global warming and the prediction of scientists that it is revealed that many more pandemics will be appeared in our society. So I am going kind of solution that when only rains asking for umbrella. Why not, since it is a trend of coming not only pandemic but also different critical situations due to war, due to conflict, due to other social or political turmoils, many times. So how can we continue this continuation of schools? That is my first point. And on COVID-19 experience, I go for learning support system in a permanent basis so that in need we use it, and if not critical times come, it is as a supplementary means for students to learn. COVID-19 experience, I've seen many institutions, many states, many teachers individually also.
Hello.
I think there is a network issue with Pranab Soikia, sir.
Soikia, sir, hello. Yes.
Are you online?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
And also we found that
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Suga sir, go ahead.
okay, we also observed that there is a lack of guidance about how to prepare for the educational continuity and psychosocial support to be provided. So I find a critical gap in school-based contingency planning within broader educational sector for emergency management. So with this objective, I am preparing this paper. We should prepare a contingency planning for emergency management in education. And this parallel learning support system for uninterrupted learning to our school system for around a year. Now, I try to define this parallel learning support system for uninterrupted learning like this. It may be defined as a well-organized support system for school children to design the course of study of school by using different media in such a way by which the learner can learn uninterruptedly in parallel mode, either along with his or her normal school learning or during school closures. This learning may be interactive mode or self-learning mode. Yeah, I'm only going for audio because my video is disturbing. Hello?
Okay, sir, go ahead.
Okay. And it will be include, this model include both formative, summative evaluation, as well as grade promotion to in need. Suppose this lockdown is continue to, suppose November, December, then why we should let our student to lose a 1 year? So we should prepare a system in advance parallelly so that during this closure, we can conduct formative evaluation, we can conduct summative evaluation, and we can give them promotion to students to the next grade. Further, this learning support system makes the necessary arrangement for the physical, psychosocial well-being of the learners and teachers in case of crisis situation to ensure the conducive learning environment for the learners. Now, for this particular, to reach this particular objectives, we have to need a policy. We have to prepare a policy, a concerned policy to be framed for this parallel learning support systems for uninterrupted learning. And this policy may be from in consultation with different stakeholders like State School Education Department, SCERT, DIET, curriculum expert, district school administrators, members from the relevant industry and mass media, teachers, representative, guardians, and students. We can adopt digital mode or other modalities used in designing. And this design serves as an additional support system during normal period and during emergency or school closure. This may be used as a full-fledged learning system. And for that, we need some policy framework or guideline. Definitely, we need to form a state-level expert committee to formulate general guidelines for all districts to implement this scheme. Formation of district-level expert committee, and there are two modalities for course design. One is online, and other is other modalities. Suppose television, radio, learning kits, self-design, self-instructional material, etc. And each district committee will identify which modality is suitable for which section of the learners within the individual district. to fulfill the essential precondition for designing a parallel learning support system, definitely we need some technological, organizational and pedagogical components reorganization. So state governments should now think about how to this technological component, this organizational component, and this pedagogical component is required for developing a parallel learning support system for school children, either online mode or other alternative mode. Another thing is to identify the means of education delivery. Where feasible, those should include online learning, and where issue of devices and connectivity is there, provide them through alternative means of delivery. And we have to create a website to communicate with teachers, students, parents about curriculum goals, strategies, and suggested activities and additional resources regarding this alternative mode of learning. And we have to ensure during the process of development of this support services that special focus should be given most vulnerable students and families, those who are living in a marginalized or in a physically difficult terrain. And also we have to and enhance the communication and collaboration among the students during this kind of period, so that their mutual learning, their encouragement, their communication, and their well-being is ensured. And also we give emphasis of professional development for teachers, for students, for parents to be able to support learners in the new modality of instruction and collaboration among the professional communities. And also we have to define appropriate mechanism for students' assessment during the exigency, and also define appropriate mechanism for promotion and gradation. And when the school provides meals to students during this period, develop an alternative means of distribution of food to students and their families under this scheme. When the school provides other social service such as mental health supports, develop alternative forms of provision. And also schools should develop a system of communication with each student and a form of checking in daily basis with each student if possible. And lastly, schools should provide guidance to students and families about the safe use of screen time and online tools for providing protection from the online threats to the minor students. And lastly, ensure that school leaders get financial, logistic, and moral support they need to succeed this kind of alternative arrangement. So with this, I am going to conclude my paper with the my firm submission is that only when range comes to asking for an umbrella, why not we have to learn from the COVID-19 and we go for an alternative learning management or learning support system for school children, which in normal period, they will be benefited from it, and in a critical situation, they will get it, accept it as a full-fledged school system, and accordingly, we can ensure our continuation of education and progress of the school children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking paper. And you have nicely highlighted the importance of online learning in the days of crisis, not only for today, but also for the coming days. And we think with the help of this paper, or the paper will definitely help the policymakers. And if they adopt such kind of policies, then we will be able to combat such kind of interruptions in academic field. So thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. Now, may I request Dr. Jayashree Sharma again
Sir,
to
yes,
present?
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank
Okay,
you,
sir.
sir.
Ma'am,
I'll
please.
continue. Extremely sorry. Yeah.
No,
So-
it's okay. Please.
So, sir, I have taken data from KPMG and the Google. So, in the present scenario, from the review of literature, what I have observed is that online education can attract and accommodate more persons and has also proved to be a better fruit bearing than face-to-face education. And the global pandemic at the present has called for social distancing and mandatory for the people to sit indoors. However, we know that man is a social being, and at the time of crisis, sitting idle can lead to mental anxiety. Hence, I think that to keep people engaged and to free them from mental anxiety, MOOCs can play a very important role. Now, I'm not doing the screen share because it got disconnected that time. So from the data collected by KPMG, what I have observed is that online education has been segregated into 5 categories. One is the primary and secondary supplementary education. Second, higher education. Third, it is used for test preparations. Fourth, for reskilling and online certificate market is there. And also it is used for language and casual learning. So what it has been calculated that the market for higher education is of online education is expected to grow at 64%. And in 2021, the market share will be, as projected by KPMG and Google, it will be 515 million US dollars. But at the same time, the highest market share will be controlled by the primary and secondary supplementary education, which is going to have a market share of 773 US dollars. Now, what are the reasons for this increasing demand for MOOCs in India? First is the growth in the use of internet and smartphones, which was grown by 7% in 2019, and it is expected to double into 2020. And definitely cost of online education is very low. Studies by Koch-Hinand and Phelps and Rumble and Wells over the years, they have shown that the real cost of online education is much less than that of formal education, because besides in our online education, you don't need to build the concrete infrastructure as you require in formal education. And thirdly, most importantly, Government of India has taken up initiative for digital friendly government policies like eBasta, e-education, Swayam. So all these have boosted the market for online education. But all is not well, because there are problems related to the adoption of MOOCs, because we know undoubtedly MOOCs is the way forward at this point. However, in a country like India, the per capita electricity consumption, that is watts per person, is only 260 watts, whereas in the developed countries like America and Canada, it is more than 2000 watts per person. And although electricity coverage in the country as on 2019 is 99.7%, that is only by data, because hardly electricity is there in the rural villages, and moreover per capita electricity consumption is very low. Next, if we come to the internet users, as of 2017, we see that only 34% of Indian population could have access to internet. Of this, again, there is a gender issue coming in, 70% were men and only 30% were women. So, but we know that for the success of online education, electricity, availability of device and access of internet is very important. So in the present global scenario, online education no doubt can provide a lot to the masses. However, it has advantages and it has its limitations. But I'd like to quote the European Union. It states that much attention is currently focused on the potential provided by new computing and communication technologies for enriching and extending the provision of distance education, and perhaps for reducing costs. And a recent study in 2020 by a professor in the Hong Kong University, he have observed that many current applications of online technology are essentially experimental, and in many cases their operational cost effectiveness is still uncertain. So it is very important that before we go in for online education, no doubt the market is going to increase, the data is showing great, but we need to assess the cost effectiveness of the online education in the present scenario. Thank you so much.
In the context of India. So as we all know that today MOOC is growing in all sectors and it is helpful for all of us. So thank you for your nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Next, I'd like to invite Dr. Miazji Hazam, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal. Is he present? Yes. Yes, sir. Please unmute. Yeah.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, I'll begin. I'm trying to share the slide that I created. Somehow the system is so.
Are you okay, sir, with the device?
Yeah, I'm okay, but I think my connection is not showing video feed. Something is wrong at my point, it seems. Am I audible? If I'm audible, I can just go without the slides also.
Yes, audible.
Good evening, everyone. We have all arrived at a time when a biological agent has driven us behind our laptops and smartphones. Now, this is a time which really calls for drastic measures. Like they say, drastic times call for drastic measures. And this is a time when we need to survive. Otherwise, the different sectors which are involved or which have been involved in the development of the human civilization will just crumble down. So in the teaching learning sector, there has been a great change now. I see it more like a revolution than an evolution. Now, it is not something new that online system for education came in, or because it was there in the ODL system since long. But to see that so many thousands and millions of people suddenly getting engaged into this online process, the online teaching learning process. And then again, people trying their best at all level to come to terms with this big problem that the pandemic has created for every one of us is really nice to see. Now, this shift from work from office to work from home has been a sort of revolution because it didn't come very easily to the Indian mind. The UGC had done a lot from the beginning, and it has been doing several things like organizing workshops and then making part of refresher and orientation courses where the participants are asked to make or be a part of the entire learning of the ICT tools and processes. But given the large scale in which it is being pushed and practiced at this present moment is really mind-boggling. But like everything comes and happens, there are flip sides too. And in my paper, I'll just try to focus on, because I think I've already spent 2 minutes, I'll just try to focus on the psychological import on the teachers and the learners, or the instructors and the learners. No, undoubtedly, the
और कभी भी आप करते हैं हमारे दोनों हो जाएंगे
So I am not very sure how they will respond to it, how the learners at the other end will be able to pick and choose the right type of material for them. Of course, it is true that they now have a lot of access. Now technology is there, and they are across a knowledge boom. And for the teachers, there is another problem. The problem is, again, the lack of something very rigidly time-bound routine and the absence of a closed space in classroom. Now, the Indian educational system from the very beginning has been one based on the Gurukula system, which began much before the Bihars, where the physical presence of a teacher is very important because he's something like a role player, because he does several things for them, and he can give them the best. But this absence will eventually be taken care of as a habit. Now, that is all right, but what about those teachers, like the earlier ma'am has already pointed out, that in India, not everyone is very technologically savvy. So what about those teachers belonging to that small pocket who are not so technologically savvy? Will they suffer from, my question is, will they suffer from a sort of inferiority complex? And if so, what is the way out? The way out probably is that they need to be trained, and they need to be trained in a manner the UGC wants. Just a minute. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Sir, please come to the conclusion, sir.
Problems. India, yeah, I'm at the conclusion now. The problem is that India is in a nascent state of this development in online education, and due to the large number of participants in the process and the absence of infrastructure, it will need some time to move ahead. And the onus is now on both the teachers and learners to acquaint and orient themselves to the online mode for the successful utilization of the available platforms. That is all. But unfortunately, I don't know how much was audible, and I couldn't put the slides. But thank you. Thank you. That's
Okay, thank you, sir. You have clearly highlighted the paradigm shift from traditional mode to online mode of participation in education, which is, I think, one of the good signs for the ODL institution like ours. So thank you for your nice presentation. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Sangita Das, Department of Botany, Bahana College, Jorat, Assam, to present the paper. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. Can I share my screen now? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone, and I welcome you all to my presentation, and the topic is right on your screen. So being a faculty in the stream of biology, we all know that biology is a subject which is having equal numbers of theory as well as practical papers at undergraduate level. Without the practical experience in laboratories, it is very difficult to gain in-depth knowledge in the particular subject, biology. However, due to this present pandemic situation, which is created by COVID-19, followed by this extensive lockdown, the traditional offline system of learning has been forcefully replaced by online learning system. Therefore, the aim of this present study was to determine the level of efficacy between traditional face-to-face interaction system and the online system, to identify different topics and the barriers which the learners are facing while going through this online system, and to find out new and efficient way to enhance this online learning system. And the various methods used are literature review and students' views. And the findings in a very short way are: opportunities. There are lots of online platforms which can be used to curriculum transaction in the subject biology, like MOOCs, massive open online courses, for example, SWAYAM, EPG Pathshala, etc. Online classes can be taken using various video conferencing tools like WebEx, free conference call, Zoom, etc. There is an opportunity of virtual practical labs, which is an initiative by MHRD, Government of India. There are different open educational resources, databases, which are free of cost and are available in various using internet. But while availing these online learning facilities during the curriculum transaction in the subject biology, certain challenges were also faced during this lockdown period, such as conducting the wet laboratory practicals. Say, for example, paper chromatographic separation of chlorophyll pigments. Until and unless a student actually performs this practical, their knowledge on paper chromatography may remain incomplete. There are certain other problems which are being faced nowadays, like conducting the field survey works, project works, which involves both sample collection as well as wet laboratory experiments to continue, which is a part of their program at undergraduate level. There are certain other challenges are also like maintaining and difficulty in maintaining contact as well as the rhythm of online classes with the students, etc. And regarding the efficacy of this online learning system, the students were asked to vote about these two particular systems, and the 20% of the students, they say that offline face-to-face interaction of curriculum transaction method was much more comfortable for them. However, the remaining 80% of the students, they were saying that they are quite comfortable with this online system, although they needed an initial online orientation class before joining this actual online classes. So what could be the solution? So here are certain recommendations from this present study. We need to develop learner-centric, well-designed online biology courses for effective students' learning. In this regard, I would like to mention about Professor Prabodh Bora sir. He is from College of Veterinary Science, Khanapara, and Dr. Pankaj Setia sir. He is assistant professor in the Department of Life Science, Dibrugarh University, and they took up a joint mission to design online course in bioinformatics. But such initiatives are still lacking in other areas in the subject biology to meet up the specific needs of the students of this region. There is also need to conduct an online orientation program so as to make the students comfortable in this online classroom, new online classroom system. To enhance efficient learning in online system, continuous communication should be there between student as well as student instructor using different communication tools like video conferencing, phone calls, emails, texting, etc. In conclusion, it can be said that more research is still needed to design specific online courses in the subject biology, particularly in our region. There is an urgent need to create videos, demonstrations specific to laboratory courses, which will help in developing new critical thinking and analyzing experimental outcomes and data among the students. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you. Your comments, suggestions, and questions, please. Thank you. Sorry, sir, I can't hear you.
Thank you, ma'am. You have made a good paper, especially on online learning of biology, and you, through your paper, want to make it to the rural masses, especially so through virtual practical lab and etc. And I think it will help to enhance the education of science also in the rural society. So thank you for your nice presentation. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Hemanto Kumar Pathak, Assistant Professor, Department of Retail Management and IT, Sonapur College, to present his paper.
I think he got
I
disconnected.
think he got disconnected.
I'd like to invite the next.
I'd like to invite the next speaker.
That is Mr. Dhananjay Fulchand Munde, Assistant Professor, Skill Development Center, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune. So please make your presentation. Yes. Please unmute.
Please unmute yourself.
Mr. Munde, please unmute your device. Please unmute.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello. Just a minute, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Please go ahead. We are hearing. Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Just a minute. I'm sharing my file. First of all, good evening to each and everyone. My name is Dhananjay Fulchand Munde. I am fortunate that I am representing two universities. First of all, Yeshwantrao Chauhan Maharashtra Open University as a research scholar, and Savitribai Phule Pune University as a assistant professor. Today I selected a topic for this conference. Title it is just a minute, sir. Can you see, sir, the screen? Hello?
No, your screen is not coming. Kindly share, press the share button and open the slide.
Just a minute.
Kindly press the share button and open the slide.
I think he's having some problem with network. So
So
may
you can
proceed.
you can proceed without slide also, no problem.
Sir, just a minute.
You are running out of time.
Just a minute.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I got it.
Please go ahead without slides.
Yes. Sorry, sir. Will you give me 5 minutes?
No, sir. Sorry, we are running out of time. So extremely sorry. So you may take another 2 minutes maximum.
Dr. Das, we should move on to the next paper because we are running out of
Okay.
time. Running out of time. Okay.
Yes, yes, definitely. So
Yeah,
sorry.
please, sorry. We can communicate through the paper also, because what he wanted to say, he could definitely write in the paper. So let's move on to the next paper.
Okay, definitely. So,
Okay.
I'd like to invite Dr. Tawajid Goswami, Assistant Professor of Department of Commerce, KK Hendricks State Open University, to present his paper. Dr. Goswami, please.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Let me share my screen first.
Okay.
Yeah, so I can start. The topic for my presentation is transformation from brick and mortar to online counseling. Online counseling is not a new phenomenon. What a new phenomenon is the compulsion that now we are feeling to go online. In this respect, the objective set for this paper, number one, to analyze the causes of stress of learners or students in context of COVID-19. Stress is a part of human life. We cannot avoid stress. Right now I am feeling some stress because I have to complete it within 6 minutes. Maybe my next presenter is also feeling some kind of stress. So stress cannot be eliminated from human life. Students, they also feel stress because of exam, because of some presentation, because of incomplete syllabus, because of unsolved problems, etc. So far as spread of COVID-19 is concerned, students are subject to stress because of sudden discontinuance of class, halt on exam, etc., etc. So under such situation, it makes a compulsion on us to move online. And the second objective, therefore, is set as to analyze the opportunities and challenges in the process of transformation from brick and mortar to online counseling. To move online, the transformation from brick and mortar to online is not an overnight affair. It takes time. And in this process, we have to face certain challenges as well as there are certain opportunities too. So directly coming to the opportunities of online counseling. Number one, the technology-enabled learning will provide a new learning experience to the learners as well as the counselors. See, this online conference is a new learning experience for most of us. So in this way, the learners and the counselors will also have a new learning opportunity through online. The online counseling sessions can go beyond the printed SLMs in providing learning resources available on the web. If we provide learning materials, the printed SLMs, then this is only the SLM centric. If we go over the web, there are lots of other resources which students can refer. Brick and mortar counseling sessions, once lost by a learner, it becomes difficult to retrieve the same session. Live counseling sessions and other online support services may be retrieved by a learner if the need arises. Means it can be used and reused, but this is not possible in case of brick and mortar. In case of the regular online counseling, once it is lost by a learner, if he is absent, then it cannot be retrieved. Then online counseling sessions may prove more cost effective as compared to brick and mortar counseling sessions. If we go online, definitely it will have some cost advantages too. Quality of education and access to education will be enhanced. So access will be more. Some persons, maybe because of employment or some other reasons, may not attend the physical counseling sessions. So in that case, he can access the online counseling anytime, anywhere. So flexibility will be provided to the learners in terms of time, place, and device of study. So one can use laptop, mobile, tab, etc. So there is no restrictions regarding time, regarding place, and what to use. So it will move beyond the printed SLMs. However, in the process of transformation from brick and mortar to online counseling, we have certain challenges too. In this regard, first, motivating the counselors to adapt to the changing environment and integrate technology in their teaching. So we have to integrate the technology in our teaching. In that case, we also need some skill, some motivation. Then training the counselors to make them aware and well-versed in technology-enabled learning. So definitely the capacity building of the academic staff as well as the support staff. Regular updating the counselors on latest technology that can be used in teaching. So as the technology is always upgraded day-to-day basis, so there is a need to upgrade the counselors on the latest technology that can be used in teaching. Again, we have to orient the learners for using technology in their learning. Lack of resources like computer with internet access at a lack of resources like computer with internet access at the learner's end may be a limiting factor for online counseling. Under such circumstances, certain recommendations have been provided in terms of the present COVID-19 and online counseling too. Regular communication between the learner and the counselors or the teachers is very much important, so it has to be continued at any cost or through any media. Use of ICT and social media platforms for synchronous and asynchronous communication. Quick response to the queries of learners, regular updates regarding examination schedule, promoting technology-enabled learning to facilitate regular academic activities. Then framing organizational policy for providing online learner support services. So organizations also have to move according to the demand of time. And there may be a policy to loan computers. You can provide computers to the learners and reimburse the cost on internet access. That may prove to be a game changer when we will go from brick and mortar to online counseling sessions. So we have to think beyond COVID-19. And there is life beyond COVID-19. We cannot stop learning. We cannot stop our activities because of COVID-19. We have to move forward. And the best alternative right now seems to be moving towards online technology-enabled learning.
Please conclude, sir.
So this is all about my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Goswami, sir, for your nice presentation. And it is well known to all of us that stress, not only in education, but in everywhere it is influencing us. So we would like to request you to make us stress-free through online educational device and others. So thank you very much. Next, I'd like to invite Niti Dwivedi and Amiteshwar Ratra to present their paper. Please.
Yeah, hello. Am I audible right now, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So good evening, everyone. And here I would like to present my paper where my co-author is Dr. Amiteshwar Ratra. Our topic is about inclusion and supporting children with special needs in their home environment during this pandemic COVID-19. We all are talking about teaching, learning, and this is one of the special area like children with disabilities. Not only the children, even the parents are facing an issue in this area. So I would like to just brief you about all this. As humans have spread across the world, so have infectious diseases as well. And this COVID-19 was declared as a pandemic by WHO on 11th March 2020. This recent pandemic has affected educational systems worldwide, leading to the near total closures of schools and universities and colleges. So in the current scenario, besides education of the regular students, that is a big challenge. But the big challenge, another one that is being faced by the parents is of children with special needs. Now, they are actually feeling totally at loss as their child who was going for all different therapies with the therapist as one-to-one. They were working with them on the mat. the one-to-one session is totally lost with them. So they are basically feeling at loss. So along with the special ed classes, and this has led to the increased anxiety level in the parents. They really don't know how to go about it, because initially the therapists were dealing with their holding of their pencils to the meltdown of the child. But now they need the guidance. So basically, two questions arise over here. First is how these children with special needs and their families are handling this lockdown situation, and basically to discuss the role of special educators to help child with disability and their families in teaching the child hygiene and social distancing, which is very important with these children. So when we come on to the discussion, the crisis is basically, if we see, it is definitely of the physical space. They are restrained to one homebound only. So this basically has restricted their activities, affecting their physical development, social and emotional development as well, because earlier they were going to the classes, they were doing various activities. So their social development, emotional domain, everything is getting affected. So this brings us to the role of special educators, what they can do. So they are, again, they are using different mediums of technology and which are available to reach out to the children and to their families. Different mediums like Zoom, that all of us are connected here right now, on which the Skype, WhatsApp, Google Hangouts, all these are being used. Then they should, what special educators should actually go about, they should actually share the IEP of the child with the family, the educational plan that we all us prepare with all the domains and activities. So all the activities should be made very clear to the parent, like what all these activities are and what all domains they cover up, what all domains they enhance in. So these should be very clearly stated to the parents, and these activities should be made around the activities of the home environment, like cooking, cleaning of cupboard, and kind of, I would say, they should prepare a quarantine routine for a child, which they can sit with them, discuss with them, so that they know that they are involved in the decision making of the house, and they also feel more empowered. Even a simple thing like deciding on their movies, what series they want to watch, this can be all put down into the quarantine routine of the child. So another important thing that has to be included in their quarantine routine would be how they wash their hands, then covering of their faces when they are out, maintaining the social distances. So, and even for the non-verbal children, that is a major issue. But for them, AAC, how to use the AAC, the augmentative devices that they are using, all these should be communicated by the special educator to the parent. So they feel empowered and they don't feel helpless. Okay, because here the communication is the key between the parent and the child. So that has to be done. And of course, counseling of the parents so that they don't feel they are left out, and they should get a feeling that all of us are together in this and we can fight it back. So the message to go down in here to the caregivers and the parents is that this is only social distancing and it's not social isolation. Regular interactions with their special educators, therapists via any mode like telephone, Skype, or whatever they want to use should be used to strengthen their relationship with their child, and should build up a healthy relationship, and large extent keep the child within the special needs engaged in the productive activities of the house. So that is a very concise thing that I have come up with. So anybody who wants to ask any question or anything, I would like to answer them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your nice presentation. You have made a good suggestion to support the children with special needs in their home environment during this period. So thank you for your presentation. We will come up with the question session if time permits later on. So thank you.
Thank you for giving this
Next,
chance.
I'd like to invite Miss Anjita Bora, Miss Pallavi Kakoti, and Dr. Chandraprabha Bora to present their paper.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes,
Yes, I
go
cannot
ahead.
hear you.
Yes, we are hearing. Please unmute your device.
Hello.
Yes.
I cannot hear you, sir.
Please unmute
Hello?
your device, ma'am.
Hello. Well, I cannot hear anyone. I have unmuted myself.
Hello,
You
Niti
are audible,
Trivedi, ma'am.
just continue.
Hello.
Ma'am, you are audible.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
I'm so sorry, I cannot hear anyone.
Ma'am, you are audible to everyone. You just continue.
We are hearing you.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
I can see myself on the screen, but I cannot hear anyone. I don't know whether I'm audible or not.
Ma'am,
Yes,
I think
you are
your
audible.
machine system sound is off. I think your machine sound is off.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible. You are audible.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead. You
Hello.
are audible.
Okay, but I cannot hear you all. Let me begin. Good evening,
You go
everyone.
ahead.
The focus of our presentation is on the effectiveness of online teaching learning in the current scenario, with special reference to Kamrup Metro. We have taken the model of our institution, that is Kesadas Commerce College, located at Guwahati. In the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, the world has come to a standstill. We are in the midst of uncertainty and panic. Classroom-based teaching learning being disrupted, the only option is to impart the same through the online mode. The objectives of our study is to weigh the pros and cons of online teaching from the faculty point of view, to measure the satisfaction level of the learners through online mode of teaching. The research design plan incorporates data sampling, both primary and secondary. Primary data like questionnaires were posted online with the help of Google Forms to obtain feedback from instructors and learners. Secondary data was collected from various research articles, essays, and documents available online. Coming to the sample size, the respondents, which included 20 faculty members and 200 students, both from the UG and PG levels, were selected from our own institution. The sampling method technique adopted was a convenient one, as the respondents were selected as per our convenience and accessibility. The questionnaires designed were based on short and multiple choice questions. The data was analyzed using statistical tools like percentage analysis method, pie charts, and bar diagrams. Let us quickly look at the advantages of online teaching learning. The flexibility of timing is one advantage, as classes are not tied down to a fixed schedule. Online teaching learning is easily accessible, as one can teach or study from any corner of the world. It enables learners to remember lessons more effectively, as lectures can be recorded or stored. It offers a whole lot of digital tools to communicate. Mention may be made of Google Classrooms, Google Hangouts, Skype, Zoom app, mobile collaborative applications like WhatsApp, etc. In this context, I would like to mention that our self-developed college app has proved to be a very useful one, as it also facilitates the sharing of study materials, assignments, etc. with the students. Now, coming to the disadvantages, technology has its own limitations and breakdowns are inevitable. Contact with learners on a one-to-one basis is not possible. Users may not be well versed with the utility of various search engines and other technology tools, which is crucial for the success of any online program. In online learning, it is not easy for students to meet and form study groups, which is otherwise possible in on-campus learning. Now, let us look at the findings of our study based on objective number 1, which aimed at knowing the pros and cons of online teaching from the faculty point of view. On being questioned about certain practices to be adopted by our teachers for effective delivery of online teaching, the respondents observed that the learners should be given a clear picture as to what is expected of them and what they expect from their teachers. Instructors must promptly address the queries of students at regular intervals, which can have a positive impact on the quality of the class. Reaching out to the students by providing personalized responses on the discussion board can keep them motivated. Providing learners with readily available up-to-date resources would be more beneficial than asking them to follow some textbooks. Procuring feedback about content, teaching method, etc. at regular intervals can prove effective. Online classes should be a proper blend of lectures, discussions, video clips, as well as hands-on assignments to enhance the learning potential of the students. However, instructors also face problems when it came to practical-oriented classes, and unstable internet connectivity was another issue that they came upon, but overall their experience is a satisfactory one. Now let us look at the findings of objective number 2, which aim to measure the satisfaction level of the learners through online mode of teaching. The respondents had the following observations. With the lockdown in force and with no certainty of resuming classes, the respondents have welcomed the online and the college app-based mode of teaching learning. 58% of the respondents didn't see much of a difference between traditional and online teaching learning. Poor network connectivity is an issue for students in remote areas as they had limited access to online classes. Online education, they feel, creates a monologue instead of a dialogue form of learning. Some respondents regretted the lack of computer skills to handle the online teaching learning situation. Now, coming to the suggestions, we feel that it is important to create awareness amongst instructors and learners on the benefits of online learning. The instructors should post their class routine in the e-platform along with the topics to be discussed beforehand, because this can ensure better attendance in the class. Addressing queries through audio clips instead of written messages can motivate the learners. Since the undergraduate courses in this part of the country has about 500 students per semester, it is not possible to take online classes for all. Hence, the capacity to accommodate more participants needs to be increased considerably. Short video tutorials must be uploaded simultaneously for every online practical class taken as backup. This would enable the learners to review the solutions multiple number of times. Encouraging and motivating instructors and learners to make the best use of online teaching learning in the present situation is necessary. So we may conclude by saying that online teaching learning is the only available option in the current period of COVID-19 lockdown. A virtual classroom is as good a platform as an in-house one. The greatest challenge of the time is how instructors and learners remain constantly motivated in their endeavor to teach and learn in a coronavirus world. Thank you so much.
So thank you, ma'am. You have made a good attempt to measure the satisfaction level of mode of education. It will be a nice research paper. So thank you once again for your nice presentation. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Saibyasachi Mahanta, Principal of Gargaon College, to present his paper. He will present on COVID-19 and its impact on higher education in Assam. So Dr. Mahanta sir, please. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes. I'm.
Yes, please go on. Dr. Mahanta, please go on.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, yes. Please go ahead.
Very good evening to you all. The title of my paper is COVID-19 and its impact on higher education in Assam. The pandemic caused by the spread of COVID-19 has been creating a huge impact on global education. Millions of people are still locked down after the coronavirus brought life around the world to a partial standstill. The pandemic is expected to have enormous economic consequences, and it is also having a devastating impact on global education. The spread of COVID-19 has forced many educational institutions across the globe to close the campuses. India is also no exception to that. Thus, the entire education system has affected enormously across the country. It has over 37 million students enrolled in higher education. The pandemic required the universities to and act rapidly on offering online learning to their students. The education sector of Assam has also been facing a big challenge with the presentation and government of Assam, as well as the university has been working constantly to continue the process. Authorities have also been trying to find out a path to hold the examination online, so the students don't have to lose any academic constraints for of online education in the state, as most of the education institutions and students belong to the rural area. Therefore, the higher education in Assam has been confronting
Dr.
principles of
Dr. Sabyasachi, this audio is not clear. Your audio is not clear, so can you please check it? I think there's some bandwidth problem. It is not clear, the audio. So everyone is writing down on the chat that your audio is not clear. Okay, just try again.
Okay.
Okay, there is a suggestion that if you can mute your video, so maybe it is okay. Just keep your audio on. Try that. Dr. Sabyasachi, go ahead.
Yeah. Hello. So may I go ahead?
Dr. Sabyasachi, please go ahead. Speak. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Economic consequences, and it also having a devastating effect to the foreign lands of Assam and laminations online. Belong to the
Hello. So thank you everyone for your attention. Due to time constraints, we are bound to close here now, but sorry for so many interruptions between the sessions, and only we have 3 minutes left, I think 2 minutes. So I am unable to give you the question and answer session, maybe in the next session. So thank you once again for your kind presentation, and welcome to our university. Thank you. And over to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bipul Das, for such a nice conduct of the previous session. And I'm Dr. Prasenjit Das. Yeah, thank you. Prasenjit Das, who is also the joint convener of the conference. So this is the one of the two-day international online conference. And I would like to thank all the participants as well as all those who have supported us since the very beginning. But before we start, I may not get another chance to mention the names of the persons who said, in the who work for the IT cell, and let me record names of Mr. Sajid Sharma, Dr. Deka, and Dave. These are the people who have actually helped us deal with technical issues. And although we could not really connect with a few in some of the sessions, I think this is simply because of the fact that technology has its own issues, technology has its own limitations. And this session, we have, for this session, we have 3 rapporteurs. Dr. Ritimoni Bordoloi, she is an assistant professor in the Department of Education. Dr. Smriti Sikha Chaudhary is assistant professor in the Department of Management, and Dr. Navakur Pathak. So these are the 3 persons who will be rapporteuring the last session of the conference. And instead of, because we are running short of time, the people are since morning, I have seen many participants sitting in front of the laptop or mobile since very morning and listening to the sessions so attentively. So without losing any more minutes, I will start with the first present. She is Debastuti Sharma, and she is an assistant professor of English, North Goa, Assam. And her topic is internet managed as a teaching learning in the virtual literature classroom. So over to you, Debastuti Sharma.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes. please go on.
May I be allowed to share the screen?
Yes.
My paper, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My paper is regarding the use of internet memes in the classroom, especially with regards to the literature classroom, because I happen to be a teacher and a student of English literature. Now, before we go into the paper, there's a little idea about what a meme is. Now, meme is something that we are all familiar with. It comes from the word mimesis, which means imitation, and memes are those short images or the images or the audio clips or the visuals that we have all shared at some point or the other through internet, through WhatsApp, through Facebook, or through any other medium. Why I feel memes are convenient for the classroom is because memes have a lot of advantages over the traditional modes of teaching that we use, the traditional materials or the aids that we use. First, memes are easily and freely available. And even if we do not get the meme that we need, we can easily generate the memes using so many free apps that are available to us. And most importantly, memes are a part of millennial culture. Our students, who are all millennials, have at some point of time or the other, they are very conversant with memes. They are very how do I call it? They are very comfortable with memes. Hence, memes are less intimidating for them, and there's a fun element to memes as compared to a conventional essay or an article. So during the times of COVID-19, where we talk about where we have a lot of mental health issues as it is, we are under a lot of stress. I thought memes could be an interesting way to engage students, a more fun way to and I thought memes could help us in the classroom in at least 3 possible ways. That is, for the initiation of a topic, for the introduction of a topic, for the evaluation or the reflection of a student's understanding of a topic, and also for revision or associate or things that were already taught to them. And because I study and I teach English literature, I have tried to do all the 3 of these through through William Shakespeare, somebody that you cannot evade if you are a student of English literature. So the initiation part, and I give you some examples of how I have used memes in the classroom, and all the sources that I have, from which I have drawn these memes, have been cited in the full paper. So here I have tried to initiate students to the topic of the contribution and the role of Shakespeare towards the growth and development of English literature. For example, we have this meme here, which is called the scumbag Shakespeare or the hipster Shakespeare memes. It says, English, his language, he lets us borrow it. It talks about how Shakespeare has added to the repertoire of the English language, and also and how he has invented so many words. Cannot find the words he's looking for, he invents them. This is a very light-hearted way of putting a very serious or intimidating topic. And the third one, it is called the "why you know" guy meme, where a frustrated-looking individual is saying, "Why don't you talk normally, Shakespeare?" This is a very common and difficulty that new students to Shakespeare face, because no matter how beautiful Shakespeare's language is, we still have issues, difficulties in comprehending him. Next, I have a meme here, which has been made by one of my students. It is his understanding of the treatment of the theme of death in Shakespeare's play. If you are familiar with the world of literature, with Shakespeare, with the corpus of Shakespeare, you will know that death is a very important. Many characters die. Sometimes everybody dies at the end. So this student of mine has made use of a meme, of a template or of a scene from the very famous Bollywood movie Phir Hera Pheri, where Akshay Kumar has this catchphrase "Mere paas ek scheme hai," and he has replaced Akshay Kumar, if you can see on the screen, with the hipster Shakespeare meme template, and said "Mere paas ek scheme hai, end mein sare characters khalas. So this is how he reflects his understanding. My student reflects his understanding of the theme of death. So while this is a very serious topic, very much deliberation has been done on this topic of death in Shakespearean plays, this person has been able to convey it in a very funny and in a very relatable, in a very less intimidating manner. Coming to revision, I thought that you can, a teacher may...
Devastuti, you should be brief.
Yes, sir. I'm just done. I just have the conclusion left. So these are two memes that I have on the Macbeth. Here, which helps you correlate Macbeth with the COVID-19 situation, where Lady Macbeth is washing her hands to wash off blood stains, just like we wash our hands today. And these are the three witches. So a person who is not familiar with the meme world, with the world of Macbeth, will not be able to understand these memes, but a student who is very familiar with Macbeth will be able to remember and recollect. So this is how even we can, teach, or we can direct to our students towards making associations, so that they remember and recollect certain aspects of topic that have already been formed. Hello, I think I've lost.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I've lost connect. So for the conclusion of the all I have to say is that I don't mean to say that memes are better than traditional essays or worksheets or the vice versa. What I propose is that if the two memes can be memes along with the normative and the conventional modes of the aids are used, maybe we can have a more wholesome teaching learning experiences, and especially during the COVID-19 situation, where we face a lot of constraints and a lot of restraints, because memes, because of the inherently jovial nature of memes, it could be very conducive for the mental health of the students. That being said, I have only limited my study to the literature classroom, and I would be very eager to listen to what my friends and colleagues from the other domains have to say about the use of memes in the classroom. And that's all. Thank you. And this is a meme
Thank you.
Yeah.
Devastuti, thank you.
Yeah.
And I must congratulate you, because as far as I know, this is one of its kind. Your paper is one of its kind. This is perhaps the first paper on this, because I myself am from Department of English, so I can understand what you are trying to communicate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
And let us now go to the next paper, Dr. Jayanta Saud, and he's an assistant professor in the Department of Economics, Dibru College, Dibrugarh, and Mrs. Umami Dr. Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Gorgaon College, Srinagar. And the paper is online learning in the time of COVID-19 with special reference to Siam, India. So Dr. Saud, please go on. Yes. Unmute your mic.
Hello.
You have 5 minutes with you. Please go on.
This is Jayanta.
Yes.
Can I share the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Vinod, are you there? Okay.
Hello. Yeah, this is Jayanta.
Yes.
Just a minute. Huh?
Please carry on.
No, madam, it's already there.
You can continue with that slide also.
without a slide now. Okay, sir. Sir, this is Jayanto, and my paper is on online learning in the time of COVID-19 with special reference to SWAYAM, India. So at the beginning, I want to say why I try to start this paper. As all of us know that due to sudden outbreak of COVID-19, almost all sort of activities is stagnant in the world, and education is one of them. So in this situation, ICT-enabled services can rapidly change the face of education, especially higher education. Why it is so? Because it can reduce the barriers of physical distance and time, and also it lower the costs of education, as well as it can increase the enrollment ratio. So SWAYAM, or Study Waves of Active Learning for Young Aspiring Minds, is such a program initiated by Government of India. It achieved the three cardinal principles of education policy: access, equity, and quality. So SWAYAM can play a pivotal role in Digital India and Skill India mission of Government of India. The specific objective of my paper is to present a critical analysis of SWAYAM. And the materials and methods used in this paper is, I have collected some secondary data and from different sources, and the nature of the paper is, or the methodology of the paper is descriptive in nature. In 2009, Ministry of Human Resource Development has done a landmark initiatives by introducing a scheme called National Mission on Education through ICT. This is landmark in the sense that it increased the gross enrollment ratio, as well as it achieves the three cardinal approach of education: access, equity, and quality. And also it is possible due to this scheme of pooling of collective wisdom for the benefit of every Indian learner. In 2013, IIT Bombay initiated the global offerings of courses. So Ministry of Human Resource Development advised IIT Bombay to work on a platform so that it can be implemented throughout the country. So at first, it is Smart Waves of Active Learning for Young Aspiring Minds is the name suggested by IIT Bombay. But after discussion with MHRD, it is renamed as Study Waves of Active Learning for Young Aspiring Minds. And that is SWAYAM.
Dr. Saud,
yes?
can you just tell us your objectives and then come to the findings? Can you just talk about the objectives and then the findings of the paper?
Yes, sir. The objective of the paper is to critically analyze the SWAYAM, and then the challenges, or towards the conclusion, the challenges which are faced in SWAYAM is unless until courses are made available in regional languages, the enrollment will be very restrictive, and access to internet is one of the issue in India, although it is reducing day by day. Preparing the faculty for MOOCs delivery is going to be a major challenge requiring massive capacity building programs. Then it would be important to see that there is a process in place for accreditation of credits earned through SWAYAM to facilitate credit transfer. Then it is not yet clear it would be possible for a student to earn credits from MOOCs and combining credits from different institutions to get a degree if prerequisites of the degree programs are fulfilled. So in conclusion, very briefly, I want to say that SWAYAM is being seen as an instrument for self-actualizing, providing opportunities for a lifelong learning. Mainstreaming the SWAYAM initiatives with the formal education system will go a long way in realizing the dream of nation in universal access of education. With appropriate planning and implementation, SWAYAM can play a pivotal role in Digital India and Skill India missions of Government of India. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Saud. Then we need to proceed to the next paper, and the paper is Nomita Hatta, and she is a PhD research scholar in the Center for ASEAN and Central Asian Studies, JNU, and she will be talking about role of television media during the pandemic in the context of India. So Nomita, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, Nomita, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Am I audible to
Okay.
everybody?
Yeah, yeah, please continue.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
please continue. You have
All
5
right.
minutes with you. You have to finish the paper in 5 minutes.
Okay, I had difficulty first of all to log in, but now it's fine.
Okay.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Myself Nomita. The topic of I'll go right to my presentation.
Right.
The topic is role of television during a pandemic in the context of India. So here I'm basically going to talk about how the crisis had actually affected the education system all around the world, and especially here in my topic, it is in the context of India. So let me just start. Oh, media is defined as the channel of information, communication, or entertainment in a globalized world. With the advancement of technology in the field of electronic media, it facilitates people-to-people connection all across the globe without a face-to-face connection. It is specifically designed to reach a larger audience. Television is one such medium that dates back to 1920s as the earliest form of media to have relevance till today. With the advancement of technology, the importance did not diminish, rather open new dimensions to its use. The use of TV as an instructional medium that dates back to 1932 in the US for experimental purpose, and gradually it became popular in other parts of the world. So the first TV, Doordarshan, was founded on 15th of September 1959 and was first telecasted by the Government of India, and in the year 1982 introduced its first color television. The use of TV as an instructional media can be seen as an essential element of teaching learning process. There has always been a debate on using television as a teaching learning with critique of lessening the status of a teacher. The University of Delhi first initiated a correspondence course in 1962. However, 1982 marked the beginning of an open and distance education system in India. In the initial phases of distance learning, it depended heavily on print media. With the expansion of satellite communication and technology, open and distance learning program doubled. IGNOU plays a very important role today. The development education increased tremendously after the 1982. Hello. SITE was implemented during the site was yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go on.
All right, okay. SITE was implemented during the 1975-76 with the help of NASA and USA Insect project. The outbreak of the COVID-19 has affected the education system worldwide, with no vaccine to be found till now. To prevent it, uncertainty of the lockdown period has become a major challenge to the world leaders. According to the UNESCO, 192 countries has 192 country has been affected and implemented nationwide closure. The nationwide lockdown has an immense impact on the education system of the developing.
Nomita, can I come in? You just go to the conclusion of the paper. What do you want to say? What's your finding?
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Thank
so
you.
what I'm going to say is that this pandemic can actually help in the how it can actually help in the following objectives with the role of television. Television provide flexibility of space and time in learning, and it stimulates its audiovisual quality, and it can be accessed by a large number of audience. And since people have access to the television, so the knowledge gap will be reduced. Television is fairly attractive to the students, and it can engage students in the learning during the crisis. There are a few recommendations that I would like to suggest. To increase the teachers' digital skills, reshape Indian education system to a new level and for a better permanent system, not just as a backup plan. Both public and private educational institutions must cooperate in organizing a constructive curriculum in the teaching learning. And center and the state governments must cooperate cooperate to build a new system of education and to redesign the programs of the education system and telecast it with the help of DTH technology. So finally, what I like to say is that education is anyway an important factor in the human capital in this country, and it has a greater responsibility now, since in the 21st century we need technology and internet. But in a developing nation, especially like India, where people have more access to television than an internet, so within this pandemic crisis, I think there is a opportunity to reshape the education system as it has been perceived as an efficient force on the education system. Thank you.
Thank you, Nomita. Such a wonderful presentation. But we have a time constraint, so we must.
I know. Yeah.
Thank you. Next paper is Prabhudas Bare, Research Scholars, Stride IGNOU, and Amriteshwar Ratra, Stride IGNOU. And the paper is Open Educational Resources for Online Teaching Learning During the Time of the Pandemic, Potentials and Challenges. So over to you. Yeah. Voice is not coming, Vinod.
Prabhudas Bare, your voice is not coming. Kindly check your mic. Kindly check your headphone.
Dr. Das, I think we can move with the next paper. I will accommodate him later on. We can accommodate him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vinod, we should move on to the next paper. Next paper is Professor Hina K. Bijli and Amit Kumar Srivastava. They are also from IGNOU. And the name of the paper is ICT Mediated Delivery of High Enrollment Programs. So over to you, Professor Bijli and Amit Kumar Srivastava. Yeah, I've seen you. Go on.
Hello and a very good evening to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm with I'm director of the School of Continuing Education at IGNOU, and this is a joint paper with me and Dr. Amit Kumar Srivastava of the Regional Service Division. And this paper essentially focuses on ICT mediated delivery of high enrollment programs which happened in the School of Continuing Education recently. So I'll quickly take you through the presentation. I'm sharing the screen right now. Right. So, so we all know about IGNOU. It's the largest open university, and we try to make education seamless for learners from all sectors, rural, urban, and tribal. And we have about 29 master's degree programs, 18 bachelor's degree programs, about 60 diploma programs, 80 PG certificate and certificate programs. We have a network of 67 regional centers across India and more than 3,000 learner support centers. And currently, since the 2019 session, we have more than 7 lakh students admitted across various programs. So basically, I'd like to quickly tell you about the School of Continuing Education and what our mission is. The mission is to provide extended learning to learners by focusing on professional competencies and through a unique basket of skill-based programs. This has to lead to inclusiveness and sustainable development. And School of Continuing Education presently houses 4 disciplines, which are rural development, nutritional sciences, child development, and home science. Many of our IGNOU colleagues who are right now logged in, they know about these programs and about the School of Continuing Education. So the programs in our school are also tailor-made to the needs of learners. So I'm here to basically talk about 2 major enrollments which took place for two programs, that is the certificate in food and nutrition program with 15,116 learners, and the diploma in early childhood care program with 17,564 learners. And for the certificate in food and nutrition learners, majority were enrolled under the regional center Bhubaneswar, and most of all the learners was spread across 477 learner support centers across India. And out of the 17,564 diploma in early childhood care and education learners, majority, that is 14,150 learners, that's a whopping number, they got enrolled under the IGNOU Regional Center Khanna. And all these learners, diploma in early childhood care learners, that is the 17,000 plus learners, were spread across 198 learner study centers across all regional centers in India. Now you can see the number of learners vis-a-vis the number of learner support centers. So the number of learners who were enrolled under these learner study centers needed student support. And these two programs are popular programs of the School of Continuing Education. Before I go ahead with my presentation, I'd like to highlight that this is the trend that has been seen in these programs in January 2014 in both the sessions of admissions, that is January and July sessions. And you can see that in July, these numbers were, really jumped like anything for both the programs that I just spoke of. So for any distance education system, we see that the student support system is the fulcrum of outreach to learners, and this is the basic resource. The resources that exist at the learner study centers are the main focal point of transaction for learning to these learners. So this heavy enrollment posed a challenge to the School of Continuing Education at that point of time, especially for counseling, how the counseling will be done for so many learners, assignment preparations, their submissions. Considering the number of learner study centers, these were inadequate, and the number of academic counselors who were available in hand at that time. So the regional service division took it up upon as a major task and consulted the School of Continuing Education and the faculty members who were looking after these programs, and then decided to go on live by organizing live teleconferencing sections through the Gyan Darshan channel to enrich learning and strengthen the capacities of academic learners. So about 20 live sessions were organized for the certificate in food and nutrition program. Right from November, the sessions started, November 2019, and about 50 sessions, live teleconference sessions, was organized for diploma in early childhood care and education through the Gyan Darshan TV channel. So such a model provided structured support along with face-to-face counseling, visits to Khanna region, where a lot of enrollments were there, particularly for the diploma in early childhood care and education, where the counseling, a massive campaign was taken up for the counseling of academic counselors and learners, live teleconferencing, a mix of video conferencing, interactive radio counseling, internet-based learning, and the use of mobile phones. All these kind of were taken up to be delivered to learners. So I'd like to finish up here by saying that such kind of a support renders the strength and quality of ODL system in today's times when we are looking at the present COVID situation as well. And we envisage that we will be looking at web-based platforms to provide online support along with the faculty members to reach out to the academic counselors, strengthen the capacities, and of course, escalate learning for learners in the present situation. So I'd like to complete and sign off here, and thank you all for a very patient listening.
Thank you, Professor Bisley. The kind of experience that you have shared, I'm sure the participants will be benefited, and please help them. If they get in touch with you, you should be telling them about your experience and helping them out, right?
Oh, definitely, I'm for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next paper is by Ridip Debchaudhuri and Khurshid Alam Borbora. They are from Guwahati University.
And the title of the paper is Online Learning Practice in Teaching Learning During COVID-19 Pandemic. So Chaudhary and Borbora, over to you. Are you there? You okay?
Yeah. So good evening, everyone. Due to the unstable internet connectivity, I will not use the PowerPoint presentation. Rather, I will explain some of the key points of my paper.
Okay.
Firstly, I will discuss different practices of online learning that has been initiated in India during COVID-19 pandemic. The University Grants Commission has released a list of initiatives of the Ministry of Human Resource Development, UGC, and its inter-university centers, along which the academic community can utilize their time as the country is in a lockdown to the coronavirus outbreak. And these resources, which are in the form of digital platforms, can be accessed by the teachers, students, and researchers in universities and colleges for broadening their horizon of learning. And some of these digital platforms are Swayam online courses, EPG Pathshala, Swayam Prabha, etc. Additionally, in India, some universities have also started online classes through different tools like Zoom, Skype, Google Classroom, Virtual Lab, etc. In Assam, some departments of Guwahati University are also taking some online classes using these tools. Now, the next point, how the other countries are providing online learning to the students during COVID-19 pandemic. So some examples are 8 universities in US named Harvard, Cornell, Brown, Columbia, Princeton, Dartmouth, Yale, and the University of Pennsylvania are offering over 450 free online courses to the students. Harvard University is offering 67 courses for free during the coronavirus pandemic that has forced countries to go into lockdown. The Cornell University on-campus classes that has to be started prior to July 12 are cancelled, and the courses are in the process of conversion into online mode. Due to the ease of use and accessibility, mobile learning plays a vital role in online learning. One specific characteristic separates mobile learning from online learning, that is the use of a mobile device. As smartphones have evolved technologically and grown in popularity, they are increasingly being used to access the internet in place of desktop or laptop computer. With mobile learning, schools are taking the use of mobile devices to what some may say as the next logical extension. To make mobile learning truly successful, the course content must change as well as the device used to access it. For example, because screens are smaller, it is harder to read long documents or watch long videos. Professors and any professionals involved in course planning should change the format of the text documents and audio lectures into some smaller chunks that are easy for the students to access and digest on a smartphone or a tablet. Just as classroom practices had to undergo some adaptations to translate from a traditional on-campus class with face-to-face interactions to a virtual classroom in online learning, the change to mobile learning requires yet more adjustments. In the conclusion, I would like to state that online learning or mobile learning is the only solution to overcome COVID-19 like situations at present and in near future also. The government should make some policies to offer smartphones at very low cost with internet connectivity to the rural students. Again, what I feel that every institute, starting from the primary, secondary, and higher education, should develop some online learning portals to offer courses in online or in blended mode. The schools and colleges can independently develop and offer courses online to the students, or they can develop and use in collaborative mode also to minimize the cost. The cost involvement can be minimized by using some world famous free and open source softwares like Moodle. In around 10 to 15,000 rupees per annum, A online learning portal for an institute can be hosted using Linux servers. Again, in the development process, the IT professionals can offer their technical skills free of cost for such type of novel cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary, for sticking to the time. And at the same time, I must congratulate you because you belong to Guwahati University, and your students know what you are doing for the university. And definitely, there are different scopes in which we can work in collaboration together in future.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Then the next paper is by Rita Sinha and Bhairav Sharma. Rita Sinha is research scholar, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, and assistant professor of LCB College. And Bhairav Sharma is associate professor, Department of Computer Science and Electronics, USTM, that is University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. The name of the paper is Online Learning of Science Education Through Virtual Reality, a challenge to the prevailing pandemic scenario. Over to you, Sinha and Sharma.
Prasenjit, how many papers are left?
This is another 5 to 6 papers, ma'am.
Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you. Yes, go on.
Yes, just so good evening, everyone present here. I'm just sharing my screen and over this.
Maybe you could go on speaking instead of sharing the screen.
Is it visible?
It's not visible. You please continue.
Yeah.
And when you speak, you just.
Am I audible?
Yes.
My topic.
Findings. You just take the objectives and the findings. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll start with my slides now. My topic is, as you have already said, and I'll start my slides with 3 parts. The first I'll start with what is VR and what is virtual lab. Then I'll go for motivation of my paper. Then I'll start with the objectives of the paper, and the remaining slides will follow. So about the virtual lab, the virtual reality is the use of computer technology to create a simulated environment. Instead of viewing a screen in front of them, users are immersed and able to interact with 3D world. It eases the process of learning science, and many universities are using this VR for learning capabilities. It's about the virtual lab, as Antara Mohanta already said in one of her in her lecture about the VR. But in brief, I'll tell a virtual lab is a lab in everyone's pocket. Virtual lab are intended to augment the learning of science and engineering subjects through performing experiments. And in this regard, the Heidelberg University is doing their best, and the experiments are designed either as simulation or as remote triggered. A remote triggered lab allows the user to connect to real equipment using a web browser. And the other part is the simulation, which can also be done, but simulation sometimes gives a brief result, and the remote triggered, which is actually the experiment is done in the other end and gets the result. Okay, I'll tell you more in the next slides. Interested institutions can install virtual labs to their institutes through the Nodal Center program. And now next is my motivation. Motivation for for this paper is I'm motivated with this, like conducting online theory classes are done by various